Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to tonight's episode of the ZodWriter Show. I am ZodWriter, and with me, as always, is my co-host Johnny Alpha, aka what does your name say today, Dirk?
Dirk,
What?
Dirk Crestmitten. It's my news anchor name. Like when I'm
Oh yeah,
like on
Dirk
the
Cressmitten. Okay,
yeah.
okay. Well, both you and I are pretty happy today because today is the official release of the first volume of Fist of the North Star, the manga. And I figured I would bring this up right away because, again, this is North Star Tuesday. Viz has finally made all of us Fist of the North Star fans extremely happy by finally releasing this book, physically and digitally. And unfortunately, again, this is only the first volume. It's going to take about 5 years for them to
Yeah, I think there's
release the
18 and
full.
18 of those in total being
Let me
released.
let me. In fact, let me check because I
I
think
think it's
the
16 or
the
18
ultimate.
somewhere.
I'm going to check because it's based on the ultimate Japanese volumes. So I'm going to have to check because I want to see how many volumes we have to we'll have, because then we can get a good idea. I know it's less than 20 volumes, but they have um let's see, Fist of the North Star Ultimate Edition manga. Try to see how many there are. Because Viz has targeted this off of the Ultimate, and I think you're right. I think it's like 16 volumes, or oh, it looks like it's like, as I'm looking here, I'm seeing volume 15. So there's quite a few. So it's going to take a while.
Yeah, and that'd probably be putting 4 to 5 of them out a year, like at a pretty regular pace, since it's a book that's already run. But like it's not going to come out monthly. But yeah, it'll probably take a good, I don't know, 3 to 5 years to put the whole thing out, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
neat because, like you said, it's never been released in English in total. Where there's been a few starts from some smaller companies, but like it is insane how something that's like historically, iconically amazing and just such a part of anime history, like Fist of the North Star, has never gotten an official English release. And even the anime, as beloved as it is, like we have a really bad dub of what the first 25 episodes, and then the rest of the show is in Japanese, and you can only get it in one way, and it's a bare bones DVD that
Yeah,
just
I
has
want to
the
say it was. I want to say it was the first 36 episodes total, but there's 152 episodes. So if only the first 36 episodes are dubbed in English, I mean that's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty paltry. I've personally gotten used to
yeah.
the subtitles. I don't mind the subtitles. I don't mind the Japanese voice acting. I'm very
Well, it's definitely one of the times I will say that it is way superior because it's old school anime, so the dub is terrible.
And
Not even as
it's kind of grown on you, huh? Because I know you're past the English episodes by now, right?
well past. Yeah, I'm almost I don't know, 2/3 the way through now. I'm about on the third DVD, Blu-ray. So
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You're getting there. You got a little ways to go yet, and then you'll be able to. What are you gonna? What's your plan? Are you gonna go and watch the? Are you gonna watch uh, the revival movies afterwards? Is that what you're gonna do?
if I can find them, like I definitely not gonna watch the new Adventures of Fist of the North Star because that OVA
Oh,
fucking
that
sucks. But
OVA was not. Yeah, that OVA was not good. But I'm talking about the True Savior Legends films that adapt certain arcs. Like I think the first movie, I think adapts it adapts part of the Rao arc and then some of the Souther arc and the Holy Emperor, and then the second movie is about Toki, which I think you'll really enjoy. Because if you're a fan of Toki, that's
the
that
hippie brother.
character.
Yeah,
If you're a fan of that character, I think you'll really enjoy that second film. And then the third film that they do, it's about Uria, and it's actually pretty good because it shows just how young the Hulkdo brothers were at the time that they started training. I mean, they actually meet, Uria. They all meet Uria as a little girl, and that is beautiful. Like, it's a beautiful scene. She has this little dog. Johnny, it's fantastic. It's stuff that they covered briefly they actually did mangas based on these arcs based on these little side stories that they actually tell in these movies. And it's stuff that they didn't cover, that they don't cover in the anime, stuff that they only covered in the manga, stuff that they covered.
Funny you mentioned side stories. One of my favorites is obviously Tales of the Dark King, the one about Rao and his assassins.
My God, yes.
And was that such a? I wish it was a longer than like a 13 episoder, man. That should have went for at least a full 20, like 24, 26 episodes, in my opinion.
And Katsuka92 says, I love Fist of the North Star. My brother got me into it. I just saw the newer series, The Legend of the Dark Knight. Oh, you mean the Legend, the Rao? That would be the Rao one, right?
Yeah,
Legend of the Dark King. Yeah, the Rao. Yeah. I will say this. The Rao one, at first, for a brief second, I had issues with it and I didn't like it at first. Like when I first started watching it, but it grew on me very, very quickly. I mean, you talk about something that I got swept away in. And now I watch that series at least once a year because I love it. And I watch it all the way through. I absolutely love it. I mean, I can't even begin to. The Raw series is amazing. Like I go in and I watch it, and I mean, it ends perfectly. It ties in beautifully with all the rest of the material. It doesn't crap on anything that came before it. It's really wonderful. Like, that's how you do. See, and that's how you do a side story. That should be like a template of how they do side stories for real.
Right? Yeah, because it's probably next to the movie, the original movie, my favorite thing that came off of the original Fist of the North Star. Like, I love that Rao manga. I mean, anime, because it just it goes into berserk territory for me. I like. That it's almost more fantasy than like post-apocalyptic sci-fi, like a lot of the rest of the Fist of the North Star was. So it just, it was a neat way to take the series and the IP, and I wish that they would do more with it. You know what I mean?
Well, they've got a lot of side story mangas that they could do. Like, I'd like to see them adapt. I'd like to see them adapt Juza of the Clouds. I'd like to see them adapt his manga side story into an animated film, because he was an incredible character.
Hello, Mr. Bat Dan. How are you
today? There he is. There's Bat Dan. Wow.
Yeah, well, actually, I may be able to come on more podcasts now because my band returned on Monday night, so my sleep schedule is going to get a little effed up this week and weeks to come. So might as well take some advantage of that, right?
You might as well, yes. Yes, it's great. I love doing open panels and giving everybody a chance to come on. I know that the title of this particular open panel show that we're doing today kind of isn't what people are used to when they come here and watch this. But as an insane Fist of the North Star fan, as the insane Fist of the North Star fans that Johnny and I are, we had to devote at least part of today's open panel to Fist of the North Star. Have you partook in Fist of the North Star at all, Bat Dan?
Nope. I'm coming into this panel completely fresh, completely ready to learn.
Well, I and that's a question I have, Johnny. Where would you recommend anybody interested in Fist of the North Star to begin? Because I always tell people
the movie.
Yeah. That's exactly. See, again, great minds think alike. I always tell people to start with Fist of the North Star, the movie, because Fist of the North Star, the movie, will give you the animated movie from 1986. The animated movie will give you the feel of what Fist of the North Star is, so that you can decide later on if you're interested in, getting into the series or getting into the manga. You have several options once you do that. So the movie is perfect, because what it does is it basically truncates a lot of the storylines you're going to see in the anime and in the manga, and it basically streamlines it and gives you a basic idea of who some of the main players are and what to expect moving forward after you see the movie. And the movie is also very great and very entertaining in its own right. But the fact that it gives you such a good feel for what to expect, and that's how I started, Johnny. That was my first exposure to Fist of the North Star, was seeing the movie on VHS tape as a kid.
I think that's all we had for
Back
years
then,
and years,
yeah.
right? Yeah. And
I
so
didn't find out about the series.
Movie,
and then there's that. The movie. I remember seeing it. A friend of mine had VHS recorded the live action movie that they made back in 1995, and we had sat there, and me and him and I and a couple other people, my cousin of mine, sat down and watched Fist of the North Star, the live action HBO funded film, and it was such a travesty in comparison to the original material. It was like the director later on admitted in a commentary track for that movie that he had very little knowledge of the source material. The only source material he had known about was the movie, the animated movie, and he had seen a couple of episodes of the series when it had aired late night on late night TV. And he had very little knowledge of it, and because I don't think he'd ever really read the manga, so he didn't really have much to go off of, and he based his movie off of a very, very thinly layered plot elements. The live action movie is worth checking out just because of the absurdity of it all. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious.
It's funny. I mean, they got this action star, Gary Daniels, who I actually would like to interview and bring on the ZodWriter show at some point. I'm trying to work that out because Gary is a good dude. I've known him on Facebook for many years. I'd like to interview him. It would be fun to bring him on here just to ask him about Fist of the North Star, because I really want to, because he named his son Kenshiro, and I've always wanted to ask him, when they approached you with the idea of being Kenshiro in Fist of the North Star, being as big of a Fist of the North Star fan as you are, why did you accept that role? like as a fan, it's like Nicolas Cage being the biggest Superman fan in the world, naming his son Kal-El, and then accepting the role of Superman for Warner Brothers when they did that Superman Lives.
Oh, I want to see that movie so bad.
I want to see that movie too. We got to go to another timeline to get that movie. But
I want to steal John Peters' time machine and hop world lines to find that motherfucker back.
I'm willing to do that because I subscribe to the idea that there are multiple timelines existing concurrently with ours, in which all of these other things have actually happened. So I would love to do that. It would be so great to go to a timeline where you could see that movie. You could go to a timeline where you could see the conclusion of Zack Snyder's completed arc. You could go to a timeline where Fist of the North Star was insanely popular in America. We got all kinds of great stuff. I really feel like, as a fan of something, it's like I feel like if you're too close to it and you go too far with it, I kind of would feel like for him, I would think, my God, I know you're a good martial artist, Gary, but you could have played any other character in Fist of the North Star. You could have played any number of characters, but why Kenshiro? If Gary Daniels was so into it, he could have suggested another Asian actor to play Kenshiro.
Maybe if it wasn't him, they would have got Lorenzo Lamas, and like he really did jump on a hand grenade for us. If that was the case, you know what I mean. There could have been worse actors.
But that's what I'm saying. But with that being said, I was gonna get to that, Johnny. And with that being said, Gary Daniels didn't do a bad job for what he had. What he had to work with was very thin, and I think he did a decent job. I was convinced by the end of it that he was Kenshiro, and at least Julia, they called her Julia in the movie. That's how you know that the director had had no idea about the source material, because he calls her Julia, which she's called in the movie, but her actual name in the manga and in the anime is Yuria. And they Americanized it and called her Julia. So I really don't know. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, for something like that, where he did what he could do with it, and he brought in, a couple of people. He had an interesting actor play the villain in the movie. What was the guy's name? Constance. Was his name? Constant.
I just remember
or something. I don't remember
the late great Christopher Penn as Jaggy, I believe. Right?
But no, he played a version of Jaggy, but they just called him Jackal in the movie. They basically
They basically merged him with like Zito or one of like the Kings, basically, type of thing. Yeah,
right. And they kind of made him like a character, and that was great. It was great seeing Chris Penn in there. It was great saying there was a couple wrestlers in there too. Wasn't Vader?
Yeah, Big Van Vader was
was in the movie, and I thought that was wonderful. There's a lot of funny stuff. So yeah, Dan, I think you should start with the movie. The 1986 animated movie. Then, if you like that, then you could seek out the anime. That's the whole 152 episode epic. And then, if you really like it, then you can get into other things. You might want to check out the live action movie for laughs.
I don't see why he wouldn't like it. It's basically, dude, Bruce Lee is Mad Max, and he's so badass. He knows techniques that if he touches your pressure points, he can like make your head explode, or he can make your arm blow off, or like he can do all different kinds of these really cool techniques. But yeah, I mean, like if you ever wanted to see like a badass Bruce Lee Mad Max, like that's what Fist of the North Star is, and it lives up to everything you think could be cool about that subject matter.
Katsuka, what video game are you playing? Are you playing the new, the relatively newer PlayStation 4 game, or are you playing one of the classic games? Because one of my all-time favorite Fist of the North Star games of all time, one of my all-time favorite video games of all time is Fist of the North Star from the year 2000 on the original PlayStation. The game is 21 years old, and it's fantastic. It adapts the manga. It adapts all the way up to the first fight with Rao, or the second fight with Rao in the manga. It is so great, and it's all on one disc. And if that wasn't enough, they got the original voice actors, Japanese voice actors, who did the voices for the original anime from the 80s. They brought them all back to reprise their roles for the video game. It's my favorite video game of all time. It's literally just following the story all the way through. I mean, it starts off, and if you know Fist of the North Star, you know this. You can recite the order in your sleep the way things go, and that's exactly how the video game is. The video game does not leave anything out. I mean, it even opens up with the anime Yua Shock opening. It even has a lot of the classic Fist of the North Star music in it, and as well as some new themes and stuff. It's really, really well done. But Lost Paradise for PlayStation 4 is a wonderful game. It's an alternate take on the Fist of the North Star mythology. It takes a lot of liberties, switches a lot of things around, changes some characters around, brings in some new characters, but at its core, it's really great. Like if you're a fan of it, you're gonna love it.
I played one called Kenshiro's Rage for the 360 that I thought was a really
that's
good game.
another game. That's another game I was gonna bring up. And I agree with you. I think that game is really good. But it's more, that game is more of like, what do you call it? What do you call those types of games?
Masher?
Well, no, the specific Dynasty Warriors.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a Dynasty Warriors game with a Fist of the North Star skin. So basically, you're like Kenshiro, and you're just fighting waves and waves of enemies, and then at various points you can change and play as some of the other characters. And it has several different modes. There were actually 2 games. There was Ken's Rage and Ken's Rage 2. Both of those games are good. I preferred Ken's Rage 2. And it's kind of unpopular. It's kind of unpopular opinion because a lot of people preferred the original Ken's Rage, but I liked Ken's Rage 2 because Ken's Rage 2 actually adapts the manga from beginning to end. Adapts the entire manga. And I don't know how they did it, but they managed to adapt the whole thing. Like, and they literally do it in like a book format where they're literally turning as you get through chapter to chapter. It's literally turning pages. It's incredible. I don't know. I don't know how they did it, but it's wonderful. I'm like, when I think about that game all the time, I think it's great. I'm ashamed that it's not, that it's not like available on PlayStation now, where you can just play it, as one of those additional titles, because it's such a fun game. What's up, Simon? Good to see you. Good to see you, Dark Star. Simon says, Gary Daniels' Fist of the North Star was well casted. I enjoyed the movie as a kid. Yeah, it was good. It was good for what it was. That's what I'm saying. I'm not knocking it. I think it was good for what it was. And I think if you're a Fist of the North Star fan, you have enough humor in you to be able to watch it and appreciate it for what it was.
They tried hard. They had like $15 to make the movie, and they spent all of that on Chris Penn.
You could tell because they wanted a big name in the movie, and they were able to get Chris Penn. And when you got nice guy Eddie in a post-apocalyptic world, how do you not get excited? Oh, and Downtown Julie Brown was in it too.
Oh yeah, old school MTV right there, man. You take.
And was it who else was in it? Not Mario Van Peebles, but his father, right? Wasn't Mario Van Peebles' dad in the movie? What's his name? Something Van Peebles. He was in the movie though. And then they had a couple of different little stars. There were a couple of horror icons that were in the movie too, and now I just can't remember their names. Some icons like that you can't really remember their names, but I can't say enough about Fist of the North Star as a franchise. It's literally my all-time favorite Japanese franchise of all time. I look at myself and I say, okay, yes, the Snyderverse and DC movies and all that. But when it comes to Japan, it's Fist of the North Star for me all the way. I've been like that since I was like a 6-year-old kid. Like the first time I seen the original, the movie, on watching it on VHS tape. Actually, no, I think at first I saw it on TV. It was on one of those late night channels where they were first showing anime. And then later on, I got it on tape and had a copy and watched it a bunch of times with friends of mine that I grew up with and that kind of thing. And it never ages. I mean, you can go back and you can watch it, and it's still very, very relevant today because of the futuristic world, post-apocalyptic world that it was. Placed
that kind of narrative never goes out of style. One of the things I'm actually looking forward to, and this is a perfect time for it, because like Fist of the North Star might finally get the respect that it deserves, and that people are really, really into old school Go Nagai manga. I'm really hoping that we'll get a Fist of the North Star Violence Jack crossover. That would be so fucking massive, dude. Like, Could you imagine that, dude? Jack and Kenshiro teaming up, man, to fight the Slum King.
I'll tell you something else that I'm more excited for than that I hope finally happens. George Miller, the director and the man who created Mad Max, has always wanted to do a Mad Max Fist of the North Star crossover. And originally, what a lot of people don't know, the last Mad Max movie that came out, Mad Max Fury Road, was actually supposed to be a Fist of the North Star crossover. Fury Road was the title, and it was gonna be about Mad Max and Kenshiro teaming up in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. And I'm gonna tell you something like that has me really hyped, because if that ever were to happen, I think that would change that would change the genre for me, because it would just be like, because I love Mad Max, but to me, Fist of the North Star is like my main thing. So if they were to make a movie like that, I don't know. And with George Miller on board, and you get Brunson, oh my God, I think we would have. I think it would be bonkers. I could just imagine what they would do. My only question about that is, Johnny, you think they would give Mad Max Hokuto-like powers, or do you think that Mad Max would do the driving and Kenshiro would do the fighting? That's what I think would happen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, if you watch Fury Road, he doesn't do much in that film anyways, man. So, like, if this was supposed to be, if Fury Road is supposed to be that film, I think that's what it was going to be, is like Ken would be up on top of the super tanker just going, got me, like chopping fools down while Max was handling the wheel, you know what I mean? But who would you think they would get in an American big budget version of Fist of the North Star to play Kenshiro?
That's what I'm worried about. Back in the day, I always thought that guy, that dude that they got, you remember that series of movies that came out back in the 90s? It was on TV for a brief time. It was called Vanishing Son. You remember that series?
No.
It was about a guy and his brother coming from China, and they were trying to adapt in the United States, and they ended up getting mixed up with gangsters. And in other words, it was like a martial arts, like John Woo type of thing. And it was more like, like it was like a whole play on like A Better Tomorrow and that kind of thing. Well, the lead actor for that, Russell Wong,
I know that name.
Always struck me. He also played the villain in a movie with Jet Li called Romeo Must Die.
Okay, yeah.
I always thought that if he bulked up, and he got ripped, shredded, he could play Kenshiro in an American-made version if they just ever decided to go in that direction. Now, what people don't realize is the beginning. In the beginning, Kenshiro was kind of modeled after Bruce Lee, but as time went on, they sort of adapted Kenshiro, and he started looking more and more like Sylvester Stallone, kind of.
Yeah,
like they were because what happened was, Fist of the North Star started getting massively popular in Italy, like to the point where it was at one point it was like the number one thing in Italy, like it was the best selling manga, best-selling anime, best-selling everything. And this was back in the day when there was no internet. It was huge. So, they started modeling Kenshiro after Sylvester Stallone. He started having he was looked like an Asian Sylvester Stallone. So I don't know. I kind of like nowadays. I don't know who they would get, to tell you the truth, because I think Russell Wong would be too old. Well, thank you, Dan. Thank you for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I guess we couldn't keep his attention with Fist of the North Star. But yeah, I kind of don't know who I would cast now. You got any ideas, Johnny?
Nah, I mean,
I
always
think
go
Ken
to
has
this
to
with
be.
Hollywood, and like, I see Chris Hemsworth. Like that, they just get that
Oh
big motherfucker
no.
play anybody big nowadays. Chris Hemsworth is. He
I
could
could
probably play it all right. You know what I mean? If he taps into like the way he acted in like Extraction, I think he might be able to play Kenshiro decently. But
I could see them getting Hemsworth to play Guts
yeah, he would
for
be
like
He would be
Berserk.
amazing as Guts. He would be
I
pretty
don't think
good.
they would get him. I don't think they'd get him for Kenshiro though. I think they'd go with somebody else. Even if with Kenshiro,
Yeah, they
if
need somebody that could fight. They need a martial artist.
they would get somebody that, even if they got somebody who was slimmer and based the Kenshiro, because it would depend on what era of Kenshiro you were basing it on. If you want to base it on the early Kenshiro, you get an actor that is more like a Bruce Lee type, like a martial artist. If you want something a little bit more, when you want to get further into it, then you go a little bit more along the action star route, where you get a Sylvester Stallone type. But it all just depends on where they decide to do it and how they decide to do the movie. I don't know if it could be successfully done in America these days. I'd be nervous if they tried to make another American live action release. I don't know. I can think of very few American directors, I think, who could pull it off, because you have to have a certain sensibility. You have to do gore, and I'd want them to adapt. To be honest, I'd want them to adapt the manga. I'd want them to do a couple movies where they adapted, certain manga arcs. They could do a whole trilogy where they adapted they could adapt like the main 3 arcs from the manga.
Because like I would prefer to see it as a Japanese production myself. I'd like to see somebody like Ryuhei Kitamura or Miike direct it. I think they would do a great job. And I actually know there's a couple Japanese actors that are on the bigger side that, comparatively speaking, if they cast, typical size Japanese people, these guys do look huge. They will be good as Kenshiro. So like I know they could probably pull that film off very well, and like I would be excited to see that. But yeah, I don't really want to see US production of it again.
I would like it, honestly, to be a world production where they just got actors and actresses from all over the globe. I mean, if you really want to make Fist of the North Star, regardless of who they get to direct it, you got to have an international cast. You can't have, and what I mean is I don't even want them to. What I'd love for them to do, and this is like the big like Fist of the North Star like geek in me, I want to see it to the point where when they have Kenshiro talk, Kenshiro speaks in Japanese. Yeah. When they have Shin speak, I want Shin to speak full on English. When they have Yuria, so you're going to get subtitles every time Kenshiro opens his mouth. You'll get English whenever Shin is talking. You'll get like English when like certain characters are talking, but you base it based on how you cast, based on how they look in the manga. You go strictly off of look so that you can have the best possible.
Well, then I would say that our best bet of getting that is if Korea made it, because Korea's been making films like that a little bit. Like Snowpiercer was filmed like that. Space Sweepers was filmed like that, where they had multi-ethnical cast and everybody just shut up and speak their languages. So yeah, I would be down for a really good Korean production of it as well. I think they could knock it out of the park.
Well, the Koreans did make a series, a Fist of the North Star live action series, and it didn't go off very well. It was actually very, very bad. You can find it on YouTube if you want to check it out. But I'm not going to like show it here or anything, but suffice it to say, it's something that Johnny and I should probably do a watch party of, because it's absolutely hilarious. And Jamie C says last battle on Mega Drive Genesis was Hokuto no Ken Fist of the North Star, a game in Japan, and had blood and heads, which was all censored in last battle. Yeah, last battle continued the tradition of what Sega did initially with Vega.
Genesis, right?
Yeah, that's Sega Genesis. What it is that initially when Sega, back when the Sega Master System came out to compete with Nintendo. It was called the Mark III in Japan, the Master System. And on the Mark III, they had a Fist of the North Star game as well, where he would punch and the characters would explode and all that, just like they do in the regular anime. And what they did was they adapted that game in the United States, in Europe, and they just called it Black Belt. And they essentially took all the Fist of the North Star stuff out of it, and just made
it a generic kung fu game.
Yeah, made it a generic kung fu game, and instead of heads exploding, instead of bodies exploding, it was a lot like Last Battle, where all you do is hit the guy and he just kind of floats off the screen. That's what they did. It was just kind of, but it was a tradition that Sega kind of continued, because I guess they didn't think the West was ready for that type of violence in their video games. So yeah, we didn't get it. You're spot on, Jamie, with Last Battle. I really, really despise Last Battle, and I really, really despise Black Belt. I think Black Belt was an absolute travesty. And to be honest with you, the idea of making the game, if you're going to make a Fist of the North Star game, you got to do it justice. It's like making a Mortal Kombat game and taking all the blood and fatalities out of the game. When you do that, which Nintendo did, you end up alienating the people that are going to play the game, because who wants to play the game when it doesn't have anything in it that made the game popular in the first place? And that's exactly what they did to Fist of the North Star. But the dirty trick that Sega played on us with Fist of the North Star was that, they didn't think anybody knew about Fist of the North Star. So they just made these as generic video games that they could sell to make a quick buck in the United States and Europe. And they didn't even make any references whatsoever to Fist of the North Star. Now, Last Battle's a little bit funny, because if you actually look at the way the game is structured and you look at the character designs, you can kind of still see a little bit of Fist of the North Star in the graphics, in the designs. But as far as the game itself, yeah, they pretty much stripped everything that was great about it that made it Fist of the North Star. If you're going to play Last Battle on Sega Genesis, I highly recommend just playing Hokuto no Ken, which is the Japanese name for Fist of the North Star, and you just play it on your emulated or whatever, and you'll be able to see all the blood. You'll be able to see all the you'll be able to see it and play it like Fist of the North Star. And I think it adapts like the latter parts of the manga, in which Bart and Lynn, or Rin, as she's correctly translated as, are all grown up, and it's about them, trying to keep the Hokuto army going. In Ken's absence, they create this army so that they can keep it alive. And basically, they're like a peace group. They're like a rebellion trying to fight all the tyranny and things that are going on in the world post Ken's disappearance. And then Ken comes back, and all throughout the game, you're Ken, and you're just going from level to level, trying to right the wrongs of society, essentially in the same way that Ken always does. So it's good. And then there was a game that came out later on that for PlayStation and Sega Saturn that did a similar thing. Bart and Lynn were getting married at the beginning of the game, and Ken was gone, and Ken comes for their wedding, and then you get a bunch of villains that are basically carbon copies of the villains from the original Fist of the North Star, but they're like evil like twins of all of the main characters. So you had like an evil twin of Toki, you had an evil twin of Rao, you had an evil twin of Jaggy, which I didn't even think was possible, because Jaggy's one of the most evil characters out there. But with that, I want to welcome somebody else to the panel. I want to welcome Resident Justice. Welcome, RJ. How
RJ,
you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hope everyone's doing well.
Hey, Zod, I have to know though, did these evil versions, did they have goatees like in Star Trek?
They actually look. You know what? They actually look like they pretty much look the same. Like they were like palette swaps of the original characters, but they were just made to look evil. Like kind of like how Toki was made evil during the Amoeba arc. You remember Amoeba?
Yeah.
How Amoeba is basically like a Toki imposter. He's not really Toki, but you get why people would confuse him with Toki when you see him in comparison to Toki. And let's see, ZodWriter, Fist of the North Star was really tricky to put out on live action, and many parts of it will be butchered by censorship. What do you think it would look like made it with today's film technology? That's a great question. If they made a live action movie with today's technology, I would expect it to just be over the top. I would expect it to have all of the violence and gore that you would get in, you'd get in the anime and the manga. But unfortunately, I think they would water it down. Even the new Mortal Kombat movie that they made, yeah, the fatalities were okay, but it wasn't anywhere near as gory and awesome as it should have been. I mean, come on. This Mortal Kombat movie should have been as far as I mean, have you seen some of the fatalities that we get in those games?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Like, I don't know. I for Fist of the North Star, I would be very, very leery of a new live action movie, but I would also be very excited. I'm not going to lie.
Who owns the rights to the live action version? Is like a studio bought the rights to it at all, or?
I believe, and I'm not saying this to be funny, but I think it's actually Warner Brothers.
Yeah, I would say because they are heavily invested in Viz. I would say that Shonen Jump magazine and Viz own the property rights for the most part, aside from whatever Bronson and the artist own. But for the live action, I don't know because dude, you said that HBO made it. I remember watching it on Cinemax all the time when I was a little kid.
Yeah, it was HBO who financed it, and it was a I don't know. I'd have to pull out my old DVD.
They would probably give Warner Brothers first pick because they are heavily invested in Crunchyroll and most things anime. So as a studio, they probably have a closer connection to probably Viz.
Well, they were invested in Crunchyroll before they sold it to Sony, though. They did just do that sell.
Oh,
so, yeah. They're getting out of it.
But it's ironic. It's ironic that there's
worst, though, man.
It's ironic that there's a It's ironic that there's a Crunchyroll section on HBO Max. Just saying, it's ironic to me. I mean, like you said, they did sell it to Sony. So RJ, I highly recommend picking up the first volume of the Fist of the North Star manga now that you're here. I know you read manga. I'd be very interested in what you would think about this, what your take would be on this.
What do you read, man?
Yeah.
I might. You know what? I'm actually gonna get a couple copies for friends. I'm gonna get you a copy, RJ, and I'm gonna just send it your way, man, because I think you should. I really want to see what you think about this. I think this would be something that would be unique because you would have a unique perspective, especially some of the stuff that you're into. So I would be really interested in seeing what you think of it.
It's a piece of history too.
Yeah,
such a piece of history, especially if you're a weeb at all.
Totally. I mean, because I'm really into stuff like Chainsaw Man, for example, and that definitely I don't think you have a manga today like Chainsaw Man without stuff like Berserk or Fist of the North Star. So.
Yeah, no, Fist of the North Star and Go Nagi stuff, Devilman and shit, it was definitely responsible for stuff like Chainsaw Man, which great pick, by the way. That was probably one of the funnest mangas I've read in a long time. New ones, at least.
This is an interesting question. Now, I've seen, what do Japanese people drink? I've seen Fist of the North Star beer for sale in Japan. I'm just saying. I've seen Fist of the North Star beer. I've seen Fist of the North Star wine. I don't know.
Well, shoot, before the pandemic, they had the One Piece theme park over there, like that experience.
I can't imagine a theme park. Speaking of that, Johnny, could you imagine a Fist of the North Star theme park?
Oh, that would be awesome! Yeah, dude, it'd be like a Gallagher show. You'd have to have a plastic sheet because the fake blood would be splattering all over you from the exploding heads. I want to know how they'd fake that. That'd be like hella good prosthetic work right there. But yeah, I'd be down for it. Maybe like a Chuck E. Cheese type show, like we were talking about, like just animatronics, like pow pow, knocking each other around. That'd be cool. I'd watch it for like 5 minutes.
Did they use the guy from American Ninja in the live action one? Neon Sci-Fi? I don't know. I don't remember the American. In there? No, I don't remember him being in there. I don't think he was in there. It's a
shame.
So.
Michael Dudikoff probably should have been in there.
Like, but probably should have.
He probably would have been if they asked. I don't think like it took much to get that guy to be in films. Like he was in a bunch of canon shit. So yeah, I don't see why not.
And Ryan echoes the sentiments of both myself and Johnny. Fist of the North Star, awesome anime. Yes, absolutely. A fantastic anime and an even better manga, I have to say. I'm just disappointed that it's going to take several years for us to get the entire run in English. But I'm just happy that it's finally getting released officially in the United States. Because I don't know about you guys here on the panel, but one thing I hate is reading fan translations of manga that doesn't have an English release.
I won't do it.
Well, it depends. There are some manga that I do enjoy reading that are so brand new, they haven't been picked up by a publisher yet. So if I want to stay caught up on it, I have to go to fan websites. There are some good ones and good fan translation groups, but most of the time, no, the scan quality is very poor.
Yeah. That's what I really mean. I mean, because you're right. They do. You do see that there's a lot of love that goes into some of these scanlations. You can tell that they're fans and they actually take the time. And like, if it wasn't for a fan group known as Heart of Madness, I never would have. And they later, so shout out to those guys. They later went on to become a group called Hokuto no Gun, and they basically created. They basically took a lot of the side story Fist of the North Star mangas that of course were never published in the United States, and fan translated them. So I did get to read those, and I think that every single one of those stories is great. And I wish that they would get a United States release either as well. You like Jaggy? There's a side story about Jaggy that deserves an English release. You got to read the fan translation. I'm the only person who likes
I'm the only person I think that likes Jaggy. But I tried fan scanlations once when Knights of Sidonia was coming out, and then I bought the book and like I read it, and like those people completely made up their own fucking words for the comic. Like it was nowhere near right.
Well, I got a funny story. You guys know JoJo, right?
Of course, yeah.
So they're only just now releasing part 4. Part 4 is wrapping up. They're going to start releasing part 5. So Golden Wind at the time, the fan scanlations were so terrible that's like all anybody could read for like over like 8 years until someone actually redid the translations. Another fan group redid it and made it a lot better. So, because like JoJo's already at like part 8, but there's no official release anywhere. You have to go online to read if you want to like catch up. And they have the colorized versions of it. It's really good, but it's like it's not the official thing, So
yeah,
I being the uber fat Fist of the North Star fan that I am, at the end of 2019, I had purchased an ebook version of Fist of the North Star, and it's essentially a tablet with 2 screens, but it's done in the form of a manga volume, a hardcover manga volume, and you actually have to put batteries in it, but it covers the entire arc, everything translated in English from the beginning of the manga to the end of the manga, and it's sitting on my shelf right now because it was so expensive and it's so ridiculous, the fact that it even exists. I get nervous every time I pull it off the shelf. But I just wanted to mention it because it does cover the entire manga, and it is absolutely beautiful. The artwork just looks Just
going
looks
back
stunning.
to what RJ was saying, though, man, I would love to see a JoJo North Star crossover. Like Kinshiro just bombing around and runs into a Joestar that's alive in the post-apocalyptic era, and like has to fight stands and use his mana and shit. That would be so fun. Or was it mana in the first season?
Oh, it would be great.
Yeah,
it would be great. I'd love to see it too, honestly.
Yeah, because they're both old Shonen Jump like masterpieces. They're like historical things, and much like Fist of the North Star, it took JoJo forever to break in over here, even though it's been like considered a masterpiece in the rest of the world.
It took until like what 2012, 2013, really. I mean, you could argue it took until like 2015, 2016 for really to start exploding here in the United States.
Yeah, it wasn't until Stardust, the anime for Stardust, the third season came out that people actually really started caring about it over here.
Yeah. And I mean, and I absolutely love, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So for me,
well, it's right there with Fist of the North Star, but like it's on its own trip because it's just so kooky. It's so, man, you don't know what the hell's going to happen next, man. There's going to be like a good guy Nazi or like, oh man. And then just like the overt homoeroticism that they just used as just hilarious humor all the way through the series. Just it's great. I love that it's very self-aware of its genre and it plays with it perfectly. And then all the classic rock homages, like everybody's named after like an old rock star or something like that.
Yeah.
You have like Master Tom Petty and AC/DC and Dio
Right,
and shit.
right.
Like
It's awesome.
there's a guy named Ario Speedwagon. That shit's awesome to me, man.
What's up, Truth 31? Good to see you, man. Thank you.
Truth, what is up, brother?
Oh, it's always great to see Truth 31. He's awesome.
You want to hop on here, man? You always welcome, brother.
Yeah, you're always welcome, man. Anybody that wants to hop on, the link is in the description. I know we're talking about something that is kind of off topic for a lot of people, but this is just, something that Johnny and I had to discuss.
Yeah.
We will get into, the Snyder releasing the
Batman
Green Lantern and Batman and all that. We'll get into all that a little bit later, but we had to, start things off with, talking about Fist of the North Star because it's so, my God, like it just doesn't get its due in the United States. And I know in other parts of the world, it's been published. You guys got some beautiful volumes. If you're living in Italy, you've been swimming in Fist of the North Star for decades, but that's not how it is in the United States, unfortunately.
I want to learn how to say it in Italian. I bet it sounds like
I actually was watching the movie dubbed in Italian on YouTube the other day, and I was amazed at how entertaining it was. I'm sitting there like, yeah, this sounds great. I'm like, they were really, the voice actors were really getting into it, man. It was like, yep. I could just see why like it's taken off in Italy. So so it's so popular out there. What's up, Snyder Steppenwolf? Good to see you. And Ketsuka Truth. Yes, Truth. All right, and we got Belle Reeve. What's up, Belle? Zod coming through to say hello. I'm taking a break from YouTube, so hopefully I can jump on your next panel. Have a good night. Smash that like button, guys. Belle, your streams are always the bomb. So, whenever you get back to streaming, and you're always welcome here. You are awesome, And Johnny likes you too, Belle. So it's not just me.
Oh yeah,
not just me.
The last episode was a trip, but like you were definitely one of the highlights of it. That's
absolutely. I love Belle. Belle's amazing, and I really appreciate you being here too today, RJ. That's great that you could make it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know when I know that when, especially on this show, when I start nerding out and talking about manga, people tend to tune out. But the thing is like Johnny's a big manga guy, a big indie comics guy. And so I kind of, and we just happen to have that passion in common for Fist of the North Star. So it's like something that we all, that we always will talk about a lot off air and stuff. Johnny, I just want to see you dedicate a graphic vandalism video to Fist of the North Star.
I would, but like I like
cutting
to
up
tell.
pieces of the manga and like I mean I'm sitting here like salivating thinking about that.
I totally can now because there's actually I usually only make videos when I can tell my people to go and like where they can buy it, when it's something that's readily available. And like the manga actually has not been. The anime is actually really scarce, even though Discord puts it out. It's a pain in the ass to get a hold of. So yeah, I mean like now that it's actually having its day in the sunshine, Viz is putting it out. Yeah, I would say like probably around when Volume 3 comes out at the end of the year, I'll do another anime episode, probably talk about Chainsaw Man this and something else because like yeah
do like Fist of the North Star and Violence Jack in the same episode, dude.
Oh yeah, like I just finished reading Devilman versus Hades, which was fucking good, dude. Like that's when he goes to hell after the end of the original series.
Oh yeah.
So fucking good, dude. If you're like a Go Nagai fan like I am, I love that really edgy old school anime, really over the top shit, like my jam right there. Like I know you love Fist of the North Star, but yeah, I like Devilman and stuff slightly better personally.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, Fist of the North Star, I think the reason why I love it so much is because I can go so far back in my life as a child loving this so much. Like I feel like even for me, like, because like growing up as a kid, my favorite anime was Akira. The movie was my favorite thing. I had it on videotape. I had it like 3 different ways. I had it English. I had it in Japanese with English subtitles. I had it pan and scan, which is basically full frame English dubbed, and I had it in widescreen English dubbed. And the thing about Akira was like that was. Growing up, it was what I was all about. I loved that anime. I always wanted to watch it, and that's what like got me so into it. But like right next to that was Fist of the North Star, and I ended up like, loving Fist of the North Star more than anything else. I just don't know, it's just like growing up, it just became more and more interesting to me. And then when it became apparent that there was an actual animated series in addition to that movie, I was like in heaven when I found that out. Like, oh my God, there's an animated series, and you could, and like, because once you check out the animated series, you realize that then you start to really realize, like, oh my God, there's so much more depth to this. There's so much more to this, and then the manga just blows your mind, and you're just like, okay, well, we're good. I'm just
so jealous of the kids, man. I mean, they got Crunchyroll. They got all these like really neat subscription services. I remember how hard it was. I didn't even know it was called anime until I was like almost in my teens. We called it Japanimation when I was a kid. You know what I mean? And like that's even what they called it at the video store when I'd go and rent it. When I was lucky enough to be able to find shit like Bubblegum Crisis and the few things that were released over here. I remember the original Appleseed movie. Which is so
and
good.
Simon points out here for anyone who wants to watch Fist of the North Star, the movie, the animated movie, it's free on the Tubi app. So if you have the Tubi app, you can watch Fist of the North Star, the movie version for free, the movie from 1986.
I have 3 copies of the DVD. I could probably give one away on
the show. I got the official DVD from the Japanese DVD when it was first released on DVD in Japan, because it also came with the English dub, the Region 2 Japanese DVD. And then I got the first DVD when Discotech released it on DVD, and I sold that because then Discotech came out with the Blu-ray. So now I have the Blu-ray, the Discotech, and then I have a bootleg version of it on DVD too that's like in widescreen and has some different stuff in it that wasn't in the version that came out.
I have the Manga Entertainment DVD. I have a bootleg, and then you sent me one of the Streamline.
Yeah, copies. I sent you the Streamline one, which I really liked. I really like the Streamline one. I got to be honest. The Streamline one is good because it literally will take you back to
Yeah,
that time.
it looks like it's ripped from the VHS. It has those really, really ugly colors. It wasn't quite remastered right, and I love old anime that looks like that. It's like
I've
how I
still
like
got
my
the manga.
old horror.
That's why I kept my what's it called? What was the name of that company? Urban Vision, when they put out Vampire Hunter D.
Oh,
That's
man.
why I kept my Urban Vision copy of Vampire Hunter D, because that has the original English dub on it, and it has the muted colors, and it has that old horror movie anime look like you were talking about. Because if you watch Vampire Hunter D now, yeah, it's on Blu-ray, and
They redubbed it though?
it looks beautiful, but they redubbed it. Like, how do you redub Vampire Hunter D? That would be like redubbing Fist of the North Star. How do you
one of the
do
few
that?
old movies that has a really good dub too. Like I remember,
Yeah.
that
Why
was like
would
actually
you
one of
redub
the
it?
first anime movies I saw. They used to show that on Sci-Fi Channel when it was a brand new thing. I remember watching that, Linsman and Robot Carnival by Otomo, which was
Yes.
just like a great 3-parter thing that they used to show all the time. And then they showed Dominion Tank Police too, which was always one of my favorites.
Yeah, Dominion Tank Police, Dirty Pair, Professional Go-Go 13,
Yep, all
Lily
the
Cat,
classics.
Wicked City. What were some of the other Streamline ones? Streamline had Doom Megapolis.
Yeah.
Streamline had a lot of classic anime. Eight Man After. The problem is
Dark Side Blues.
Yes, Dark Side Blues. But the problem is, that's what I don't understand about that Vampire Hunter D Blu-ray. It's the most beautiful Blu-ray. So what I did was I ripped the Blu-ray. This is what I did. I ripped the Blu-ray because I wanted to add it to my Plex account, but I didn't want to add it to my Plex account without that English dub. So what I did was I synced the English dub. I used a muxing program, and I synced the English dub from the Urban Vision DVD to the Blu-ray video source, and added in that audio track. So now I can watch it remastered with the with the original English language track.
What's your opinion on Bloodlust? Did you like the sequel? I thought it was bitchin'. I mean, it's a completely different animal, but
listen, it is amazing. I'm still waiting on the Vampire Hunter D, on the new Vampire Hunter D series we're supposed to be getting. But I put that in the same category as the new Akira animated series we're supposed to be getting.
I totally forgot that was even a thing, honestly.
What?
The new Akira that's coming out.
What's your opinion on Akira? You've seen Akira, haven't you?
Yes, this has been a very, very long time, but it's a classic for a reason. I mean, it's iconic. I mean,
you read the comic?
No, I only ever watched the movie, but it is on my radar to read the actual manga eventually.
Oh my god!
Okay. Well, see, that's what me and Todd want the animated series so much, because the manga is just so much more. Like the movie is great. It's this nice little truncated.
It's like Fist of the North Star. It's like Fist of the North Star, basically. The Akira movie and Fist of the North Star are the same animal. Like, they're truncated versions of their source material, but it's just good enough to get you into all this other stuff while being a masterpiece at the same time. It's insane. I can't tell you how much I love the Akira movie, but then when I read the manga, I'm like, my mind was blown. Same thing.
You're
with
like,
Fist of the North Star.
Akira was actually a character? Like, wow.
Yeah. And not only that, all the stuff with Kaneda. Look, all I know for sure is that that manga is very political. That manga has a lot of really crazy overtones, a lot of environmental messages. I mean, the manga is crazy, and it's very, very relevant in today's society. I would, the Tokyo Olympics getting canceled and all that stuff. Akira is a masterpiece. Whether you watch the movie or you read the manga or you whatever you do, it is just insane. And speaking of classic manga, they uncovered, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but they uncovered a prototype for the Sega Genesis version of Akira, of the video game.
Oh, really?
And basically, it's unfinished. It definitely needs work. But it does allow you to like explore like some of the levels and stuff. And it has one of the greatest opening introduction screens I've ever seen for a video game. I mean, it just screams Akira. It's got the Akira music, the actual official
movie
music.
has one of the greatest soundtracks ever, dude.
Bumping with that soundtrack. That's why I tell people I tell people you haven't seen Akira until you've watched it in Japanese with English subtitles. And I tell people you have to watch it that way.
On weeb there, Zod. Jeez,
I tell people you have to get into it that way just because of how much better the sound is on that track. That track is the music is just bumping. The voice tracks are just crisp and perfect. And and unfortunately I don't feel like you get that. You don't get that dynamic range with the English dub tracks. Because unfortunately, just like they did with Vampire Hunter D, they redubbed Akira as well.
Yeah, but a long time ago. I was like used to it. I remember I watched it once on Sci-Fi Channel with the old Streamline dub, and I remember thinking it was okay. But like from now on, I hear the Vash the Stampede guy as Kaneda's voice. You know what I mean? That's kind of just like how it is.
Oh yeah. God, I'm blanking out his name. Johnny on Bosch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have a soft spot in my heart for the Streamline dub. I absolutely adore that version because that was the version that I had growing up. And again, I got to interview Jan Rapson, who was the voice of Tetsuo in the original Streamline dub, and I really, to me, it doesn't get any better than that dub, and I love that dub. So whenever I watch Akira, I either watch it in the original with the original Japanese track, or I watch it with the Streamline dub. I don't hate the 2001 dub that came out from Pioneer. I think that dub was nice and it was serviceable because I remember back when they remastered that and put it out, when they released it on DVD for the first time.
It was impossible to get before that release came out.
You had to get it on VHS. But what it was that it had a theatrical run. It had a limited theatrical run, and when they put it in theaters, my cousin and I went to see it at this little theater in Chicago known as the Music Box Theater. And when they had it at the Music Box Theater, I was all excited to go watch it, and I didn't realize that it didn't have the original Streamline dub. It had the new, dub with, Vash, and it just took me out of the movie because at that point I was so used to seeing it with the Streamline dub that I just couldn't. It was like when I watched the Vampire Hunter D with the remaster with the new dub. The new dub for Vampire Hunter D is not bad.
So who do they got? They got like all the Funimation guys. They got all the My Hero Academia.
I'm going to be honest with you.
On there.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. I don't really recognize the voices, but I will say this: it's a good dub. It actually is. It's decent. It's not a bad dub. There's nothing annoying about it. I didn't hate it the way I hated the Akira redub, but the only reason I hated the Akira redub was because I was so used to the other dub. But with Vampire Hunter D, it was just off-putting because I don't know, they didn't have to make that dub because, like you said, the Streamline dub was actually very well done, so it really didn't make sense for them to do a new English dub. But I kind of understand why companies are doing this now. They want to own that version of the dub, so that's why they.
Well, a lot of old dubs suck. I mean, the Akira ones, like anything from old Streamline doesn't. But I'll tell you what, like I think the original Ghost in the Shell movie should get redubbed, at least with the standalone complex voice cast, because like I love that movie, but I watch it in Japanese every time.
I'm surprised it never happened.
English voice acting in that.
Bro, I'm surprised that hasn't happened. I'm actually, with as many times as Ghost in the Shell has been released, I'm surprised they've never redubbed it.
Especially with how popular their standalone complex voice cast is. They had them do the dub for part 2, so I don't see. And those were both released by Manga Entertainment. I don't know who owns them now.
I don't understand it myself. I sit here and I think about it like that. Like why haven't they redubbed Ghost in the Shell? Now, don't get me wrong. Okay, the first time I watched Ghost in the Shell, I watched it English dubbed. But like you, Johnny, after hearing that dub, when I watch Ghost in the Shell, I watch it subtitled every time.
The lady that got to play the do the Major's voice is terrible. I feel like I'm floating, like I'm sinking to the bottom. She's got like this nasally voice, and I'm just like, that's not how the Major sounds. Did you watch?
She kind of, you know what? She kind of sounds like one of my junior high school math teachers. That's why I didn't like her, because she kind of had that, like you said, the nasally voice, and she reminded me of someone I knew, and it was psychological for me. So watching that movie with that voice was not cool. Now, I also seen Ghost in the Shell at that same theater, and when I seen it in that theater, when it actually does have that, it did have that in that nasally English dub. So I'm with you. I'm not really. The 3 animes that I seen in the theater were Wings of Honiamis, Akira, and Ghost in the Shell. And, you know, all 3 of them were nice theatrical experiences, but I didn't like the dub for Akira, and I didn't like the dub for Ghost in the Shell.
I've only seen Redline, which was amazing. Like,
I wish I seen Redline in theaters.
But you ain't seen shit unless you've seen Redline in the theater. And I saw the Cowboy Bebop movie, which is decent,
tonight after this show, I'm gonna put on my Oculus and I'm gonna watch Redline in a movie theater, because you just reminded me. That's an experience I've never had, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that, Johnny. You got a big idiot screen. I'm gonna go ahead and just watch it, like, because again, you know, I really do love Redline. I think Redline's pretty good. What about you, RJ? Have you seen any animes in theaters?
Yeah, I have actually. I watched both My Hero Academia movies in theaters, and and just a couple weeks back in April, actually, I saw the Demon Slayer movie in theaters.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. That was awesome. Cool. It was a great movie too.
That's the top selling like anime movie ever in theaters, right? Like, didn't it blow up the records?
It broke the record for highest grossing movie of all time in Japan. Yes, it beats.
I actually forgot about another one I seen in theaters. I saw Macross Plus.
Oh wow.
Which
one of the few good ones. So
which actually, yeah, the movie version of Macross Plus, which was, you know, surprisingly well done. Yeah, but that was subtitled. That was subtitled in Japanese, strangely, the version I seen. So you know, one I would love to actually see, a Macross that I would actually love to see in theaters would be Macross 2. I'd love to see
Demon City Shinjuku in theaters. I think that
would God, dude, if that happens, we gotta meet up and go together and watch it, man. That would be insane. I would love to see that in theaters. That movie is like, that's another masterpiece. And have you seen Venus Wars?
Me?
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. It's basically Redline, but with motorcycles.
There was a recent Blu-ray release, brand new Blu-ray release of Venus Wars. Luckily, I held on to my Discotheque DVD version of it, because the Blu-ray release that just came out, brand new, just came out like a month or so ago, and I'm still waiting on my copy. I won't get it until like sometime next month, but it's got a brand new English dub. So I'm nervous. I'm like, and it doesn't include the original English dub. So I'm nervous, man. I'm like, you know what? I don't know. I love the original English dub for Venus Wars. Bob Sessions was one of my all-time favorite anime voice actors at the time. He was great. He has a great role in the movie. He plays Gary in the movie. I just don't know if I can watch Venus Wars in English and not hear Bob Sessions as Gary. I don't know if I can do it. I'm nervous, man. I'm like, why do they keep doing this? Why do they keep redubbing classic anime? What is going on here? It's so crazy.
Especially ones with the good ones, because you keep talking about the redubbing Streamline and Urban Vision ones, and those ones actually had good dubs. There were a lot of crap animes with bad dubs, but like most of them weren't put out by those two companies. Like especially Streamline, they really wanted to introduce anime as like a proper form of animation over here, and they try to present their things as well as like Disney or Don Bluth shit, you know what I mean? Like I know how you feel. Luckily for me, my favorite anime from Streamline, I don't have to worry about because it's never going to get re-released ever because the rights are in hell. But
talking about Craig Freeman. Lensman.
Get ruined, and I'm always going to have that perfect dub to it that I'm not going to have to worry about again.
Everybody's got a copy of Lensman sourced off of that Laserdisc version. That's like the best copy that anybody has because it's never going to get a Blu-ray release. It's never going to get anything. Like you said, it's terrible that it's never going to happen.
Because it's one of the best, dude. It's such a good movie.
It's one of the greatest. It's one of the greatest animes of all time, and it just gets no love. I have you ever seen Lensman, RJ?
No, I've not. No.
Oh man, yeah, you gotta check it out. It's awesome.
It used to be on YouTube for free. That's where I ripped it from, and that's where my copy. I have the old VHS of it, but like, yeah, I ripped it off of YouTube though.
And guess where the YouTube is sourced from? The old Laserdisc.
Yeah, the Laserdisc. Yeah, because it's nice and clean. There's no buzz to it, so yeah, there's no way it was pulled from the VHS.
No, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful copy, and it's fine. That's why it's okay. It's okay to watch it like that because it's fine. It's the best source you're ever going to get. I don't know who has the rights to it now. I don't even think any company does. That's why they don't. It's never been re-released.
The family of the American guy who wrote the Lensman books, because it's one of the old school space opera book series alongside like John Carter. They hated the anime so much that like, yeah, I guess. They took all rights and said that nobody can make it, and I think that they lose their control over it, and it goes into public domain in 2030 is what a video I saw said about the Lensman movie. So they might re-release it then, or Japan might
2030 it'll get a Criterion Blu-ray release.
It belongs on Criterion. It's that good of a space opera, man. Like, and it's one of the first movies that ever had CG animation, and it looks so good, especially the last fight with the Boscone Emperor. Like, man, that's so badass.
Hello, Leroy Kong. Thank you, man, for being here. Appreciate you, bro. You got a great YouTube channel. Anybody, if you're not subscribed, you should subscribe to Leroy. He's got some great stuff going on. And Igor says Wicked City theme park would be better.
Yeah. Watch out for the spider ladies.
Yeah, Igor, a Wicked City theme park would be like something out of like hell itself. And could you imagine being guided around by like Giuseppe as like your little tour guide? Oh my God. Now Wicked City, speaking of multiple English dubs, Wicked City is another movie that has a great streamlined English dub and then got a Canadian English dub and then got and then I got a release on Blu-ray, and I think on Blu-ray when Discotek released it, if I'm not mistaken, I think it comes with all three dubs. It comes with the Japanese.
Which one was the Urban Vision unrated DVD version dub? Was that the Canadian one, probably?
No, I think that was the streamlined dub.
Okay.
Most of the sources for like the DVDs and the Blu-rays use the streamlined dub. but the Canadian dub is like an additional.
That's
dub
the
that
one
they,
I have is the unrated DVD version.
Yeah, I think
Urban
that's the
Vision put out.
streamline. Yeah, Urban Vision used the streamline dub. So, and I think it was, and you should use the streamline dub.
Yeah, because they really
let's be
did put
honest.
quality stuff out. Like I said, they were trying to make anime as appetizing to American people as, like, say, Disney or like Warner Brothers Animation at the time. You know what I mean? So they really did put good voice acting and stuff to work in it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Igor mentions another phenomenal anime. If you haven't seen it,
don't
Ninja
watch the show
Scroll.
though. Just stick to the movie. The show sucks.
Yeah, stick to the movie. Unfortunately, the show kind of goes off on its own thing and does its own thing. I don't know.
You want to see a good version of the Ninja Scroll show? Watch one called Basilisk. That one's badass. It's basically kind of the same story about the Koga and the Iga Ninja going against each other. Much better than the Ninja Scroll show, in my opinion.
It just doesn't get any better than that movie. I mean,
No.
I know that movie is, again, kind of like what we were talking about earlier, like truncation, where they just take, they take elements and stuff from the mangas and from the different things and kind of make an amalgam and do a movie. But for Ninja Scroll, it just completely works.
Well, I never seen anything animated like that when I was a kid, and I'd already seen like Vampire Hunter D and a few things from the same director. But like when he came out with Ninja Scroll and like the beasts and just the way they moved and everything, like that thing was just so high quality. It was just so amazing, for the time. It's reason why it won all those awards at all the anime festivals the year it came out, because it really is like it's like red line of its time. You know what I mean?
Wicked City theme park, that can't be for kids. No, it wouldn't be for kids.
Why not? They got to learn about that shit somehow. I was like 11 when I watched Wicked City the first time. All right, so we could at least let 11-year-olds in.
Yes, Igor, we did. We were just talking about Lensman.
Dude,
Lensman's
that's
fantastic.
My favorite. Yeah,
Lensman is fantastic. Yes. And we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Berserk. Because Berserk is fantastic.
Rest in peace, Kenshiro Miura. Man,
yeah.
We lost him just
RJ, how do you feel about Berserk? Have you gotten into Berserk?
A little bit. I kind of missed the boat on that a little bit. It's one of those things that's on like a list of things I'm like getting to. Like I'm working my way through a lot of stuff, but yeah. I mean, I've caught glimpses of it. I mean, it's iconic for a reason. It's something that everyone should read at least once in their lifetime, or at least watch in their lifetime too. So.
It's the pinnacle of dark fantasy, in my opinion. Like, nothing touches it. People can take their Game of Thrones and jump off a cliff with it, man. It'll never be as badass as Berserk was.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, and here we go. We've got Ketsuka92 saying, I'd like to see Zach tackle a live-action Fist of the North Star. Well, yeah, you and me both. But the problem is, Zach has people championing him to do a live action version of Dragon Ball Z, and I will hope and pray that doesn't happen.
That would be so awesome, because that'll piss everybody off, because he'll do a dark, moody fucking Dragon Ball Z about like a Goku that doesn't want to eat ever. You know what I mean? He'd piss all the fans off worse than the Evolution guy. So maybe Zach should do it.
Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, Johnny, you kind of convinced me. Let him do it, and you and I'll actually like it. It's like, you know what?
He'll turn it into Fist of the North Star instead of what Dragon Ball Z is. It's like Fist of the North Star for babies. Like, yeah. But I honestly, to tell you the truth, now that I think about it, you bring Zach up, I could actually see Cavill playing a pretty good Kenshiro. He's really good at that quiet Solon type. You know what I mean? They'd have to teach him how to fight, but I think if Keanu could learn, so could Cavill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have him train with Scott Adkins or something for a while, man. He'd probably be pretty good.
And it says, have you ever played Onimusha games?
Oh, hell yeah.
I really wish someone would pick the story on live action material, either series or movies. Yeah.
I would love to see an anime about Samanosuke, man. Especially, what was it, part 2 that had Jin Rano in it?
Yeah.
Like, that was so awesome that they actually put Jin Rano in like a fucking Capcom game. That was so gangster.
That would be awesome.
I just hope it will be better than that. Was it the Devil May Cry anime we got, where they just turned Dante into a ninja turtle? He just ate pizza and killed demons really easily. I'm like, that's not how the game goes. I played the first one. It is really fucking hard to kill all the demons.
When they want a blueprint of how to make a proper anime out of a video game, look no further than Castlevania. That's all I got to say.
Speaking of Castlevania, the team behind that's doing a Devil May Cry show. That's one of their next projects, actually.
Oh, really?
And here's my thing about the team behind Castlevania. The next Castlevania anime they're doing is going to be an adaptation of Rondo of Blood with Richter Belmont as the lead. I cannot wait.
Oh, so they're going to do the spinoffs too. They're going to. Was it going to be a movie for that, or is it going to be?
It's going to be a series. It's going to be a series, and they're going to basically adapt Rondo of Blood, and Rondo of Blood is my favorite Castlevania game of all time. So I am like super stoked. I think that it's about time, that Richter get his due on, because Richter's appearing right now, isn't he? Isn't Richter in Smash Brothers, RJ?
Yeah, I believe he is. Yes.
And they got him, and again, they, there's various, and actually, Limited Run Games announced that they're actually releasing Rondo of Blood in English for the classic, TurboGrafx 16 system. They announced that the other day. The video game's actually going to get a CD release for that system. So that's kind of cool, because it never happened in the United States. The game was available in Japan for many, many years, and they never released it here. So they're gonna finally do that, and that's gonna work. That's gonna tie in very well with, when they do that new Castlevania series. So yeah, I'm on board for anything that team does, RJ.
Yeah,
so the Devil May Cry series that they do, I'll be watching, because that's gonna be brilliant.
And need some retribution, man. We need a good Devil
Speaking
May Cry.
of Netflix, I'm just curious, how are you guys feeling about the One Piece live action and the Cowboy Bebop live action they're doing over there?
I don't like One Piece at all. Never been a fan. Never got into it. Cowboy Bebop, I'll have to wait and see the trailer. See what it looks like, what it's doing. But if it comes out looking like Death Note, I'm gonna be pissed. But I don't know. I love Cowboy Bebop. I am one of those people that think that it is one of the best, if not the best of all time. It is such a good show. But yeah, I'm willing to accept lots of neat things, because Netflix also put out a movie that was very similar to it and Outlaw Star, a Korean film called Space Sweepers. It's probably my favorite movie of the year, and maybe they can rub some of that magic off onto the Cowboy Bebop movie, and it could actually look the way it's supposed to. So I don't know. Like, it depends on what they do, who they get to do it. I just hope Adam Wingard is well and far away from that project.
Oh my God! Yeah, they need to let that guy keep making his Godzilla versus Kong sequels, and leave him away from anime live action.
But as for Netflix anime go, I've been a fan since Jump Street. Like I said, I'm a huge Knights of Sidonia fan, and that's their first original anime they had. Then they brought Dorohedoro, which is my favorite manga ever. They got that running right now. So yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of the stuff that Netflix does with anime. So I hope their live action shit for anime can kind of pick up, and they can make amends for that whole Death Note snafu, because I'm pretty sure they saw the error.
The rumor is that the Death Note sequel is going to be more true to the source material. So I don't know.
They killed L. That means it's just going to be about N and M, and that's the worst part of the source material anyway. So if they make that film, I don't even want to watch it.
I don't even know what that means when they say they're going to make it closer to the source material, considering what they did. Unless they completely forget about the first film that they did and start again. Maybe that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, part 2 be a reboot, a soft reboot type thing, like Ghostwriter 2. Maybe they'll get Nicolas Cage to play Light. That'd be great. Or
at this point, why not?
Or Light's dad. I could see Nicolas Cage as Light's dad.
That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. Just to see Nicolas Cage's face when it's revealed, that Light is Kira. Yeah. Spoilers for anybody that doesn't know.
He picks the book up. How do you not know that he's the guy that's killing? Okay, but that's funny. Spoiler. Somebody actually does ever get mad about that.
Yeah,
But
well,
then again,
somebody will get mad about it because there are people out there like that, man. I mean,
yeah, when I was still on Facebook, man, there was this guy that got mad at me because I said that how not Search for Spock, but Wrath at Khan ended. And I'm like, dude, that movie is older than I am. It's a full year older than I am. Like, if you didn't see it by now, that's your problem. I didn't spoil shit. That thing's a piece of history. Like, it's like, do you know that Darth Vader's Luke's dad? Because, like, I hate to break that one to you while I'm at it.
that's what you start doing when for people like that. You just start, listing common, very common movie spoilers. You just start, just rattling them off for people. Give more people a reason to hate you. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh, Steins Gate, yes, man, that
See,
is one of my favorites
we
ever.
were actually supposed to do a show talking about Steins Gate, but nobody wanted to. Nobody cared, so we just didn't do it.
Katsuya can hop on. We can talk about all kinds of John Teeter love, Worldline love, just how awesome the character of what's his name, dude. Oh man, I can't believe I forgot the mad scientist main guy, dude. He is probably one of my favorite characters of all time. Just his emotional change, how he starts as such a silly character and how serious and just how tragic of a character he becomes by almost the end of the show when he keeps having to watch his friend die over. Oh my god, dude, Steins Gate is unbelievably good. And yeah, if they do a live action movie for that, they better not fuck that up either, because like you could make an amazing film of that, but I could also see how they could ruin it too.
Yep. I'm with you there 100%. And Igor says Akira is still so beautiful today. Batman Ninja came close in some of the artwork in different parts. Yeah, Batman Ninja was nice.
You know why, right? Akira was actually animated at the same frame rate that films are made. Most other animated things run about 8 to 12 frames per second. They went 24 frames of animation a second in Akira, which is incredible. Nobody animates their shit like that. And that's why that movie will always look so glorious and better than anything else, because even my favorite film, Redline, I don't think animated that frame rate per second.
Yeah.
Actually, funny story. So the animation company that did Akira, TMS, they actually animated some episodes of Batman the Animated Series. They only work on select episodes, but the episodes they did are really good.
Batman Ninja was really cool. It had some great parts. I just wish that they didn't get the Gurren Lagann guys to do it, and I wish it had a bit of a more serious focus than them making big mech castles that fight each other in feudal Japan. Because the whole part with the Red Hood finding Joker and Harley Quinn like living out in the woods, and they were trying to be like normal Japanese farmers because they forgot who they were.
Johnny, you're spoiling Batman Ninja for people.
That was so good, and then like all of a sudden it gets back to like, oh no, the Penguin's got a mech and Poison Ivy's got a mech, and I was just like, what?
Yeah, that's kind of something similar that I was disappointed with that new Netflix anime Yasuke, about the African who became a samurai. I was like, this would be so cool if they didn't make this like super fantastical. They really didn't like need to throw in some of that stuff like that. But that's like more like a personal nitpick for me.
I'll have to check that one out. That's kind of the same problem I had with Afro Samurai, which is another one about it, like a really kind of cool manga that was getting a little ethnic with itself, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, why are there like exploding monks and a teddy bear cyborg? Like, what the fuck is going on with this show? Like, I don't know if you ever saw that one, but
I've heard of Afro Samurai. It's just one of those things I haven't actually watched yet.
It's cool, man. Sam Jackson's in it, so. It's got that. And Ron Perlman. RZA does the music, so it's gangsta.
And Igor says original Vampire Hunter D is a staple of my collection. I agree. You doesn't, it's essential to anybody that likes old school anime. And Simon here asks, what's the difference between the movie and Fist of the North Star series? Well, the 1986 movie kind of truncates some things and just kind of gives you a little bit here and there, but the series, the anime, gives you a lot more depth and you actually get to know a lot of these characters and get to see more of what they're about. So
both
like
are must watch stuff though.
Both are incredible. Like the movie complements the series so beautifully that you watch the movie and then you're instantly a fan and you're ready for the TV show. So yeah, it's great stuff. And then Igor says, this is why I keep VHS.
Yeah, that and to watch old trashy horror films. Like I cannot watch some of my favorite old horror films like on Blu-ray. They have to be on my old pan and scan TV on VHS. That's just how they look proper, in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally understand that.
Yeah, I mean, like some people, it's hard for them to get. I just have like my old ones and stuff. Like I bet you to try to find one for like you kids, it'd probably be a pain in the ass to track down. But yeah, it's definitely a aesthetic. You know what I mean? Some people really dislike the old pixelated TVs, but I don't know. It's just how TV looked for the longest part of my life. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I have no idea where Zod went. That's pretty crazy. So. Man, besides Chainsaw Man, what else you been reading lately, man? I want to hear about your manga.
I mean, most of it's stuff in the Shonen Jump app. So I've been reading mostly My Hero Academia, reading that weekly. Man, that series has gotten insane in so many ways. I cannot spoil, but once like this latter half of the anime season starts, it's like a nonstop roller coaster where it's nothing but highs and peaks, you know. Because that series has just like completely transformed itself into something really unique and different than what it was before. So
nice. Yeah, I've been watching it from get-go, and yeah, I wasn't too impressed with the first season, and my friends who read it, they kept telling me keep going, and they were right. By the end of season 3, I was pretty hooked. Once my favorite character twice got introduced, I was just like, yeah, I finally have a favorite character in this bitch. But I also like the hero killer too. I think he is a pretty good character.
I'll say this: if you're a fan of Twice, you're going to be very happy with the anime going forward. I'll just say that.
Oh yeah, they definitely. I haven't started the newest season yet, but I really want to. They gave him a whole episode at the end of season 3, I believe. So I figured he was definitely gonna like kind of be a big part. Otherwise, they wouldn't have. Plus, like he's got that whole Deadpool thing going for him, which
Yeah, well, yeah. It's not really a spoiler. I mean, I guess I could say like there is a entire arc in the manga that happened about 2 years ago. The anime's finally going to adapt in the next half of the season, where it's basically they call it the arc's called My Villain Academia. It is entirely focused on the villains. It's a villain centric arc, about a good like 20 or so chapters. It's like dedicated to the villains doing something, and it's absolutely incredible. It's like really, 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 really good.
Hell yeah. Right on. Then yeah, I'm definitely looking even more forward to checking that out because like I'm not the hugest fan of shonen stuff. Like it can be really good or it can fail badly, but like aside from the character Bakugo, like I pretty much love everybody on My Hero Academia. I even like young Midoriya, which is kind of odd because I usually don't like main shonen characters, but even he's kind of, a really neat character. And
just wait until you get into what the manga's doing right now, man. They took him to another level again.
Well, cool. I was happy when they finally got rid of the whole breaking his arms all the time thing and got him into kicking and actually made him a really interesting character finally. I was just like, right on. It's about damn time because he's been a cute character, but now he's actually a useful character in his own story. So that's neat finally.
Right. Yeah, like once you catch up with this latest season, it's just like they make a creative choice that might seem weird at first, but it pays off so big in so many ways later on. It's like really, really good. Because I was a manga reader since like 2018. So I remember when they did that when Horikoshi did that creative choice, we're like, oh no, he's going to ruin the story. It's like, nope. He didn't. It all worked out in the end. He just didn't even realize.
Hell yeah. I actually haven't got to see the second movie yet, man. Is it as good as the first one? How would you rate it?
I think it's a little bit better than the first one, actually. I think it's really good. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulties. What did I miss?
We were talking about My Hero just to fill in for you. I got RJ to talk about some of the stuff that he reads, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, okay, cool. And Igor mentions another classic here. Johnny, you wanna cover this one a little bit?
Yeah, the anime that I didn't know that they made psychological dramatic animes before this one. It really got me into a whole different echelon of stuff. And yeah, man, I remember when I first got into it because I really wasn't into anime because like Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon were huge at the time and I hated that shit. But I had this girlfriend and she was like, "Dude, watch this stuff with me." And I'm like, "But I don't like Pokemon." She's like, "I don't like Pokemon. Watch this." And I was like, "Okay, fine." So I watched Neon Genesis. I watched Cowboy Bebop and Trigun with her. And I remember being like, "Man, I don't like this mech crap," like I was being a dick. But by the time if the show stopped pretending to be a mech anime and got into all the David Lynch surrealism, and you learn that it's actually about like the creator himself having a mental breakdown, it's incredible, and it like really got me interested into looking up things like animes like Kino's Adventure and Paranoia Agent, Boogie Pop Phantom, like all those really weird psychological animes, Serial Experiments Lane, Technolize, Ergo Proxy. Like they just blow my mind, and I can't believe that it's just this huge form of entertainment over there that you don't really hear of as a genre here. It's kind of looked over, and Evangelion is the only one most people know, but if you like it, there is a vast library of shows and books just like it that'll blow your goddamn mind open.
Yeah, it is wonderful. It is wonderful, and I sympathize with you about dating someone and trying to get into the type of anime that they're in. Because I had a girl I was dating, and her favorite. Her favorite anime was, oh my God, what was the name of it? Oh my God, I can't even think of it. Oh yeah, Naruto. And I'm going to tell you right now, like this Naruto stuff. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Maybe this is a hot take, but I think My Hero Academia is a much better version of Naruto because it fixed problems with Naruto.
Right. You're probably right. I cannot argue with you there, RJ.
No, because the creator was inspired by Naruto because that was the shonen he was reading as a kid, right? But it's like he fixed all the problems that Naruto had and made it like a lot better. Like he took like the base structure.
But that show went on. That show went on forever. Isn't that still on to this day? Naruto.
No, there's a spin-off.
No, it's about his kid now. Burrito.
Yeah,
it's about Burrito.
Yeah,
Burrito and the flaming sauce, huh?
Yeah, it's not very good. So.
Yeah, even the hardcore Naruto fans know shit on that show.
And Katsuka, we touched on this. Yeah. Demon City Shinjuku is a classic. It's wonderful. By the way, RJ, any of these animes that we're mentioning that you don't, that you're not aware of, just know that you should definitely check all of these out. Like they are.
Oh no, totally.
Fantastic. They are classic.
So maybe he'll give you the link to that so you could watch them for free.
Oh yeah. You can watch them all on my Plex account. I've got them all. And they're all up. I mean, I've even got the version of Wicked City I was talking about with the multiple English dub tracks. So you can watch it with the Canadian dub if you want, or you can watch it with the original streamlined dub.
Hey, check it out, eh? There's like a hoser.
It's funny because it doesn't even. You know what's funny about it? They don't sound like Canadians in the Canadian dub. They just all have like New York accents.
Hey, let's go to Jim Holmes and watch some hockey, eh?
Kind of like Akira, where the original streamlined dub, they all sounded like they were middle-aged New Yorkers. Yeah. So it's pretty funny. They don't make anime with intriguing stories like Ninja Scroll, Paranoia Agent much these days. They don't have to. They don't have to be too many episodes, but it's story so interesting, and they stand out as you watch. Yeah, Yeah,
Check
you know
out
what?
Hidoro on Netflix.
Yeah.
That'll blow your mind. That's a
That'll
good
blow
show.
your mind. And again,
Bakano,
Bakano, you mentioned, and you of course mentioned Knights of Sidonia.
Nines Gate is a really good one that's got a
Well, I
strong
was going to
story.
mention Chainsaw Man's getting an anime this year, so the first trailer is going to be coming out in the next couple of weeks. So just wait for that.
Nice.
Yeah, there's Ninja Slayer, but no, wait, that doesn't have a really strong story. It's just ridiculously bizarre.
Well, I know what's great about it though. Literally every single animator in Japan is desperately wanting to work on Chainsaw Man, to where like they're actually begging to work on it. That's how much that's loved over there.
Well,
everyone knows it's going to be something special.
Well, it's going to look great because just how crazy the character designs are for it, and what it's going to look like in motion. It's going to look great. It's going to be a beautiful show. Of course, it's going to be a very gory, very irreverent show, but that's what's going to make it awesome, in my opinion, too. But yeah, Chainsaw Man fucking rules. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool.
Yes. Psycho-Pass, another one of my all-time favorites, dude. That's another one that it really it doesn't go full on to it, but it taps into the whole psychological drama thing, especially with the story arc about the little girl killer that was trying to do her dad's art, and she was making the weird statues out of the dead girls' heads and shit. That was just insane, and I can't believe that show went there. It was really neat for a mainstream show for Studio IG to make, and ooh, yeah, Psycho-Pass is a hell of a good one. Nice call on that one. Biohunter, yeah, man, that's old school right there. That's good shit there, Jaime.
Yeah, that there's so many great
Genocyber,
classics.
dude.
Genocyber. Oh my god, yeah. Discotech has Genocyber released on Blu-ray the same way that they did Fist of the North Star.
MD Guys, Cyber City 020, 2080, all these shows are just magnificent, dude.
The Guyver. Yeah.
The Guyver, yeah. Even the remake series Bio Boosted Armor that Funimation has out is actually a really good version too. It's just kind of cleaned up animation. I highly recommend that one.
It has a very. I was just going to say it has a very clean look, and you should be excited. When you watch it as a fan of that stuff. I mean, I give them credit because they tried to make live action
the original Guyver movie is so good too.
It's great. The police officer yelling at Mark Hamill, telling him if he wants to go around chasing Ninja Turtles.
It was Mark Hamill too as the police officer, yeah, and then you had Jive talking Jimmy Walker as one of the main mutants. That was so awesome. He's looking for that jiving thing, yeah.
Oh, it was great.
Beautiful trash. Didn't Brian Yazuno work on that? It seemed like a Brian Yazuno.
I think so. And then they did a sequel.
The sequel is terrible. The first one's a really good movie though. I highly recommend it.
I don't know why they did why they did it. They could have just kept a lot of the same cast and did a proper sequel if they wanted to, but they didn't, and I'm confused. It was kind of like when they made that 8-man live action movie. Do you remember that?
Yeah, Psycho-Pass, it is somewhat similar to Equilibrium. I'll tell you what, I probably could live in the Equilibrium world. I'd be so fucked in the Psycho-Pass one. The weird stories I write and come up with, I'd be so locked up. I'd have such a dirty Psycho-Pass. I'd have to be an informant or something. When you saw Dragon Ball Broly in the theater, was it in English or was it subtitled? Because I know that the guy that they had, what was the guy's name? Vic Mignogna.
Vic Mignogna, whatever. He hugs voice,
people very touchy feely at the
he's very touchy feely with little girls at the conventions. So he's
yeah, they replaced him actually with Johnny Young Bosch, ironically enough.
Really? For Broly?
Yeah, for Broly, yeah. And another character in One Piece as well.
If you were to buy Broly on Blu-ray now, it wouldn't have Vic's voice on there anymore.
Depends on which version if you found the old one, probably, but if you buy the new version that they just put out, do you say at Walmart that's out right now? Yeah, it's probably the new one. I didn't know they replaced him though. I thought they were just
I knew they were going to replace him, but I thought they were going to replace him moving forward with Dragon Ball movies.
In the new video games, that's
not
the voice too, and everything.
Not like replacing him in past releases. Like I kind of thought, like with Broly, his voice would be there, he'd be in it, but like moving forward, they would replace him with somebody new. But I didn't know they actually went back and replaced him in that movie. That Broly movie made a lot of money.
It did. It made a lot of money.
When Ryan is talking about seeing it in the theaters, I mean, I believe it 1,000% because people went to see that. I mean, I'm not the world's biggest Dragon Ball fan, but even I watched that movie. Okay, so I mean, I can understand. Yeah,
the Tree of Life one, I saw that, and it was just Dragon Ball.
It's again, Dragon Ball is again like we've said, Johnny. Fist of the North Star for babies. That's what it is. So you when you accept it for that, you can sit back and watch it because you don't care, because you're not invested. Doesn't matter. So that's how I kind of looked at Broly. I sat there and I watched it, not because I was really all that interested in Dragon Ball per se as a property, but because I was interested in the fact that the movie made a lot of money and people were going to see it in droves. So I kind of, so I was curious about it. I mean, it's no Akira, but I mean, it's an okay movie, I guess, if you want to sit there and turn your brain off for a couple hours.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, I think the Demon Slayer movie's hitting digital the next couple of weeks. Definitely check that out because it continues the story of the actual anime and manga. So it's actually important viewing.
I read the first couple books of the manga. It's pretty good, for that shonen stuff. I mean, I like a lot of the character design. The one Dragonfly guy was pretty cool. I forget his name. I think it was in the third book. Thought he was pretty neat looking.
Pretty neat looking. And Jetsuka says, love Equilibrium too. And Jaime says here, Cyber City Odeo 808 has got to have one of the most filthily brilliant English dubs ever.
Yeah. That's got one of my favorite lines ever. Like when the Sarah in the Gogo episode, when she tells the army guy to pull the truck over and she calls him Dick Splash. I'm like, I never even heard of that. I never thought of that cuss word before, man. Dick Splash. Like that is.
Yeah, I know. Until we heard it later on used in Man of Steel, and that's how we know that Zack Snyder watches classic anime because it's. Yeah, I'm
Bar Saps. Yeah, man, that's such a good anime, man. I love Cyber City.
It's if you want another one that's got like a filthily good English dub, you should check out Angel Cop.
Oh,
Angel Cop is another one. Oh, and another Mad Bull. Yeah, you got Johnny, man, I swear to God, like I feel like when we're talking about this stuff, we can literally be conjoined because that was like the next word out of my mouth, Mad Bull.
I think that was the original raunchy anime most of the people our age watched, right? Was Mad Bull. Yeah.
Oh my God. I have to say it actually, I still have it. I have it on DVD. I think ironically, I think it was Discotech that released Mad Bull.
It would make sense. They seem to have all that old school stuff. Like I was even looking at like my Crying Freeman DVD OVA collection, and it was put out by Discotech before like they were a big deal. And I was like, huh. So they've always been kind of putting out their classic shit.
Discotech? Okay, yeah, Discotech put that up, and I give mad props to Discotech for putting out Tomorrow's Joe, aka Ashita Nojo, the boxing. Oh, I love that series. And that series got like fan subbed, so we could see so you could watch the entire thing subtitled in English. It is fantastic. But Discotech took the film version, which is also like a truncated version, just like say Ninja Scroll, Fist of the North Star, Akira, that kind of thing, and actually put it on Blu-ray, and it's wonderful. It has an English dub as well, and I don't know how old the English dub is. I don't know how new the English dub is, but Discotheque, for the most part, doesn't go in there and redub stuff.
Like the Devilman and the Cutie Honey and a lot of the old Metzinger stuff that I have is subtitle only. So yeah, it is. It's the fact that you can get all this stuff. Like I want to see. What I really want to see. I want them to. I want Discotheque to do Tomorrow's Joe, the entire series, both first series and second series, and I want them to do it on Blu-ray the way they did Fist of the North Star and the way that they've done a couple of these other shows. Put out Apocalypse Zero on Blu-ray.
Wow. What's up, Ryan? Yeah, Apocalypse Zero would be cool on Blu-ray. I mean, could you imagine just how those alien boobs would just be like in high def?
Just that huge ass nipple hanging out of the. Oh man, that movie is just so unreal, dude. Like you want to watch something brilliantly filthy. Check out Apocalypse Zero.
Apocalypse Zero.
It's too weird to be disturbing. Like it doesn't get too gross. I mean, like it's just bizarre and just wrong. But like it's not like Overfiend or any of those where it's like it'll break your brain and ruin your childhood or anything. Like it's just brilliantly fucking weird. It's one of the greatest anime movies ever in that aspect.
Yeah, it is. It is brilliant. It's brilliant, and it's so much fun to watch. Have you ever seen Apocalypse Zero, RJ?
No, I have not actually.
Man, I hope RJ's making a list, Johnny, because these are all things that RJ should check out at least once in his life. Like for real, it's like Apocalypse Zero is so weird and like just Oh my God.
Singular. Yeah, like some of these things, like what the guy was saying, they don't make animes like some of these anymore. Like they still do make good movies and good shows, but like just the plain bizarre stuff you don't really get too often. Or when you do, it's something that's homaging the classic stuff like Chainsaw Man. You know what I mean? I love Chainsaw Man because it is a perfect homage to the classic stuff we're talking about in its own right.
Oh, okay. And Zach was offered DBZ actually, but he turned it down because of the script. I would have turned down that movie too if I was Zach. The movie was garbage. Why would you want to sully your name with that nonsense? I don't understand. Let's see. Zach would do justice to a Berserk trilogy, 3 hours each film at least. This is an anime made for him. I could see Zack Snyder doing Berserk.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. The two animes I would love to see Zack Snyder tackle, if they have to be American made, are Berserk and Fist of the North Star. I'd love to see Zack Snyder do it because I think if you're going to have an American director do it, you should have an American director who is going to follow the source material. And we know from 300 that Zack Snyder has a knack for comic accuracy and so on. So for me, him doing Berserk would be a dream come true.
But the problem is he would just make the same movie that we have in anime form. It'll be the Egg of the King. It'll be the Griffith story. It'll be neat to see in live action, but I mean, like, do we really need to see it a third time?
He would have to. You know what would be amazing, and I don't know if this would ever happen, but something like that. I could see like a TV series, like a Berserk live action TV series, so that you could cover the manga in its entirety. That's almost what they would have to do, even if they wanted to do like Fist of the North Star justice. I kind of feel like they'd have to do the same thing. It would have to be like a TV show. Like a long form storytelling.
I would have it. I would do at least the first movie. I would make it to where it seemed like it had a nice ending, and I'd have it end when Ken kills Shin, and like that is literally how the first film would end. And if it went from there, then we could like go on to, and it would be left open perfectly to move on to all the other things. But I think that would be the best way to kind of do that, unless you knew that for sure
yeah,
that like you were gonna.
Yeah. I mean, it's so. There's ways you could break it up and do it where, the Shin arc we know is the first arc in the story for Fist of the North Star. So you could do, that could be a movie in and of itself without any problem. And it wouldn't even have to be a 4-hour long movie.
No.
You could tell these arcs, as like an hour and a half, 2 hours. You don't need that much time. So you could, I mean, and Berserk, I don't know. I don't, for some reason, I just have this feeling that if they try to do it as a movie, you're going to end up really disappointed because you're going to have it's got to be a TV show. It's got to be where, you throw, for example, HBO Max, WB owns the rights to Berserk. So I would, in the United States, so I would say take Berserk and throw Game of Thrones money at it, and you could do it. You could do a TV show, and it would be fantastic. Look at what Netflix has done with The Witcher. Look at some of these big budget, shows that are based around dark fantasy. You could literally, if you're gonna do Berserk, I mean, wow.
Well, I mean, like, especially if they're going to do what we think they're going to do for the first season, which it would make sense. They wouldn't need to blow too much money until the end, anyways, with the whole when the God Hand appears and the whole face dome and everybody gets raped and eaten by monsters happens, which would be killer to see in live action. I would like to see that. That would be like the one thing that would make like seeing that all over again worthwhile, is to see like that actual like sequence rendered in live action. That could be pretty cool.
Oh yeah. And Koj says Ninja Scroll is my at the top of my anime films, and he says right behind Sword of the Stranger. I almost forgot about that one. Sword of the Stranger is a good one, definitely.
Like Ninja Scroll, I highly recommend Wrath of the Ninja as well. That's
a classic as well. Classic animation style. Koj says if I free up later, I'm gonna jump on, dropping mad love to the show in the chat. Thank you, Koj.
Always appreciated, brother, man. Always love to see you around. Okabe, there you go. Thank you very much, Katsue. Like, that's exactly what his name is. And man, he is such a great character too, man. Steins Gate, Okabe. I remember Taru, and I remember Christina, even though that wasn't her real name, and Shining Finger. And I couldn't think of Okabe to save my life, though. So thank you.
Okabe, there you go. And Bat Dan says, who should direct a Fist of the North Star movie? Patty Jenkins. Well, you know what?
Fist of the North Star 1984. Yes.
All right. Okay. And Katsuko 92. What happened to Zod? I was having technical issues. I don't know. Truth 31 says you got that KFC Wi-Fi, Zod. Yeah, sometimes. Truth. Okay. Ergo Proxy. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, if you like Evangelion, I can't recommend Ergo Proxy enough. It is like on that same level, but it's like Isaac Asimov or Ray Bradbury style dystopian, utopian / it's a mix of both cyberpunk storyline about robots, humanity, all that fun stuff. Kind of on a Ghost in the Shell kick, but way more humanistic, way more nihilistic. And it's also got one of the most beautiful art styles you'll ever fucking see in an anime. This thing looks like nothing else around. It's like the Berserk anime, whereas like you do not see shit that looks like this very often.
And Katsuko says, my fellow Steins Gate people, yeah, you got, Katsuko, you gotta blame Rhea, because we were all ready to do a Steins Gate episode. We had it set, we had it planned. Remember, Johnny? We were gonna do that show.
And Katsuko want to hop on and do it soon too, man. I can always rewatch that series.
Oh God, we could do that. we could cover that. That would be fun. That'd be a fun episode. I like to diversify on this show and bring up different topics and things that people aren't necessarily going to expect. I'm having a lot of fun, just geeking out talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it's weaving out.
It's one of those things where you show that you have a lot of interests in other things, and you can be well versed in all types of topics and things like that, and it's. Well, sometimes I feel we're one track on this show. So I try to change that perspective a bit.
Comic and nerd fandom needs to move past big two, and that depends on what you're talking about. Like for big comic book fans, that's Marvel and DC. For sci-fi fans, that's Star Wars and Star Trek. I mean, there's the gate for everything. And I mean, like if you want to have a well-rounded show, I think that you need to kind of just move past the big two things that permeate most of the conversation. And it's healthy, you know what I mean? Because
it's definitely healthy.
Episodes of the show have been really tense and really uncomfortable. I actually didn't care for the last 2 episodes of this series, which sucks because I love meeting with you and doing this every week, Zod, and like it just kind of wasn't fun for a minute there. And this has been a blast tonight. So, and I'm really happy everybody's enjoying talking about these animes in the chat. They're throwing out great recs. I mean, great films. Live action.
Oh yeah. So who do you guys think is the criterion for anime, label wise?
Funimation, not. I don't know who else puts shit out. I mean, you got Discotech, you got Funimation.
I was going to say G Kids.
G Kids. Yeah, they put out the MFKZ movie, right? Which is probably one of the best anime movies to come out in a couple years. Pretty sure that's G Kids. Let me see really fast.
G Kids does a great job releasing it. They got the rights to all the Miyazaki movies. They got who else did they release? They released I'm trying to think of what else they released. Because I can't remember for the life of me.
Well, Funimation put this out, which is a beautiful steelbook version of Akira, and so I kind of looked at this as almost like a Criterion type of deal because it's so it looks so classy and amazing. So I don't know.
I'm gonna hop on and go ahead and ride with what RJ was talking about with G Kids because MFKZ, which is a very popular French comic book by a guy named Jump. It's really amazing, and he actually worked with the Japanese animation studio, and this thing is just animated incredible. It's a beautiful film. Most people don't know about it. It's got a really good cast. It's got Michael Chiklis, Giancarlo Esposito, the RZA, and Danny Trejo on the and G Kids put it out, and they're phenomenal. And they also put out the Technoconicite, which was a really cool movie. I always say it wrong, but
and Truth 31 says here the live action Guyver films are tremendous guilty pleasures. Yes,
the first one.
Well, I don't know. I watch them both. I don't mind watching both of them. I mean, but I do like the first one more. But yeah, you can watch them. It's great. It's like I kind of look at it like the live action 8-Man movie. Again, it's not particularly great, but it's a guilty pleasure.
The first Guyver movie kind of reminds me of the Trancers movies. They totally could have crossed over. Like I was waiting for Jack Death to show up and help the Guyver smoke some of them dinosaur gremlin looking things that he was fighting.
The voice actor for Solid Snake played the lead in the Guyver sequel. Okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. And Ryan Hoyt says English dub. I believe you're answering when I asked you about Dragon Ball Broly. Okay. The English dub. And you said my Dragon Ball Super Broly Blu-ray voice Vic. Yeah, there he is, Vic Migyoma, whatever his name is. That guy, okay. Captain Kirk in the Star Trek Continues series. Okay. Koozie Cast says E3 sucks this year. I don't know, Koozie. I haven't been following too much of the of the E3 stuff this year. I followed a little bit of it, but not too much.
I would say it was pretty bad, except for Nintendo. Nintendo saved E3. They did some amazing stuff that really made me happy. So they pulled no punches. I mean, they brought back a lot of great franchises and made a lot of cool stuff. So,
all right. Well, what are you most excited for from E3 then?
Probably the new Metroid game, Metroid Dread. It's a new 2D Metroid. It's going to conclude the story left off from Metroid Fusion on the GBA. And
oh wow, really?
Yeah. And Metroid Dread, it's a Switch game.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's the first new Metroid 2D game in over 19 years. So
I keep waiting for a new Castlevania game to get announced, but it just hasn't happened. I don't know why. Yeah. At this point, they should announce a new one. Wow, with a new Metroid coming out though, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, they'll probably have a new Castlevania after that, man. Like Sympathy in the Night Part 3 or something. I don't know.
What's up, Koozie Cast? Good to see you, man.
They were putting out a lot of handheld games for that though, right? Wasn't like basically like the DS or whatever keeping the Castlevania shit alive for a bit there?
Yeah. Game Boy Advance had quite a few. I think there was like 3 or 4, maybe a few more, and then there was a few DS games. Castlevania's kind of had a successful run with the handheld stuff, but for me, I've always been a fan of the classic era, 16-bit era of Castlevania games and Metroid too. I really do love Metroid, so I'm glad that they're doing a new game. That's pretty awesome. Now I want to see them announce. I want to see them announce a PS5 version of Star Fox, but that'll never happen because it's a Nintendo property. So if they do another Star Fox, it'll be on the Switch.
Is it Nintendo? I thought Rare made that, and Rare's like owned by Microsoft now, right? So they could probably
no. Nintendo owns Star Fox. They have the rights to that franchise. Nobody else.
Okay, Rare just made the game. Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know. I'd be excited for a next gen Star Fox. I don't know about anybody else, but yeah.
No, I would too. I think it'd be great.
And Katsuka92 says it warms my cold heart seeing everyone talking about anime. Yeah, that's what you have to do. You have to branch off and talk about this other stuff because I know people really do care about these things, and it's fun to do podcasts and shows about it. It really is. David Hayter, the Guyver, who wrote the screenplay for X-Men. Wow.
Yeah, David Hayter is a very talented guy. He's done a lot of stuff outside his voice acting. So.
And Katsuka speaks about another really great Castlevania game, Symphony of the Night. Absolutely. Brilliant piece of video game.
Going to like where this show usually revolves around, there's this one scene in the Snyder Cut that really reminds me of Castlevania when Wonder Woman drops down into the cave with her torch. I just always hear da-da-da-da-da-da from Simon's Quest. Like that was totally such a Castlevania scene. I thought she was gonna like start whipping around and throwing like vials of fucking holy water at vampires for a second, but it didn't happen. But it made me think that like, dude, Zack Snyder could direct the hell out of a fucking Castlevania movie because that one shot just got me like thinking like, yeah, man, let's go Simon's Quest with this, man.
Zack Snyder's Simon's Quest. Zack Snyder watches this show, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that announcement. Zack Snyder's Simon's Quest. That'd be cool. I'd be down.
Hell yeah, like do it, buddy. Like,
I mean, I don't. Anime. I'm really surprised with like Vampire Hunter D. I'm surprised they never made a Vampire Hunter D live action movie.
Yeah, because that one would actually be pretty easy for them to make a Hollywood film.
I always had a dream as a kid of a nightmare, not nightmare, but well, it could have been a nightmare, but like a Vampire Hunter D TV show done, live action. and done 90s style live action. Like you'd watch.
Like now Robert Loggia is dead. Who would play Count Magnus Lee? I mean, he looked exactly like him. I remember being a little kid watching Vampire Hunter D, just being like, man, look at Robert Loggia just chilling there being a vampire. And then he was in that movie Innocent Blood where he played a vampire, and I'm just like, wow, dude, this
Count
is almost
Magnus
like
Lee. There you go.
I am Count Magnus Lee.
I always thought you could get. I always thought, like, if they were ever to do a movie back in the day, they would just get Tim Burton to do it, and you'd have Johnny Depp as D, and it would just be
terrible.
It would just be real terrible and gothic because Tim Burton would put his stamp on it. It wouldn't.
Maybe he'd get Pee Wee Herman to play his hand. That would be great. Ha! Gee, look down here. That'd be awesome.
Oh my God, that actually would be pretty good casting. I mean, that would actually be pretty good casting, to be honest. Paul Rubens as the hand. Oh my God, that'd be great. So you'd have Johnny Depp as D, Paul Rubens as the hand. You'd have to get somebody insanely beautiful to play Doris.
They get Christina Ricci. They just dye her hair blonde, like in Buffalo '66. Because who else? Like.
You're like, who else?
She's got those eyes. She's got those anime eyes anyways. So, like, yeah, just dye her hair blonde. Christina Ricci play her Doris. They get, back in the day, yeah, Fred Savage would have played the little brother. Like.
Oh, yeah, that's Fred Savage. Fred Savage walking around with a gun, shooting those space cows. I know. I'm like seeing the little kid walk around shooting, thinking of that. Wow, that would have been great. Yeah, if they would have made it back then when Fred Savage was.
Yeah, now they get like Finn Wolfhard, I guess. Like they get that kid to be in everything. He's like the only kid in Hollywood.
Yeah, pretty much.
Katsuka says, "I'd like to see a God of War style game with Wonder Woman."
That'd be incredible.
Hell yeah, dude. That's the shit that Warner Brothers games should be putting out. Like that right there would sell itself, dude. I'd play the hell out of that.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Marcus Cruz asks, Zod, have you seen the new look at Thor: Love and Thunder? No. No, I have not. No.
I have. There was some leaked promo art. It looks pretty cool. I'm excited for that.
Are you excited? Okay. Johnny, are you excited for Thor: Love and Thunder?
I don't see why not. I mean, I've enjoyed the film series so far. I mean, I'm not particularly jumping out of my skin about it, but like it's going to be better than hopefully that first episode of Loki. Like that was terrible. I
haven't watched it. I don't know, but
really?
I still haven't
you didn't
watched
like the first episode of Loki?
It was basically the movie Jupiter Ascending all over again, man. Like, except for it was Loki instead of what's her name from the 70s show going through all those crappy time law, like crap. I mean, it was the exact same thing as the beginning of Jupiter Ascending. I'm like, how are the Wachowskis not suing the shit out of Marvel right now? Like, I was surprised.
Well, I never got into that Jupiter's
Legacy.
Jupiter's backside. I never got into any of that. So I don't know, so you're like not, it's like you're speaking a different language to me when you mention that, because I have like no interest in that either. So when I think about Loki being like that, cool. Now I got something else to stay away from.
Well, imagine my excitement. It was the last thing I'd expect to see Marvel ripping off, but I guess they figured like, oh, that Johnny guy's the only person who's probably seen this movie that'll call us on it. So like, we're safe. Nobody listens to his show anyway.
Yeah, that Johnny guy. Nobody listens to that. Exactly. Nobody listens to. No one listens to my
show. You guys' show's pretty poppin', but Mike.
You got to do that on your Pink Buzz. You got to talk about the. You got to talk about Loki, and you got to break it down as just.
Oh no, I'm lucky. Jupiter, I only do indie comics.
Jupiter Ascending 2.0.
If I start talking about Marvel comics and DC comics, people cry at me. Oh, you hate everything. I'm like, no, I don't. I love indie comics. Like what?
I just want you to take this book and bring it up on your next episode, because I think this needs to be delved into with the Pink Buzz guys.
I'll mention it in my check-in for sure, because I'll have it this Friday. when we record, and then like after my guys get a chance to buy it and read it, we'll definitely cover it because I'll sell
Cool.
them on it because it's
Cool.
definitely something that anybody and everybody can read. It's not like a lot of other manga where you have to be a certain type of person to get into some of them. You know what I mean? I think Fist of the North Star, as long as you like kung fu and the end of the world, like you can really get into Fist of the North Star.
And I'll send out. I'm going to send a copy your way too, RJ, because I want you to read that for sure. And we got Neil Sevens here saying, "What about Amanda Seyfried?"
What about Amanda Seyfried?
Is she hot? Who is she?
She's an actress, and
she's an actress.
Stuff, yeah.
And Batan says, so the Avengers were supposed to travel back in time, but Loki wasn't supposed to do something as a result of the Avengers time traveling. So
yes,
did none of the MCU characters have free will?
No, it's like the beginning of Berserk, man. Like it's all set out, man. You know, the God Hand. Like one day Griffith's going to show up, and like the Avengers will have to fight him. But yeah, they don't have any free will because that's basically what they tell
Griffith,
you.
Griffith is going to rape. Griffith is going to rape all the Avengers.
At least Vision. I think Vision's getting it for sure.
I really have to. Because I really have to question them now. They're ripping off Jupiter Ascending. They're ripping off Berserk. I don't know, Marvel. You don't have any original ideas. You got decades worth of comics.
Well, Batman's making sense because like that they do say like there's these timekeepers and they've got all the multiverses into one stream, and like what the Avengers did was supposed to happen, but what Loki did isn't. But they're only keeping him alive because Owen Wilson needs him to steal Oxycontin from Ben Stiller or something. They haven't said what he needs yet, but it's probably something.
No, they did say he wants Loki to help them hunt down another variant that's killing all the Minutemen at the TVA. Who just happens to be another version of Loki.
Oh, okay, I got you, buddy. My bad. I just didn't understand the context of it. But okay, I don't know the actress, but she's blonde and got big old anime eyes. Okay, cool. We'll put her in consideration.
Yeah, that's what you need for Doris Lang for the Vampire Hunter D movie or TV show.
Yeah,
if Tim Burton does it, it'll be a movie. If they do it right, it'll be a TV show, and you'll really get some good writing in there. But I don't know. I'm kind of like I've kind of been turned off by Loki now, based off of what you're saying, Johnny. I think Loki should be a hard pass for me.
Hey, dog. I don't know.
I still haven't watched.
I hated the first episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Oh, I haven't watched that either. The only thing I watched
really
is,
good, but the first episode was pretty terrible.
The only Disney Marvel show that I watched all the way through was I went back after listening to people drone on about it. I went back and watched WandaVision. Finished up the whole run of it.
See, I haven't even tried to watch iCarly Vision yet. So that's
I feel like after watching WandaVision all the way through, that I was better off not watching it. So I don't know. How I'm going to feel about Winter Soldier, but Falcon and Winter Soldier. But I might watch it.
You like the Winter Soldier movie? This is probably the closest anything else Marvel comes to that movie. And
okay.
they actually fixed the character Baron Zemo, which they ruined in that crappy Civil War movie. They actually make him a really, really awesome, really interesting villain that I'm really hoping they do a Thunderbolts show that he's like the main character of, because if they do Thunderbolts with that actor playing this version of Zemo, it'll be so fucking badass.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's Baron Zemo. I wasn't too interested in him back when he was in the movies, and if you said they redeemed him and made him interesting, I might actually watch it, because I do defer to you a lot, Johnny, and you usually when you tell me to watch something, you're usually right, so I don't really have a problem. I could probably watch that, but yeah, WandaVision, I don't know.
They're the two worst characters of the MCU anyway, so I was just like, yep, that's one I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna wait for I was excited for Winter Soldier. I was excited for Loki. I'm really excited for the Moon Knight show. And then I want to see She-Hulk and Miss Marvel. The stuff that they have that's really, really interesting to me, they're making last for some reason, which is pissing me off. But whatever, they'll finally get to it eventually, I hope.
Well, Bat Dad says, "What are you telling me? You didn't like Ralph Boner?"
Was that?
Yeah. Well,
it's a long story.
You know what? We'll let the man himself talk to us about Ralph Boner.
That was could you imagine if the Mandalorian, if they said at the end, "Hey, no, that wasn't Luke Skywalker. That was some guy named Richard Balls. Just because he looked like Luke Skywalker doesn't mean he was."
Oh, yeah. You're talking about Quicksilver at the end of WandaVision, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I didn't really. Honestly, watching WandaVision, for some reason, I was thinking about Patty Jenkins the entire time. Don't ask me why.
You really are the biggest closeted fan of Patty Jenkins. I bet you could go in your house. You have a big poster of Wonder Woman 1984 signed by Patty Jenkins.
No, I don't have a big poster of
he's
Wonder
got
Woman 84.
Monster. It's Monster, and he's got all three. He's got Christina Ricci's autograph and Charlize Theron's.
I've got a big poster of Patty Jenkins on my bedroom closet with her wearing one of her skimpiest shirts ever. And it's Patty Jenkins. Yes, Patty all the way, baby. What do we got here? What's next? What are some of you guys' favorite underrated comic book characters? This is great. I'm glad that Bat Dan came back for this. This is a good question. Underrated comic book
characters, or
does it matter? I mean, we could do big two. I'll say for Marvel, Adam Warlock, and for DC, Our Man.
All right, for me, I'll definitely, for Marvel, let's say, of course, Moon Knight, but he's getting more and more popular.
Yeah, and he's getting a series, so I mean, he's gonna be like Batman in a couple of years for real. They're gonna. So
I'm gonna have to go with the Hood and with Omega the Unknown. Those are probably my two favorite Marvel underrated people. And DC, I can go on forever, but the short list is Simon Dark, Andrew Bennett, the Eye Vampire, Cameron Chase. I really like Doom Patrol. So on and so forth. DC has just such a huge roster of unknown characters that I absolutely adore, but those are the main ones, mostly Simon Dark.
All right, and RJ, what about you? Two most underrated characters that you really like from both Marvel and DC.
For Marvel, I'll go with kind of hard. I'm trying to think of one. I would say maybe I don't know. I can't really name a Marvel character off the top of my head. I think it's super underrated. Maybe a Moon Knight, but like I said, he's got a TV show and everything. I know for DC, I would say actually The Question. I think The Question.
Yeah, Question is great. Question is great.
Oh, dude, that Jeff Lemire series that Black Label just ran for him too was so good, man.
Oh,
Question
absolutely.
Was awesome. Yeah, Question was awesome. What about you, Bat Dan?
Batman and Spider-Man. I'm sorry.
Boner. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, it's hard because Marvel with the MCU, they've made every single character that has ever existed in the Marvel comics popular now. What I'm really kind of struggling with, to be honest with you, because I would say I'm gonna say classic Harley Quinn for DC. I'm saying classic Harley Quinn, not current Harley Quinn, but how she was in the older comics. And I would say for DC, for Marvel, I would say this is a bit of a hot take for me, but
Boner.
no. I think MCU Aunt May. I don't think she's as bad as everyone hates her, as much as people think.
Aunt May?
Yeah.
Aunt May the series? Okay, or Aunt May the movie with Sally Field? Okay, I didn't like WandaVision, and Falcon and Winter Soldier was meh. Loki episode 1 was enjoyable. Okay, all right.
Well, WandaVision made a woman who enslaved an entire town a hero. They made her seem like she was like a good guy still.
When actually she should have been locked up.
Well, they always
should have
do that.
They should have threw the jail on top of her.
They always do that with Scarlet Witch. They did that in the comics after she caused the whole decimation. Like she almost killed off the entire mutant race by saying no more mutants in House of M, and like she's forgiven. She's an Avenger and shit still. So
to be fair, that's kind of the point, though. At least to me, I thought it was setting up the fact that she is going villain, and that was like the idea. Like at least Doctor Strange too.
Well, at least they're doing that in the movie because they never did that in the comics. So
a new Castlevania game would be nice, if not pixel art, then anime art like Guilty Gear quality would be dope. Got to be 2D though. Yeah, I agree. Another 2D Castlevania game would be fantastic, especially now. And Marvel did the usual lazy writing, explaining away why certain new powerful characters didn't go after previous character actions. Okay. And what's up, Prime? Good to see you. What's going on, man? We got Katsuka says same question, love. Yes. Yeah, everybody loves question. Question is awesome. And Katsuka says, I liked the Lord of Shadow Castlevania series. Yeah, I did too, but I'm more of a fan of the 2D, the classic 2D games personally. Let's see. Zod, do you think my avatar is awesome? What is your avatar here? Let's see.
That looks like John Krasinski.
Huh?
Jim
the Quiet Space guy?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
I mean, I could be wrong, but it looks like him.
And Integrity 101, what's up, man? He says Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 is inevitable. Yeah.
Inevitable. Get on Snyder come in and say
it. I think it is too. I think Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 is inevitable as well. However, I think we're going to see some other really cool Zack Snyder projects before then. Namely his anime about Norse mythology, Vikings. I mean, come on, a Zack Snyder Viking anime. Who's not being excited for that? I mean, it's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be which is why, again, like a Fist of the North Star Zack Snyder project would be insane. I would be over the moon. I would think I was living on an alternative Earth if it was announced that he was doing a Fist of the North Star project, because I would just be like, my God, can my life get any better? Is this real? Is this true?
Wait, I thought that's what you were talking about this today. They announced that today.
What?
That Zack Snyder was doing a Fist of the North Star movie.
Twilight of the Gods is the most badass name ever.
If that would have happened back then, Zod would be singing like a Disney princess.
I would be. I will dress up like a Disney princess if Zack Snyder directs a Fist of the North Star project. I'm telling you, it would just be like, my God, because Johnny and I have been talking about this for years. I've been like, even back when Johnny and I were doing another show that we did together for a while, I was always like that. Like, my God, imagine if Zack Snyder were to do a Fist of the North Star movie. Like, he was
always about Zack Snyder. I was always talking about Takashi Miike because I think that it should stay in Japan. But yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, well, yeah. Miike if it's done in Japan, Snyder if it's done in the USA. I think in all honesty, I mean, when you talk about a man that's about visuals and adapting source material, I don't think it gets any better.
I would like to see the two of them team up though too. I think
Oh
Zach
my
and
God, that'd be
Mike would get
insane.
along. You know what I mean? They both like gore. They're both edgelords to the bone. You know what I mean?
Dude, at that point, I would go all Enosh and be like, okay, what we're gonna do here? We're gonna rent out a theater for this movie, and everybody's gonna get together. We're all gonna go watch this movie.
Thanks for the super chat, bro.
Yeah. Thanks, bro. That'd be it. $200 super chat. Thanks, bro. Shout out to Truth31. There wouldn't be anything better. But you and I already said, Johnny, that if Mike came out with a Fist of the North Star movie, we would like find a way to go to Japan so we could watch this movie
unsubbed and everything
in a theater, unsubbed and everything. It doesn't matter because we don't need subtitles. We know the story so well. We can just sit there and just marvel at the visuals. That's just like, forget it. I mean, it's one of those things, and I mean, that's how well that, I know this story. I wouldn't need anything. I could sit through it. I've done that before. I've sat through the movie, in Japanese. I've sat through just with no subtitles, just let it play all the way through. It's just so amazing. I mean, it's just crazy. And I guess this is a question for the panel. What states are you guys from? I'm in Illinois.
I'm in Oklahoma, but don't judge me about that. All right, honestly.
And
I'm from California.
Bat Dan, are you still in Illinois as well?
Yes, despite this Packers poster, you see, yes, I am still in Illinois, still in the Chicago suburbs.
Okay. And where are you from, RJ?
Well, I was born and raised in Las Vegas. Current location, I'm going to keep a secret though.
Oh, okay. No problem, buddy.
He's stuck in a Zack Snyder time loop in Las Vegas. Damn zombies put him in one.
It's okay, man. You don't got to explain. That makes perfect sense. I'm sitting here like, wow. It'd be cool though. I there's a lot of things that we have that are coming out to look forward to, and I just, and I'm excited. I don't ever think there's really been a time more where you could be a fan of just about anything you want to and everything. There's something out there for everybody now, for real. I mean, if you like classic anime, it's all out there for you. If you like the new modern stuff, it's all out there for you. It just never gets any better. I mean, wow. I don't know. So Bat Dan, what movies that are left for the year of 2021 are you most excited to see?
I think it's just there's not much left I'm excited to see. So when I give the answer of the Suicide Squad, it's not because I'm really excited to see that movie. It's because there's just kind of lack of competition for me at this point. I mean, all the stuff I'm excited to see really are in 2022.
Okay. I would say for me, I'm kind of tentatively excited for Matrix 4, just because I want to see how the heck they're gonna make another one. I just don't see how it's possible based off of how they ended it and how they wrapped everything up. I kind of feel like it's going to have to be rebooted in some way in order for them to bring it back. They might as well just call it Matrix Rebooted at this point. I don't know. But, I'm kind of excited to see that. I was let down by Mortal Kombat. I was let down by I didn't even see Godzilla versus Kong. So I didn't watch Godzilla versus Kong out of protest because they kept giving Godzilla versus Kong all of the Snyder Cuts credit. So I didn't watch Godzilla versus Kong. You
want to see a good movie, Zod? It's on Hulu right now. It's called Boss Level, starring Frank Grillo. Like, that movie will blow your hair back.
I was going to watch that. I actually was sitting down to watch that one day, and I don't know what happened, and I never did watch it. But I think I will visit it at some point.
Probably one of the best ones I've seen this year, next to like Wally's Wonderland and Space Sweepers.
Okay, so what are you most excited for the remainder of this year, Johnny?
I don't know what the hell's coming out, man. Like, I guess Fast and the Furious 9. I know that's coming out eventually-ish. I don't know when.
Isn't that out now? Isn't that out already?
No, that Mark Wahlberg
Fast-
movie just came out. That was really good. I like that one.
Okay.
The Mark.
All right. What about you, RJ? What are you most excited for the rest of the year?
Shoot. I mean, there are the Marvel movies coming out this year. It's obviously I'm looking forward to. I hope they're good. At least we'll see. And there is Suicide Squad, so we'll see. And Matrix 4, I'm cautiously optimistic for. I hope it's good. I really don't know what to think, But yeah,
it's like it confuses
and Dune.
me.
Yeah, and Dune.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dune too. I completely forgot Dune was coming out this year. It's like there's been so much stuff. I just completely forgot. I'm like, oh yeah, but I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about Dune because I'm getting too many David Lynch vibes. I don't know. And Marcus Cox says, I'm excited for Fantastic Four in July of 2023 or October of 2023. Well, for me, I don't have it at
You
arm's
don't have it
length.
next to you? Wow. That's the first time.
Do I? Actually, wait. Oh, wait a minute. I think I do have it next to me here. Hold on a second. You said the magic words here. You said Fantastic Four. So whenever anybody says Fantastic Four, I have to pull it out. Roger Corman's Fantastic Four. This is the only Fantastic Four movie worth mentioning or talking about. And unfortunately, I don't believe in 2023 that Marvel's Fantastic Four is going to be any better than Roger Corman's Fantastic Four from the 1990s. I just don't buy it.
They got any casting for that yet? The new Marvel one?
Just look at them. They're like right off of the pages of the comic book. Look at them. Does it get any more wholesome than this when it comes to the Fantastic Four? I mean, you got the big Ninja Turtle in the middle there. You got Reed Richards and Invisible Girl, and then you got Johnny Cash right there. I mean, how do you not get excited for Fantastic Four when you see that portrait right there? That's perfection right there. That's Fantastic Four done in a legitimate way. I would say that this movie, I'm going to give you guys a hot take. I think this movie's better than the Snyder Cut. This movie right here is the greatest comic book movie ever produced. And most people have never seen it because it follows the Fantastic Four comics. Great. I mean, it even has the villain, the jeweler, in it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The main villain for this movie is the jeweler. How can you not be excited for that?
Well, Dr. Doom and Mole Man are in it too, but they're not the main villains.
No, it's the jeweler. Mole Man is kind of, it's sort of, but it's such a good movie and it's so well produced. It's a great movie. And again, it is, ladies and gentlemen, it is better than the Snyder Cut. And that's high marks because the Snyder Cut is a masterpiece. But Fantastic Four, Roger Corman's Fantastic Four, is just a thing of beauty. I mean, we need to respect it. It needs to get a 4K Blu-ray release, brand new transfer. Needs to get a theatrical release since it never got a theatrical release. I'm hoping in 2023 that's what they decide to do. They don't make a new Fantastic Four movie. They just remaster and release this Fantastic Four movie. That's what they need to do. I mean, it's just, I'm not even joking. It's so wonderful. It's a fantastic movie for Fantastic Four. And Katsuka says, who's playing a game? I can hear some clicking. I don't know. Anybody playing Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter right now or something?
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, sorry. I was checking to see what company was making the movie because I wanted to see if I could find that on Disney Plus or whatever. I forgot.
This? You want to watch this movie on Disney Plus? Actually, I have this movie on my Plex account. So if you want to watch it on my Plex account, you can watch it in all its glory.
On YouTube too.
I have a very, very beautiful copy of it because I actually ripped the Blu-ray myself and put it on Plex. So it's a nice pristine copy. It's the best the movie's ever going to look unless they actually clean it up and do a proper restoration for it. But if you're curious about the greatest superhero movie ever made,
When you said it was better than the Snyder Cut, I'm kind of curious to see if it's going to really hold that bar.
Oh yeah. I mean, it doesn't, and I'm not saying that, I don't mean, like I said, I don't mean that as a knock against the Snyder Cut. I'm just saying that in terms of a movie that actually is, people like to say, oh, Zack Snyder doesn't know comics. Oh, Zack Snyder doesn't do the characters the right way. This movie follows the characters to a T. Follows the Fantastic Four characters right out of their 1960s comic books and puts them right into the movies. That's what I mean when I say that this movie is the best comic book movie ever made, because it actually doesn't take itself too seriously. It knows that it's a comic book movie, and it doesn't pretend to be anything more than what it is. It knows it's a cheesy classic movie based on a bunch of has-been 1960s superheroes. It knows that. So it's not trying to be anything else. It's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. And Integrity 101 says, I'm starting to think the Batman may have underwhelming box office numbers with Affleck and Keaton. Reeves' Bat film is the first to not be the only Bat entertainment in town. Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Integrity 101. I not only think that the Batman's going to have low numbers, I hope it does, because I don't believe that movie should exist. I think that movie is a travesty. It was done in a way where they were rushing to try and get us to forget about the Snyder Cut and to forget about Ben Affleck as Batman. They jumped the gun on that one. I don't think we should have another Batman movie right now, unless it's Ben Affleck under the cowl at this point in time. And with that, I'd like to welcome another great person to this panel. Lord Koj, welcome, my friend.
Hey, what up? Thanks for the words. It's too kind.
It's so great to have you here on this just chill, free-for-all kind of anime, manga, movie discussion kind of thing we're having. Integrity 101 says here, I want to see Flash because of Keaton. He's an amazing talent. I agree with you. And Katsuka says, you're right, Zod. That is a hot take. Oh, I think you're talking about when I said the Roger Corman's Fantastic Four is better than the Snyder Cut. Yeah. Igor says, I have Corman's Fantastic Four still on a bootleg VHS that we out the top of the, what is he saying? At the top of the limo at the end kills me. All right. And Marcus Cruz says, Zod, the only thing that can beat the Fantastic Four movie is John Krasinski being Reed and Emily Blunt as Sue Storm. I don't know. This cast here for Fantastic Four is literally right out of the comic books. Like I said, 1960s Fantastic Four. It doesn't get any more cheesy than that. And this movie is cheesy with cheese to spare. You want to really have an interesting Saturday afternoon. If you're off of work and you don't have to go anywhere on a Saturday afternoon, what you watch is you watch Garbage Pail Kids the movie, and then you watch Roger Corman's Fantastic Four.
I'll finish it off with Neon Maniacs, man. Like that one has to be on there as well.
I was gonna say Rawhead Rex, but that's a good one.
Oh.
Yo, you know what's dope? Is Peter Jackson's second film, Dead Alive.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bonkers, brilliant.
I watched this one movie. I can't even remember what it's called. It's like an Australian movie where everybody's melting. I think the movie's called like Melting Pot or Melty or something. And like everybody's melting. It's so hot that everybody's literally like, their faces just start melting like paste.
Dang.
It's the most bizarre movie.
What if they got that 70s disco song? It's a hot summer. Mixed in with that movie, that'd be kind of funny.
Igor says the rubber arm waving out the top of the limo kills me every time. I do like the Dr. Doom suit. Oh yeah, Dr. Doom in Roger Corman's Fantastic Four. I mean, that's an Oscar-worthy performance. I mean, his Dr. Doom. I've not seen a villain that well developed since Dark Helmet and Spaceballs.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest.
he looks so proper, especially after having like whatever the hell that was supposed to be in Fan 4 stick, and then the guy, the Nip Tuck guy, he was okay in like the Chris Evans ones, but like he wasn't Victor Von Doom. You know, Victor Von Doom is a goddamn presence. You know what I mean? And like you get that even in a cheesy way in the Roger Corman film, so it is the best Doom.
Doctor Doom is featured here on the back of the Blu-ray, and is very, very comic book accurate. I'm just saying. I can't. You know, when I saw the trailer for Roger Corman's Fantastic Four, the trailer was attached to a B movie that was trying to cash in on the Jurassic Park hype.
Carnosaur.
A movie called Carnosaur, yes. And when I watched the movie Carnosaur, before the movie Carnosaur, I actually rented that movie so I could see the Fantastic Four trailer prior to Carnosaur. So that's how we did things prior to the internet. We would rent a movie because you would find out, hey, if you rent this movie, you're going to see the trailer to this movie. And I was so excited about Fantastic Four because let's face it, there weren't a great deal of comic book movies out back then, right?
Yeah, it's rare, man.
Many. So with this movie, we got to see this really colorful, beautiful trailer. I think the director said that the trailer has actually been remastered in 4K, which is surprising considering that they don't even have 4K masters of the film itself. But the trailer is really good, and anybody, like I said, if you like classic Marvel, Fantastic Four comic books, I mean, you're gonna love that movie. I can't say enough about it. And the score for Fantastic Four is so good and so cinematic that they actually used the score for another movie years later because they never did nothing with this Fantastic Four movie. That's how great it is.
You're really selling me on this film, man.
Oh, man, I'm sitting here like I should do. Johnny, we should do a watch party for this Fantastic Four movie.
Hell yeah.
It's like rarely. I mean, there's a documentary about it, but
I have it. I have the documentary. I have the documentary. I have it. I have the documentary. And
I'm like, why not put the movie out if you put that out?
Well,
or is the movie like a bonus feature?
It's about the rights. You see, having this Blu-ray is considered taboo at this point.
Dang it! I should have snagged that when I saw it.
Because this Blu-ray actually was released by the same company that put out the documentary, and you can buy on the same website where you could buy the documentary. You can buy the Blu-ray. You can get this movie, and
you're like a commercial right now.
And how they do it is because they're not actually selling you the movie. What they're selling you is the director's commentary, which is a feature exclusive to the Blu-ray. So in order to get the director's commentary, you purchase it, and you just happen to get the movie as a bonus feature for the director's commentary. It's extremely unique, and I think it's a clever way to avoid getting sued.
No, that's the thing, then, because a lot of kids don't know, unless you're older kids like you and me, that back in the day, like comic book films were like very rare. So then when one came out, like, oh man, let's see it. I hope it's good, but something like, it's not good or whatever. It's just so rare, and on top of that, the director's cuts, there were clever ways to get them out to the people, which is one of the reasons I always had hope that, Snyder Cut would come out in some shape or form.
And there he is. We are welcomed by our good friend Ryan. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, man?
What's up?
What's going on?
You asked about the Super Broly DVD Blu-ray. It still had the voice on it.
Okay, that's cool. I don't know because that's the version of it that I saw. I didn't hear the new voice actor. I didn't listen. I didn't watch it again. I didn't care that much to watch it again to see the new thing here. And Marcus Cruz says, and you expect me to believe Marvel didn't talk to both of them for the roles convinces me they are cast. He says they need that Disney money, and John and Emily loves family movies. Fantastic Four is basically a family movie. That's the other thing, Marcus. You actually, again, I have to go back to this Blu-ray. If you want a nice family-friendly comic book movie that you can watch with your grandma, your children, your children's children, whatever, this is the movie. You
Cat
can,
included.
You could sit in front, and it's wholesome. The dialogue is really, really chipper and cheery, and you have, you even have it's clobbering time. I'm telling you, it's actually said
John
in the movie.
Krasinski, isn't he like the Quiet Place guy? I mean, I know that's not the most horrifying horror movie, but like, I'm not really seeing him as like the family movie type. I mean, the movie is about a family, but it's about a family that gets menaced by like sound hunting monsters. Like, I'm not sure that really counts as like.
We got to start doing. I'm telling you, one thing I'd like to do, Johnny, at some point is to just start doing live watch parties on Twitch, and we'll just start like doing like a bunch of these movies.
That'd be fun.
Just doing these movies. We'll do Fantastic Four. We'll do Rawhead Rex. We'll do just like a bunch of movies that that a lot of people here like RJ probably haven't seen. And it'll be so much fun.
Rex. I think that was the first ever Clive Barker adaptation. It's so terrible, but it's so good in its own way.
The fact that there's a Steelbook Blu-ray for that movie tells you that it's beloved. I don't know, Johnny. I mean,
what about a giant penis monster that comes up from the ground to fuck? I mean, like it's a hell of a story. Like you don't get stuff like that every day, and like it was one of Clive's most ambitious things. And the fact that they made a film out of it right out of the gate, and they made it take place in Ireland for some reason, I thought was
Ireland. Okay, yeah, that's great. I think we should do it. I think we should watch it. I think we'll do Fist of the North Star. We'll do Rawhead Rex. We'll do
Guyver, the first Guyver movie.
See, this is an exclusive for all the people that are still, for all 7 of you that have tuned in and are still watching this special episode where we're not exclusively talking about Zack Snyder. You see, that's what's happened. We've gotten into that, and that's the thing. I don't want to fall into that trap where we're not doing anything but talking about Zack Snyder every week. But it's like when you try to branch off and talk about other things, then you lose viewers because they want to hear your take on the latest Zack Snyder stuff. So
what
for
happened?
Was
there a board meeting where like an executive farted 2 times instead of 3, and we're supposed to figure out what that means for the future of the Snyderverse at DC proper? I mean, that's like mostly what I hear coming from a lot of this stuff, and I'm like, where are you guys dividing this stuff from? Like,
how can we talk about the Snyder Cut when this movie exists?
I don't know, but like we also got to do the Dolph Lundgren Punisher movie. The Dolph Lundgren.
I mean, I'm just saying right now, dude. Listen, you got this movie, and you got this just being released today. Fist of the North Star, Volume 1 manga in English, the first volume of many to be concluded from the great people over at Viz, which ironically I think Viz is owned by Warner Brothers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
they're a Japanese company.
But
so they might own the American version, but.
Yeah.
Even Warner Brothers says Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers UK is all about Snyder Cut. They're like,
I know. Warner Brothers UK is all about Snyder Cut, and I wonder what Zack Snyder thinks about this movie.
Oh, he loves it. I guarantee
that's what I'd like to ask Zack. That's what I'd like to ask Zack Snyder. I'd be like, my first question if I were to interview him would be, so Zack, what do you think about Roger Corman's Fantastic Four? And I'd pull out the Blu-ray. I'd be like, what do you think, Zack? No? because this is the one movie that I think is better than your cut of Justice League.
And then he hangs up on you.
And then he leaves the stream. Oh God, Igor echoes the sentiments of everybody here on this panel. Kojay is one of the nicest guys in all of the fandom. I agree. Gotta love Lord Kojay. Thank you, Igor. That's a beautiful comment. And it's so true. Katsuka says, in all honesty, I've never seen the older Fantastic movie.
It's really hard to get a hold of. So, like,
in all honesty, Johnny and I are going to do a live watch. We're going to do a watch party on Twitch immediately following this show. So if you want to join us for that show, if you guys are here and you want to join us on Twitch, I gotta somehow figure that out, because I don't know nothing about Twitch, but I'll figure it out, and we
need to get a hot tub, right?
We'll watch this movie. Hot tub yeah, we're gonna do hot tub, and we're gonna do it. And that's what we're gonna do. And I you know what? I'm really interested in what RJ is gonna think about that Fantastic Four movie, because RJ is like a big Marvel shill. So yes. I definitely would love to see what you think of it, because I think you're going to love it.
I want him the Japanese Spider-Man with RJ too. I think.
Yes. We need to. We need to
have the Megazords.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Megazord. How does it start? The theme song's like, yeah, wow, yeah, wow. Oh God, it's great.
A lot of them were. They're like in your face.
Spider-Man. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
it's listen, it's fantastic. We've got and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do Fist of the North Star. We'll do Vampire Hunter D. We're gonna do a bunch of classics. We're gonna do Violence Jack.
Yes.
We'll even since we're on Twitch, we'll even do Yorotsuka Doji. We'll do everything. We got Igor talking about Rawhead Rex. Yes,
Rex.
Yes, gotta love Rawhead Rex. Fantastic film.
Oh, sorry.
What's up?
Say that again.
Oh, I was just gonna make a stupid joke. I know a good '80s movie you could do for classic movies.
Yo, what's up? What is it?
Wonder Woman 1984.
If I do, I would rather instead of watching Wonder Woman 84, we'll just put pictures of. I'll just put up like
a motherfucker.
I'll just put up like a clip show of all the best pictures of Patty Jenkins I could find, and we'll just for 90 minutes we'll just clip Patty. Oh yeah, that's a nice picture of Patty. Oh, that's an even nicer picture of Patty. Oh, that's a really nice picture of Patty. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, and then Batdan, I have to talk to you about this. I've got some ideas for the Batdan and ZodWriter Patty Jenkins podcast, in which we devote every episode to talking about Patty Jenkins and all her projects and what she eats for breakfast, what she eats for lunch, and how big her dumps are on a weekly basis. We're going to discuss all of that on episode 1 of the Batdan and ZodWriter Patty Jenkins podcast. And listen, if you thought Jody's Corner was a big fan of Patty Jenkins, wait till you get a load of me and Batdan. We are going to knock it out of the park. So be looking forward to that. I'm making the announcement here for the 8 of you that are still watching our show. It's going to be great. Yes. Patty Jenkins podcast.
With the big old turds.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be great.
Dan and Activia. Big old Patty Jenkins turds.
All right, and Marcus Cruz says Cillian Murphy or Michael Fassbender for Dr. Doom. What do you think? Again, it doesn't get any better than this right here. This is Dr. Doom. I'm sorry. It doesn't get.
I think get an Eastern European guy to actually do the.
Tommy Wiseau.
Yeah, dude, that would be perfect. Oh, hi, Reed. How you doing? I didn't do it. I did not.
No, he'd be like, I did not get the Fantastic Four. I did not. Oh, hi.
Oh,
Mom.
yeah. Yeah, dude, big time. I huge.
Instead of oh hi Mark, it's oh hi mother.
Oh, hi, mother.
Yeah, I want Tommy Wiseau as Doctor Doom. If they give me Tommy Wiseau as Doctor Doom in the new Marvel movie, I'll go see it day one. Igor
No.
says,
I want. Oh, sorry. I was gonna cast Tommy Wiseau.
no, go ahead.
No, I want him as Nick Fury. Tommy Wiseau as Nick Fury.
Oh, that would be even better. Oh my God, have him replace Samuel L. Jackson. That'd be fantastic. Oh my God.
And then the eye
great.
patch will like randomly be on different eyes every day. Or
He'll be the best Nick Fury since David Hasselhoff. It'll be great.
It'll be close, but yeah. Dude.
That's another movie. That's another movie that we're gonna watch. That's another movie that we're gonna watch on Twitch. We're gonna watch Nick Fury and the Shield with David Hasselhoff. So look forward to that. We're gonna watch all the classic Marvel movies.
Yo, you gotta get my boy Dolph Lundgren Punisher.
Of course, I was gonna say that one. Definitely, that's one of the best.
And I didn't forget about you, DC fans. We're gonna watch this movie too, Lex Luthor for President. I don't know if any of you have seen this movie. This movie is an indie film. It was made in the UK, and it is a very serviceable DC film, and we will watch it live on Twitch for those of you DC fans. And it's got Superman in it. It's got Joker. It's got a lot of DC heroes in it. It's actually pretty good. The first half hour of the movie is just Zack Snyder swimming around in a pool. So you guys will love that. And Igor says here, have you seen the Gen 13 animated film? Yep. I have a bootleg of that one too.
Yeah, I have it. I wish that it was drawn a little more like J. Scott Campbell's art from the time, but it's pretty good. It's definitely a lot like the X-Men animated series.
Good call, Igor. I hope you join us, Igor, for these watch parties we're going to do, because those are going to be a lot of fun. What's up, Jesse Allen? Good to see you, man. Shout out to Jesse, man. Release the Ayer cut. Come on. You know, let's get that out there. This is what we're about, right? Fantastic Four and the David Ayer cut of Suicide Squad. Come on.
It's all under the umbrella of
for sure. Yeah. Matter of fact, I want Zack Snyder to put Roger Corman's Fantastic Four in the Snyderverse. I just think that would be perfect.
You might be driving a bigger wedge between you and Snyder.
forget putting Shazam in the Snyderverse. Put Fantastic Four in the Snyderverse. That will be. I mean, you talk about cross appeal. RJ will be real excited because he's a big MCU fan. So that'll work.
Yeah,
that'll work. Igor,
happy.
Igor says Dick Tracy. Yeah, that's another good Saturday morning, Igor. You watch Dick Tracy and you watch Who Framed Roger Rabbit and you eat some pizza.
Yo, I still like
Cool World.
You guys see that one?
Which one?
Oh yeah, Cool World. Red Sonja. Yeah.
So much.
Oh my God.
Supposed to be
guys, this is what I'm talking about. This show is lit tonight. All this great stuff we're discussing.
Got my favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger line ever. Go for the eyes, Sonya. It's the only chance. The way he says that is just so hilarious.
I just like when he just goes, Sonya.
Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Oh, dude.
It's perfect. Stones. And Katsuka92 says, you had me at giant penis monster. Okay, Katsuka. well, there's a lot of great stuff out there if you want to see giant penis monster.
There's a big penis monster in Red Sonja too.
I mean, technically,
it has eyes.
If you really want to watch, if you really want to see, giant penis monsters, watch Legend of the Overfiend, Yorusuke Doji. You'll literally see giant penises crashing through buildings and stuff. It's insane.
They're everywhere.
Everywhere.
It'll give you a complex.
You'll have you'll have never seen so many animated penises on screen at one time. It's insane.
It's just like no.
I mean, you talk about phallic. This film takes the cake. There's literally it's literal.
It's actually pretty well paced. It's actually, as far as like stuff about that subject matter goes, the most watchable thing you can find about it.
Oh,
like
and it's a great movie too, by the way.
It's actually a very interesting, really neat, weird sci-fi movie. It just has a lot of penises.
And we're gonna watch it. We're gonna do a live party. We're gonna do a watch party, and then we're gonna pop that movie in, and we're gonna all just be popping while it's on. It's gonna be great.
Another version of the Suicide Squad, right? There's a penis line in the trailer.
Well. You know, I think that's what happened to James Gunn. I think James Gunn watched Yoritsuka Joji a few too many times.
Well, I mean, he grew up working with Trauma, man. He rolled with Lloyd Kaufman for days. They got all kinds of really nasty penis gags in like all those old Toxic Avenger movies and shit. So yeah, Lord knows what that poor boy had to grow up with, like cutting his teeth in film.
And Integrity 101 says, with Keaton signed on for Flash, what do you guys think of getting Peter Weller for a RoboCop film?
Yeah,
Integrity
dude,
101. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Dude, I want to get, I mean, you talk about getting Peter Weller to come back for a RoboCop film. I want Peter Weller on this show. I'm going to be like, so you're RoboCop, dude. I mean, how does it feel to be coming back?
And he was one of my favorite Bruce Waynes ever in the Legends of
the Dark Knight Returns. Oh,
animated movie. Yeah, he was probably one of
the
most badass.
He was so on point in that movie. Like every beat was good. I loved him as Batman as well. I thought he was great.
He was fantastic for sure.
He was fantastic.
I had no issues.
And plus, he was through Bond.
Oh yeah.
All right, I'll be there. Well, yeah, you definitely need to be there because those watch parties are going to be lit. Japanese Spider-Man.
Yes.
Oh, yes. You know what? The Japanese Spider.
He's asking what's up about
it's
that.
A great series.
That's the same group who did the Super Sentai.
It was a neighboring group. It wasn't the same company. But yeah, because there's multiple groups that do like that tokusatsu.
But it's so good. Oh my god,
it's got a mech and everything. It's awesome.
It's great. It's so well. I mean, when you think about it, they've actually got Spider-Man manga that is just fantastic. If you've actually read the scanlations of the Japanese Spider-Man manga, it's pretty deep. It's deeper than anything Marvel has ever put out for Spider-Man. I'll tell you that right now.
Because I actually got the mangas from this Japanese store, but it was all in kanji and all that. So I just looked at the pictures and trying to figure out the story on my head. But it's really good. It's really good.
Hallmark Channel Wonder Woman. Me and Bat Dan are going to be talking about that in our first episode of the Patty Jenkins podcast.
Oh, man.
No, Bat Dan, you like 84, right? You enjoyed that.
I liked it.
I enjoyed it. I mean, I admit it's flawed, but I enjoyed the movie.
I liked what's his name in it, Pedro Pascal. I thought he was hilarious. I was like, why does Woody Harrelson sound like Pepe Le Pew in this movie? Is what I thought the whole time I was watching it.
Pepe Le Pew, dude, he could do a good Pepe Le Pew.
It sounds just like him in that movie. So I was like, yeah, dude.
I watched Howard the Duck earlier. My girlfriend had never seen it. Bought the Blu-ray today. You're a smart person, Vince. I have to admit, man. Yeah. Howard the Duck is a masterpiece. Come on.
Probably one of Marvel's best movies ever. Yeah, good music.
Oh my God! Yes, definitely. Yes. Oh my God! Ryan, it's like the music is awesome. The acting was cool. It was cheesy, but it had sci-fi elements in it that were amazing. I mean, I love Howard the Duck.
The first time I was at like my uncle's house, he had HBO, that channel, right? So I was just up one night and I saw the ending of a Kurosawa film. It just turned on. It was just the end of it, so I didn't know what it was. I just remember the images. Then when I got into him, I was like, "Oh, that's
let me guess. It was Hidden. It was Hidden Fortress. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There it is. So
there
then
it
right
is.
after that film-
Howard the Duck should be a criterion, for God's
Yeah,
sake.
I mean, like, where else are you gonna see duck boobs at, man? Besides that movie.
Yeah, that
And it's a
movie.
guilty pleasure.
But yeah, after that film, Howard the Duck played, and then sometime after that, Enemy Mine played right after. So I
Oh
was-
man.
Oh,
That
God,
was
what
my
a,
first
God,
experience
what a,
with
what a
horror, dude.
weekend! And then they cap it off with John Woo's The Killer. It's like, listen, dude, that was when TV was TV, like on cable channels when late night cable
great.
was
That
the
like,
greatest
my
thing
first-
ever.
I was like, dude, these films are awesome. They just have them back to back without commercials. As a kid, my mind was blown, and those films are etched in my heart forever. And dude, I still love them.
That's
Yeah,
how I was. I think
Enemy
my
Mine
favorites
more,
right
though.
there, man.
I think
Enemy
I
Mine
watched-
is so good.
Oh, Enemy Mine. Oh, I got another.
Probably one of the
another watch
best movies
party.
ever made about racism, man. I mean, it's just such
Oh,
a
it
you
was
know,
beautiful
great.
film.
it's inspired by an older film of during World War II of an American pilot and Japanese pilot crash landing on an island, and then they have to get along. This is
Oh,
like the sci-fi
perfect.
adaptation of that, but they accomplish it very well. And yes, 100%. This is like, Prejudice 101, how to learn to get over that for everybody.
Is there a Blu-ray steelbook for Enemy Mine? Because
Not steelbook, but I'm sure we can make one. But I'm glad I got it because they only had like X amount of 1,000 copies sold. I mean, made. So that's rare. But you can get it digitally on Amazon for $10, I think, or $7.
I want to. Does anybody know if there's a Howard the Duck steelbook for Blu-ray?
They release it on 4K.
That's
And
on 4K.
It's on 4K. Is it steelbook?
I think so.
Oh
They
my
better,
god!
man. They should have
my
one.
god!
put it in the
Wow,
toaster.
bro! Howard the Duck in 4K. Are you serious? I didn't know that. I'm like, okay. I'm like sitting here with my Howard the Duck Blu-ray,
Crazy.
thinking, yeah, okay. But
Oh, yep. I see it on BestBuy.com.
It's a 4K. It's a 4K steelbook.
That's what it says.
Oh my god!
I was right.
Oh my god, dude! Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Love
my god!
Enemy Mine,
Vince.
forever.
Vince again, dude. You're a smart man, bro. You're a smart man. Buying that movie. It never gets old. It's always fun to watch. And it got a bad rap back in the day. A lot of people were not really fans of Howard the Duck.
Well, it was like left field. No one was prepared for it. It wasn't really marketed well. It was just
Dr.
kinda
Nick.
ahead of its time, out of its time.
Dr.
True.
Nick. Anybody?
Dr. Nick.
Yeah, Dr. Nick. Anybody?
You got me on that one, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Scratching
that
your head.
Father of Nick Jr.?
Vince, you're gonna have to elaborate on that.
I remember
buddy.
Dr. Jennings. I remember Filzy.
Oh,
Like, if we're still
Simpsons.
talking Howard the Duck. Which ones?
Is it soon?
Simpsons, Dr. Nick on The Simpsons.
Oh, okay.
Hi, everybody. That's the only
Oh,
Dr. Nick I know.
Oh, that's right.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Nick.
And Integrity 101 says, anyone here have any thoughts on RoboCop or Terminator franchises? I think they should do a Lyndall Hamilton over T3 film and call it and call P. Weller and try a RoboCop sequel, a do-over, and call Peter Weller and try a RoboCop sequel too. You know what? I have no problem with them doing that. Actually, I haven't been really excited by any of the Terminator stuff they've come out with. The last Terminator movie I was excited about was Terminator 3. And
Yeah.
and honestly, I mean, after that, I just tuned out.
For me, Terminators are like the new Highlander sequels, quote quote sequels. It's like every Highlander film that came out of the first one
D2 is
were
probably
like
the best
alternate
one
versions
one.
of whichever sequel you wanted.
They're doing
they
a
kinda
Terminator anime.
Yeah,
all over the place. That's how Terminators.
That's the only thing they can do,
Like you can pick
RJ.
your
That's the
favorite
only thing
character.
they got left. They got to tap into anime because
Terminator anime would be dope. The
that'd be
Highlander anime was actually pretty good too. The movie that
the
made.
Vengeance. Oh my god,
Mhm.
that
Yeah.
Highlander, especially the director's cut. Oh my god.
So yeah, they do something like that. I would like to see a RoboCop versus Terminator movie. I loved the video game. I thought it was such a neat idea when they pooped that out on Nintendo.
was
So like,
dope crossover video game, man.
I would totally like to see that in film, and yeah, they could take it back, get Patty Jenkins to direct it in 1984 and do it right, man. And if Peter Weller doesn't want to do it, just get what's his name, the James Bond guy, Daniel Craig. He looks enough like Peter Weller to pull it off.
Oh yeah, he's looking more and more. He's looking more and more like Peter Weller as time goes on, dude.
Yeah, the older he gets, the more he's starting to look more and more. He looks like Buckaroo.
More and more like Peter
man.
Weller. And what you do is you just see he's just eventually going to lose enough weight, and yeah, he'll be able to be RoboCop, no problem.
Now let's get Neil Blomkamp on that RoboCop Terminator. That'd be good.
Mark Strong as Dr. Doom. Okay.
That would be neat, I guess. But he's already played enough villains. He's already played 2 on DC, and I don't know. Has he done one for Marvel yet?
No, it's Marvel's turn.
Okay, good call then. Yeah, Dr. Doom, I don't know. I'd say he'd be really good as Bullseye, actually. I think he'd be fucking awesome as Bullseye, but I was thinking of somebody. But they already got a Bullseye on the TV show, and since I heard they're bringing back the TV Daredevil to be in that crappy new Spider-Man movie, I guess that Bullseye still canon. But
RJ, how do you feel about that crappy new Spider-Man movie?
I'm excited. I mean, we can't really call it crappy yet. It's not out yet.
Well,
yeah,
the first
it's
2
not
are
out
pretty
yet.
shit.
Wait,
so
which
I'm
one
pretty
is
sure
it?
the third one will be. But
It's Spider-Man. I Don't Have a Home.
yeah, Spider-Man's
That's what's
home
up.
somewhere.
Watch
Yeah,
it.
his home, man.
Spider-Man homeless.
Dang, that's cool, man.
I don't know,
That's
man.
cool, man.
He's got to sign Will Webb for food or something.
Right, Will
Come on,
Webb.
It's
man.
got a
I'm
chance to be
Spider-Man
good.
fan.
Hey, no. You know what the
Come
sign?
on.
You know what the sign's gonna say? Mark Webb for food. I'm just saying. All right. Bring David Hasselhoff back. Maybe.
I don't know. Have 2 of them. I have 2 Nick Furies. Have him and Sam Jackson fight for the role. That'd be awesome. Like, have them cuss each other out. I'd watch that.
The
Well,
one with the gray
multiverse.
hair line, he's like Samuel Jackson's Nick Fury's dad or something in the alternate universe or something.
Oh, that would be awesome. And then they could do your mama jokes at each
yeah,
other.
yeah.
Oh, that'd be great. And while they're at it, they should bring Ian Ziering back from Sharknado and have him be a character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
He could
Finn,
do it. Ian Ziering
Finn.
was awesome as the Blue Demon in the Swamp Thing show. So like I could totally. I'd want to see him in the MCU since DC and Marvel share everything now. Might as well bring some 90210 love back.
And Integrity 101 is speaking the truth here again. Air cut is inevitable, absolutely. And we and Integrity
David Ayer
101
active on IG.
Gotta love it. Gotta love David Ayer.
Yeah.
Integrity 101 says Dick Tracy was cool. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1990. I watched
Best comic book movie
I watched
ever made.
I watched The Rocketeer recently too. Yes, all good movies. Definitely.
My number one comic book film is still The Crow.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean that's a
my
hard pick,
my
but
personal one. That's the one.
TMNT is probably the closest adapted to the comic book. The only thing they
True.
really changed was making April O'Neil a reporter like in the cartoon and not having her be Baxter's secretary. That's
I
kind of cool.
know.
In April, which used to be black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
like
you
if they were gonna adapt her today, they would have her played by Zoe Saldana. I want to see Peter Weller reprise
What if it's
Buckaroo
like
Banzai.
Oprah, man?
Well, yeah, you'll probably get Daniel
Oprah
Craig
O'Neil.
as Buckaroo Banzai.
I'd
at
watch
this
that.
point.
Yeah, Daniel Craig is Buckaroo Banzai. Like, I wonder who they'd get to play Jeff Goldblum as the cowboy guy, though. Like,
Wouldn't they just get Jeff Goldblum? I mean,
why get him to reprise and not Weller, though? Then they might as well get them all back. Ellen Barkin, all of them. John Lithgow,
Weller, I don't know. I mean, yeah.
John Big Booty. Like, that was such a good character.
Integrity 101 again. Should they get Edward Furlong, Linda Hamilton, Arnold, and try another T3? I vote yes. Do it over. I don't know. I mean, they got if they're going to do it, they need to do it soon because everybody's getting older, and Arnold Schwarzenegger is getting to the point where no matter how much CGI they use on him, I mean, dude's old.
That's what they're trying to do now. They're trying to do all this technology so you could put actors' faces.
Any actor, yeah,
they want to sell their faces. So
from any
Arnold
era.
Schwarzenegger, he could have like be in a wheelchair with Alzheimer's and he's still making money off of using his face digitally. That's like kind of what the avenue they've been gunning for forever.
Oh yeah, well
like
that started with Terminator Salvation, the Christian Bale one, where they basically
longer than that
CGI'd the younger Arnold Schwarzenegger, and that was actually a pretty good effect back then. So I don't know. So like, yeah, you're right, Coach. It's not going to stop. They're just going to keep going because as these technological advances
because they got interested around what mid-90s when Michael Jackson's Black or White, face changing. They're trying to get crazy into all that. So let's see.
Was that the one that had Macaulay Culkin in the video?
Yeah, and The Simpsons too. Hey,
Howard the Duck is mad dope. I can't understand why online people shit on it. Shout out to y'all for putting respect on Howard the Duck's name. Yes.
That's what online people do. They should.
Listen, if you don't like Howard the Duck, get out of here.
Yeah.
because Howard the Duck, man, honestly, it's such a great movie. I mean, I swear, if there was anybody on the panel talking crap about Howard the Duck, I'd be like, you're out of here, and I'd boot him off the channel because the reality is that, listen, it's great stuff.
Oh, yo, Inner Space. That's a good one. Dennis Quaid. I love Inner Space.
Enemy Mine is great. Yes, we got a great group in here today, guys. We got a great group here. We got great people in the chat. Speaking truth. These are true film lovers up in here, man.
Not phonies.
Integrity 101. There's a 30-minute longer Warren Beatty cut of Dick Tracy out there somewhere. Release the Beatty cut. You know what? You know what? I'm with you. Any longer cuts of these older movies?
They're all out there. There's a lot of cuts out there.
Oh yeah. You heard about how they're. Did you guys hear about how they're doing devoting an entire documentary to Orson Welles' Magnificent Ambersons? Apparently, there's a director's cut of his movie somewhere in Brazil that we've never seen with a different ending and completely different. It's like a completely different film. They said that it's almost like. Like night and day. It would be so it's essentially like Orson Welles' Snyder cut. I mean, for real. So I don't know. I'm excited. I watched Magnificent Ambersons. I would like to see Orson Welles' real version of that movie. That'd be cool. A lot of what's happening. The Snyder cut is essentially exposed a lot of these studios and stuff now. So now everybody's calling for director's cuts of every movie.
Well, that's what I hope happens, man. That's the way it should be.
I mean, we need to see these cuts, man.
Director's cut always. That should
release the Patty Jenkins cuts.
Any director's cut.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about
Rocky
that.
Rocky
4 is going to be called Rocky versus Drago, and it's getting a theatrical release.
What?
You understand that Sylvester Stallone's Rocky 4, his director's cut of Rocky 4 is getting a theatrical release. All of these directors should call Zack Snyder up and be like, thank you, Zack. You literally opened the floodgates to all these movies. Now we're going to be getting all the director's cuts of all these movies now because the Snyder cut was so successful. That's what's going to happen. That's why Integrity 101, we're going to get the Ayer cut because the Snyder cut was so successful. That's why we're going to.
Well, what about this Dick Tracy cut? What about this? Because I'm more interested in that. Because I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid. I don't think I've seen that movie since '92 when it came out. I really need to rewatch it, and I would actually.
We're going to get to that, and rumor has it that Ridley Scott has yet another cut of Blade Runner that we haven't seen.
Of course, he does. He's got a 3.5-hour version himself.
I'm telling you, this is what it is.
Supposedly there's an entire box of footage from Blade Runner that they found of just unused footage that just rotted. So I mean, like, there's so I don't even know if he could cut much more together because I think a lot of the stuff that, like, the stock that he didn't use is, like, actually deteriorated at this point.
Yeah, I got
that. The rumor is there's actually, and rumor is now they're trying to get the John Hughes director's cut of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, which is said to have multiple scenes with John Candy.
What about a longer cut of Weird Science? That's more like
there is one. Oh my God! They just released the longer cut of Weird Science.
There's a
just
Snyder
released.
cut of Weird
Also,
Science. No
There's
shit.
a longer cut of Weird Science. They released it on Arrow. I think it was Arrow Video that put it out. There's a longer cut. Yes. Dude, I'm telling you, the Snyder Cut has unlocked
Changed
so many
everything.
doors. It's changed the industry. Now, we might even get that. We might even get that Bryan Singer 3.5 hour Superman Returns now.
Oh, I hope not. What about Breakfast Club? We getting a longer cut of Breakfast Club then?
I don't know, but yeah, I mean,
At this point, the
really
sky's the limit.
I actually really hope that this Planes, Trains, and Automobiles director's cut sees the light of day, because that would be awesome. That movie's great the way it is. So I can just imagine how a director's cut would be. So this is the thing. I'm telling you, everybody. Sylvester Stallone should be buying Zack Snyder dinner every day. I can't believe that they're putting a director's cut.
Some food. Come over here and eat with me. That'd be awesome.
I can't believe that they're releasing it in theaters, though. I'm like, really? Fantastic. What's his name? Fantastic Ford Coppola didn't even get a theatrical release for his Godfather Coda director's cut of Godfather 3, but Sylvester Stallone's getting a theatrical release for his
so
Rocky
funny.
IV director's cut. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Integrity 101 says, anyone want to laugh? Sometime do a quick YouTube search for Nightstand with Dick Dietrich. It's an odd 90s spoof show. It's hilarious. Okay, I'll check it out.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Vince, for posting about the Howard the Duck Blu-ray Steelbook exclusive. I will be purchasing that after the show. Oh man,
I'm gonna buy it.
I'm excited, man. I love Howard the Duck. I always wanted a Steelbook for that movie, but I could never find one. Yeah, also on FYE. Yeah, okay, and
Yes.
So-
oh my god, I love that movie so much. That's one of my favorites since I was
Oh,
a child. Last
God,
Starfighter's
yes.
so good. And
I
then Ice
rewatched
Pirates.
Last Starfighter the other day with the director's commentary, and I was just like, wow, really? You know how many times they've tried to make a sequel to that movie?
I'm glad they never did, man. Unless
That's
they
a
got
good
like
thing.
Lance Guest back to play Alex Rogan and shit. Like I wouldn't want to see it. You know what I mean? Like I keep hearing people talk about wanting a remake of it too. No, thank you. Not
Well, it was
no.
already remade. It was already remade by that guy that wrote the book, by that Robert Klein guy who wrote the book for Ready Player One. He wrote a book called Armada, and I swear the book is just like a straight up remake of Last Starfighter, dude. It's like, and they're making that into a movie, and that's straight up a ripoff of Last Starfighter. So bad that it's not even funny. Like, you talk about plagiarism, dude. That dude should be sued for real.
Yeah, this stuff's overrated anyways. So
Oh yeah, he's like J.K. Rowling when the Harry Potter books first started coming out. That's
I
all
still can't believe
anybody
she
was
did-
talking about.
I still can't believe she didn't get sued by Neil Gaiman, man. Like Harry Potter is such a ripoff of Tim Hunter from Books and Magic. It's not even funny. I remember the first time I saw a girl
Well, it's
with
like
like
the
a Harry
Twilight.
Potter
It's like the
thing.
Twilight. It's like the Twilight people should have sued the 50 Shades of Grey lady.
Was that about
True.
BDSM?
50 Shades of
Twilight
Grey was
about
just
BDSM?
50 Shades of Grey was just an adult ripoff of Twilight, basically.
Wow, I didn't know.
It was like if you take the vampires out of it and turn them into BDSM freaks, you have 50 Shades of Grey. It's the same exact template. And she even admitted it, that the author was a big Twilight fan, and she just,
That's scary.
Integrity 101 says, wow, seriously? I never heard that. Okay. And when people did those voices earlier trying to be Russian, it sounded like Dr. Nick. Okay.
Okay.
The worst comic book film of all time is easily Vampirella with Tila Soto from Mortal Kombat in the lead.
That one is pretty bad because of her outfit, man. They shouldn't have even made it if you couldn't do Vampirella's outfit right. And but I mean, having Robert Daltrey from The Who play Dracula was great. I mean, it was a terrible film, but it was good. I would say the worst is actually either Elektra or Spawn. Like those two films are just the trashiest trash because they didn't even really try as hard as the Vampirella people did, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Integrity 101. That's what I mean. Terminator sucks since Terminator 2. Excuse me. I'd like to see a legit sequel with Furlong and Linda Hamilton, and try a straight up sequel. Yeah, it's funny because I always wondered about that too. Why not just do a straight up sequel like the way they did? Like the new Halloween movie. The new Halloween movie was like a straight up sequel to the original Halloween, and it just forgets that all the other Halloween sequels happened. Yeah, it's like they just completely omitted all those movies, and I find it so hilarious how John Carpenter was on board with that. I'm like, really? You guys you're on board with scrapping Halloween 2 even? I was like, wow, that's incredible. Like I was. Like
that's guts.
yeah. So to me, I don't know. A straight up sequel is good. Like I kind of thought that they were going to do something like that with Nightmare on Elm Street, where they were just going to do like a straight up like sequel to the first Nightmare on Elm Street movie and just forget that all the other sequels happened and just
bring Heather Lightning-Camp back and have her fighting Freddy again. Type of thing.
I don't know about that so much as just doing like a direct sequel to maybe do a direct sequel to that and just have Heather Langenkamp
have her be the parent now and have Nancy's kid dealing with Freddy type thing.
Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah, where it's like where it's kind of like with Halloween, where it's like takes place like 50 years after the first one, and you're just like, how the hell is he still alive? Like, but yeah. But yeah, that's
for Terminator, man. Like, to tell you the truth, I know they screwed up with Salvation, but if they don't make the movie about the actual war in the future, I don't really want to see another time traveling robot.
I don't know why
time traveling robot again. It's been done 8 times and they've all sucked. Yeah, so
well, it's like with Terminator Salvation, they tried to deal, to do that futuristic storyline with Terminator Salvation, and they couldn't even pull it off in Salvation.
It's because they had Mick G directing it, though. I think if they really got somebody that like knew what they were doing and wanted to make something good, they could have made something better than Terminator Salvation. I guarantee you. I mean, the cast for that was so good too, to tell you the truth. I mean, they had Anton Yelchin, they had what's that Batman guy everybody likes name? Christian Bale. Yeah. It should have been a good movie, but it just, I blame the director, to tell you the truth, because Mick G's, he's a stain upon the Hollywood system.
And Igor says makes a great comment here. I played the shit out of RoboCop versus Terminator on Sega. Yeah, that's a great game because when you're RoboCop, you're shooting folks and blood is spurting everywhere. Igor, that's a cool game, man. I still play a lot of it to this day. I think it's a great Sega Genesis game. Dude. Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Igor. Okay, that was Integrity 101 responding to Igor. Igor says FMCU Spider-Man. Okay, I agree with that. Integrity 101 should Stallone make Rambo 6? I vote yes. Honestly, I think both 21st century Rambo sequels are superior to the 80s sequels. I think he will end up making another one.
But the last one was called Last Blood, and they kind of ended it like he was dying. So I thought that was like it.
I really feel like there's going to be another one though. That's
Part 4 was good though, man.
I loved 4.
I did not like Last Blood at all. So I really hope they do another one to like actually end it on a good note and not that awful Bloodfather ripoff.
Yeah, I didn't.
Part 5 went through changes. It originally was going to be him versus the KKK. It was like,
what?
I think that would have been cool. Who does that? Yeah, it would have been
better than what we had.
Yeah, it just went through so many changes. Like whatever version we got may have been like the 12th version of what they already had. But yeah, the 4th one was so good because the ending was so it's like he finally got to go home from like
Yeah.
First Blood. Like he never got to get that closure. It was like a nice full circle. And that movie is brutal. They got to do everything that Rambo 3 said that happens in the field, but they couldn't film it that way at the time. I have that 90s Captain America also.
Oh,
I do too. And we're
favorites.
gonna watch that. And I happen to have the director who I interviewed, Albert Pune. I happen to have his director's cut of that as well. So we'll be doing a watch party for Albert Pune's 1990s Captain America director's cut because it's a masterpiece and it needs to be seen. So we are going to watch it.
The recently passed Ned Beatty, may he rest. I mean, he was wonderful in the film. So
oh god, oh my god, and I mean, it actually has the distinction of having an Italian version of the Red Skull, which is like making Captain America Canadian. But I digress. We can.
Captain Canada.
It was a great movie, by the way. Another 80s sci-fi masterpiece. I love it. Yes, yes. Leah Thompson was so damn hot in Howard the Duck.
You know, I got to tell you, she got me into redheads.
Oh god!
Actually, her whole band was really cute too. I like the Asian.
You know, I thought Leah Thompson
movie. You know?
Yeah. Oh my god! Yes.
I'd have been a huge fan of that band if I was like a teen.
I actually think if they did a Gem movie, a new Gem movie now, if they get Belle Reeve for the lead, I want
to do a Gem movie so bad.
Oh yeah, Belle Reeve as Gem. She can do.
No, they actually make it right with like synergy and all that shit.
Yeah, I want them to be like metal, industrial, EDM. Like that'd be so cool. And then they actually fight crime. Like
like a metal version of the Dixie Chicks.
No, it's good. My idea is pretty much Sucker Punch, but with more metal song and dance sequences.
Okay, yeah.
That's
Zack Snyder, if you're watching. That's what we want.
My movie, and I'll make it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Kojay is going to make that movie. Kojay is going to finally do justice to Gem and the Holograms. I'm excited.
Or people are going to hate
because those who watch this show may not know it, but I am a massive Gem and the Holograms fan.
Dude,
I interviewed
for the 80s.
I interviewed I even interviewed the actress who played Gem in the cartoon, and I had like the biggest fan boner I've ever had in my life.
Oh man, I've never seen Zod as pissed as he was after that film came out. Like the only other time I've seen him that angry,
I couldn't watch it. They didn't try with the hairstyle at all.
Star Trek Into Darkness came out. Those are the two films I've seen Zod the most rage about.
Hey, what's up, homie?
What's going on, Andrew Caselli? What little tidbits do you have for us tonight?
What do you mean? I just came in to hang.
Oh, okay. You just wanted to hang out? That's cool. What are you drinking tonight?
I only drink water.
Oh, okay.
Hey, nice. Keep that H2O.
All right, man. All right, man. Well, that's so. Hey,
Gatorade.
I love it though. But like, yeah, Johnny was right. I was so mad with that Gem and the Holograms movie. Like, I literally had like.
I ranted for like an hour on that show.
Oh yeah,
and the Pussycats is a better comic book film than that one.
The Spice Girls was a better music film than
Spice World
that.
was a great movie. Man, it gets a bad rap, but that's like
no one should shit on Spice World.
Like
no. To become one. Come on, man.
Spice Girls.
Oh my
you know that song does hit a certain chord in your heart, and you can't deny.
Oh my God! Listen,
I'm sorry, not sorry.
I'm at the point right now where I feel like after the show, I feel like listening to techno. Listen, we're at this point where like, wow, this is just. Yeah, you know, when we start talking about Gem and the Holograms, I get excited. I feel like reaching out to Samantha again and being like, "Hey, want to come on the YouTube version of the ZodWriter show this time? Because I'd love to talk to you again. And make sure your hair is pink when you come on camera, baby. Thank you." I mean, because she is awesome, and she's a great singer in her own right. The actress who voiced her in the 80s cartoon. She is just like, and she's like one of the nicest, and she's like one of the nicest celebrities, man.
Well, so she actually did the singing too. She didn't just do the.
Well, no,
the
she
talking?
didn't do the singing. The girl, there was another girl that did the singing, and I know her as well.
That's
but
Bollywood style.
I never got her on my show, but I got the girl that did the voice acting, Samantha Newark, and she just. But she's a singer in real life now. She's actually put out several albums and stuff, and she's got a good singing voice, but not the singing voice of Jem of the cartoon. Like I don't know that, but I didn't know, Koj, that you also love that show. That show to me is
that was a brilliant show.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I have no bias. I don't care if it's good. Good is good, man.
Oh yeah, it was great. It was great. What about you, Andrew Castelli? You ever heard of Jem and the Holograms? You like the cartoon?
I've heard of it once, but I've never seen it.
Oh, okay. It was probably before your time. It's a good show. Good show.
Definitely cool.
Well, one time I saw a review of it by a YouTuber called the Nostalgia Critic.
Dog Walker, good stuff.
Integrity 101 says, feel free to laugh, but Batman Forever and Superman 4 could easily be drastically improved films. Check out a Prince production on YouTube. His upgrades to Superman 4 are unbelievable.
That's interesting.
Here's something that you might not know, Integrity 101. There actually is both. There's director's cuts of Batman Forever and Superman 4. And the director's cut of Superman 4 is almost 4 hours long, and the director's cut and the director's cut of Superman 4 has 3 different nuclear men in the movie. Okay, and a lot of that, and three different actors playing nuclear man too. By the way, and also what they did was they basically, a lot of that footage is on the Blu-ray DVD box set for the Superman movies. If you want to check out. If you want to know a little more about Superman 4, they had big plans for Superman 4, and we know about Batman Forever. We know about Batman Forever. The Schumacher cut is coming. It's coming. We're gonna get it eventually.
Wait, can I just say that when you want to talk about like cheesy superhero films, when I heard you guys talk about the '90s Captain America film. The Reds, the way they changed stuff in there is like the Cap's costume had like rubber ears, and the Red Skull was Italian.
Yeah, in the '90s one.
Yeah, that was Albert. That was Albert Pune. Albert Pune is a wonderful director. He's made a lot of good movies. He almost made Spider-Man. I will tell you this: his director's cut of Captain America from 1990 is a masterpiece. It's almost as good as the Snyder cut.
Masterpiece?
I was saying that right now. Man, it's almost as good as the Snyder cut.
How do you feel about Supergirl, Zod? I love that film.
Oh, the Roger Corman Fantastic
Four? I have the director's cut of that Supergirl.
I've got the director's cut of Supergirl right here.
Yeah, it's so good, right? Like, we got to do a watch party for that masterpiece.
I have that digitally. I should send it out.
Why are you calling these
you're talking about this. You're talking about the Supergirl director's cut. You're talking about this. You see this in yellow here? Yep. It says director's cut. I don't know if you can see it on the camera. This movie is a masterpiece as well. It's almost as good as the Snyder cut.
Okay, you're stretching.
Can I say something, ZodWriter? I wouldn't call it. Here's the thing. You're calling 90s Captain America and Helen Slater Supergirl masterpieces. When here's the thing, other than the Keaton Batman films and the Reeves Superman films, these guys haven't had a good track record in movies.
Oh
what
yeah,
that
Warner Bros. Freaking sucks.
You need to watch. You need to watch the Supergirl director's cut. It's almost as good as the Snyder cut. Okay.
I don't even think DC made that film. I think it's a canon movie.
You're stretching. It's a better film.
Okay.
It's a better film than the Snyder cut. Okay, we've said it, so we need to move on.
You said it. I got in on this.
I'd say it's better than some of Snyder's films, but like not the Snyder cut. I'd say it's better than PBS.
This is the director's cut of Supergirl. It is almost as good as the Snyder cut. Okay.
I disagree. I disagree. I
Nah,
watched that
let me
film,
see.
and
I
it's
put it
bad.
at the level
You
of,
you disagree? You
I put it at the
disagree?
level of
You're out of here. All right. All right.
All
So
opinions were welcome.
okay. So now moving on.
He's struck out.
We have
Zod, where was this
Igor.
guy last week?
Igor.
Zod, you need to moderate more.
We got we.
you know.
Oh,
You were serious? You actually booted that kid? Wow.
he's out of here. I don't want to hear any more of his BS. He's out of here. I'm sick and tired of it.
Zod, you're like so late. We need this Zod earlier. That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
lit tonight. I'm lit tonight. We're gonna keep having fun.
But you
This is a
joking, right?
3-hour
That guy's
stream.
cool.
This is a 3-hour stream. We could go for another 6 as far as I'm concerned. We got Igor here talking about Weird Science and Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Both suffered re-edits because of music, licensing rights, so they no longer have the Saki soundtracks. Igor, I'm thinking of another movie right now that suffered. Legend. Ridley Scott's Legend. Listen, for me, it doesn't get any better than the theatrical cut with the Tangerine Dream soundtrack.
Beautiful.
Give me that Babylon 5 type soundtrack any day of the week. I don't know what Ridley Scott was smoking with his director's cut, but listen. It's almost like a George Lucas thing for me.
You're smoking weed from the Shire, bro. That's why.
You want
to take it all to Elfland or something.
Yeah, I mean,
there's like there are cuts of like the Tangerine Dream soundtrack mixed into the director's cut. You gotta find that one. And if not, I gotta make it at some point.
Yeah.
That's
well, man,
nice.
I actually like a lot of the stuff that they added to the film. I just wish that he would have got like Tangerine Dream to like cut a new track to like fill some of that
You
space.
just shouldn't get the rights or something like that. It's weird because there's an Indian film that's really amazing called Dev Das, and it's got an extended director's cut in India, but the score for the theatrical cut was amazing and didn't make it to the director's cut. But you could only get it in the dubbed version, which is weird. But that score is just so beautiful. So I get what you mean, Zod. That score in Legend is gorgeous.
We could talk about this kinds of stuff.
It was so Lady Hawk like.
Oh, it's beautiful.
What would be like him going?
Lady Hawk. You just mentioned another movie that just made me perk up. I'm like, Lady Hawk, Excalibur.
Okay, I got another one for you.
Listen, bro.
I got another one for you. This is hardcore.
Well, and the soundtrack to Lady Hawk was good too. What was it? The Andrew Parsons project, man. That was pop, dude. Like I would get up and sword fight as a little kid every time I heard that. I was like, just imaginary. I love that movie and that soundtrack, dude.
But you guys remember Disney's Black Arrow?
Black Arrow.
Oh, Black.
I remember Black Crystal and Black Cauldron.
No, that's Black Cauldron, Dark Crystal. No, but Black Arrow. It's like the first Robin Hood. Disney made a dope ass film. People were getting shot and killed, like with arrows, of course. But it went hard, and there's a director's cut of it. Beautiful film, went under the radar. The guy who trained the gladiators in Gladiator with Russell Crowe.
Oh,
wow. The actor's name. He was in it. It's one of his early works. Fantastic film. Black Arrow by Disney in the 80s. It came out in 83 or 84. Fantastic.
And is it live action?
Live action.
Okay.
It's really dope. I gotta find it. I have it. I have the director's cut. I just gotta convert it from DVD to digital.
I have to see if I can find it and add it to my.
But that film is a must for anyone of rich gems in the 80s. That's by Disney. It's like I remember because it's the first film I saw a making of special too, and that's when I started getting interested in film from that one.
Yeah, the flicks, seek it out. The longer cut of Weird Science exists, and for those of you that want to see the longer cut of Weird Science, just DM me for my Plex information because I have Weird Science on my server, and it is the longer cut. So just so you know, if you want to check it out.
You have all the director's cuts, don't you?
I'm all about director's cuts, Bat Dan. This is the Supergirl director's cut, okay? and it's almost as good as the Snyder cut.
It's almost good, but I may
it's like Thor
disagree
1.
that it's almost as good as the Snyder
Don't disagree with me or you're getting booted off the show. I booted Batman off. I booted off Andrew Casali. Don't think I won't boot you off, too.
I thought you were going to call
Honestly,
him
it won't be
Vincent
good.
Cooper for a second, man.
Huh?
But I just love that like she put a spider in the dude Schlitz malt liquor and drugged him, man. That's like one of the greatest supervillain ploys ever.
And that dude Vince asks, I thought they were working on a sequel for Last Starfighter. There's allegedly still a sequel being developed for that movie, but it's been in development hell for so long. I think we got a better chance of an American adaptation of Akira coming out than we do a Last Starfighter sequel, and we know that live action Akira is never happening.
Yeah,
because the director that they get for that movie, unless it's Adam Wingard, his or her career is gonna be over as soon as that movie hits theaters and bombs. There's no way. Because Akira, what I heard was, last I heard about the live action Akira was they had went to Jordan Peele, who did, Get Out and, what was that other movie? Us. Yeah. They went to Jordan Peele and Jordan Peele was like, no, I just want to do my Twilight Zone show for CBS. I'm not interested in touching Akira.
I thought,
you know what? If he goes anywhere near Akira, I'm all for it because he'll never work in Hollywood again. Okay, he's done. He's out of here, and that's great. I'm happy about that, and I hope that happens because if you make a live action Akira and you try to inject your Taika Waititi humor into Akira, you're out of here. Nobody has time for it. Nobody cares. So you're not going to be able to make Akira like you made Thor Ragnarok and think you're going to get away with it. It's just not going to happen. So
doesn't Otomo like hold iron grip over whoever gets to make that film?
Yes.
Anyway?
Yes.
That's probably why we'll never see it.
It's in I want Takashi Miike to do it.
Oh my God.
That's perfect. Takashi Miike.
For real.
He's
If Miike does Akira, much like if Miike does Fist of the North Star, I think we're good. But as far as Last Starfighter goes, yeah, it's been in development hell forever. I don't think that it's I don't think we're going to see a sequel. Like I said,
that Crow reboot movie, and the new,
like that Jason Momoa Crow reboot. Yeah, okay.
Nope.
Well, they were going to do a Crow reboot with DMX a long time ago.
Tom Hiddleston was going to play it for a while. Then I think James McAvoy was going to be the
Gary Cooper. Gary Cooper wasn't it? Gary
would have been a cowboy crew. That'd be cool.
No, Bradley Cooper, right? Bradley Cooper.
Oh, okay.
he was attached to it a couple of times, and
he was.
Rocket Raccoon. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Igor said I had a big crush on Catherine Mary Stewart from Last Starfighter.
Oh yeah,
Night of the Comet and Dudes. Yeah,
Night of the Comet, another one of my favorites, man. One of the best kind of weird zombie films ever made. Like really good pick there, Igor. Man, he's just filling up the watch list, man. That's another one we got to put on there that most people don't know.
Here we go. Kojay has said it. We haven't brought up this film tonight, but this is another masterpiece.
This is like a whole new level.
What, Hunger Games?
Where's the director's cut of that? Are we going to pull out the director's cut of this one?
Battle Royale. Well, actually, there is a director's cut of Battle Royale.
I have the yearbook edition with all the different cuts of it and part 2.
Yeah, there is. There is
Part 2 is okay.
And I'm sure you have it in arm's length.
No, actually, a Battle Royale I don't have in arm's length. It's on the shelf.
Yeah, mine's over. Yeah, but
me.
Yeah, with Versus and Death Trance and all my other Japanese treasures.
Silent Scotty, man, you are welcome to jump on here anytime you like, man. You are a salt of the earth. You're a great dude. I love when you're in here in the comments. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Silent Scotty says, I can't defend the Spawn movie in any way, shape, or form, but it is a guilty pleasure of mine. I will say this. the Spawn movie director's cut is almost as good as the Snyder cut.
Okay, you're on one now, bro. You're on
Just,
one.
just putting it out there, folks.
Okay.
All right?
It's that hour, ladies and gentlemen.
No. Spawn, Koj says Spawn is a guilty pleasure too. It had so much potential, but felt so nerfed. Yeah, but watch the director's cut,
I do have the director's
Koj.
cut. The bird's longer and takes longer. It's the same shit throughout the whole movie.
I know, Koj, guys. I'm just messing with you. I don't really believe any of these movies are as good as the Snyder cut. I'm just kidding around.
Does that
Oh.
include Fantastic Four
Supergirl
or-
is as good as the Snyder cut. Supergirl is.
The director's cut. All right. The director's cut, not the international cut, not the theatrical cut. The director's cut. All right.
Oh man, this is hilarious.
You know what director's
Hey,
cut
but
I
those-
want to see? The director's cut of Justice League.
You know, I can't believe you had the nerve to come back after I booted you out. What do you want?
Supergirl. He loves Supergirl.
First, you can stop yelling at me.
Why?
Yeah, it's his
If I
show.
change my mind on your masterpiece, will you keep me in here?
No, because we know you're just placating us, and he was messing with you anyways, kid. Man, it's all good. Honestly.
All right, and we got Igor responding to Lord Koj. He says, "Lord Koj, they really dropped the ball on Spawn. The HBO animated series gets it absolutely right."
Yup.
Did
Yes.
you guys
The
get the
cartoon
animated
is so
series
good.
on DVD?
Oh, I love. Oh my God, I got
They
the
did something
animated
special.
series.
They made him a movie. They
I
did
got
all
the
the
animated.
episodes.
I got the animated series. I got the animated series on a Blu-ray Steelbook, man,
It's better than
Man.
the Snyder cut.
and it's almost as good as the Snyder cut.
Actually, that one
not
for real.
You
Yeah.
think
That's gonna be a new
everything is
hashtag.
the Snyder cut.
Andrew, don't get back on my list because I'll boot you again, man. I don't have no problem booting people. All right. This isn't a democracy; it's a dictatorship. And if you say something I don't like, you're out of here. That's it,
What you
dude.
said you hated. What a surprise.
Lord Koj, HBO series is golden. The DVD
Oh, these are
put all
old
episodes
messages.
together as 3 films. Yes, I know. I'm just going down the
Okay,
line.
cool. Copy.
Koj, we've got all night. I don't mind. I can just read
Okay.
everybody's
Okay.
comments. This is beautiful.
It is.
You got a problem, Koj? Do I need to boot you?
Maybe. I don't know. Let's settle in the ring, brother.
You're not supposed
go.
to very good
I'm gonna
executioner.
boot you out of here in a minute too. Got all this
Snap.
this crazy stuff going on tonight.
My booty is
That dude Vince says you know Captain America 1990 was played by Matt Salinger. Yes, the son of
I know.
writer J.D. Salinger,
Oh, wow.
who
I
wrote
didn't know
Catcher in the
he-
Rye.
I
Yes.
didn't know he was
When it
J.D.
comes
Salinger's
to-
kid. That's an amazing piece of trivia. I did not know. Thank you
I
very
did
much
not
for
know
that.
Well, here's the thing. When it comes to Captain
I love
Really,
it.
really, Johnny, you like point that out all the time.
When it comes to Captain America, I think Chris Evans did the character justice.
All right. If you're gonna mention Chris Evans on this show, you're gonna get booted. You mention him again, you're out of here. You understand?
Hey, Zod,
I'm
Zod.
tired of that. I'm sick and tired of these Marvel shills.
Yo,
Sick of
Zod.
it.
I
Yes?
think
Oh,
Chris Evans
Marvel
is a
Shield?
good Human
Damn.
Torch.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
No, for real. I liked him as.
I agree with
Giant
you. I
Torch.
think he was good as Human Torch.
I like him as Human Torch more than Captain America.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
Yeah,
me.
I like Matt. I
No,
like
for real.
Matt Sal-
He's
I like
coming off
Matt
that
Salinger.
9/11
I like
movie
J.D.
energy.
Salinger's kid as Captain America better. To be
Okay,
honest
then
with
I
you.
love Tobey Maguire Spider-Man more than Tom Holland.
Well, who doesn't,
Congratulations.
man?
Yeah,
I
you're not going to get an argument about that.
you're not going to get an argument
I'm an
there.
Andrew
I mean,
Garfield guy.
my God, Andrew actually made a decent comment, but I guess a broken clock is right twice a day, huh?
Jeez, leave him
Yeah.
alone, man. Be nice. Be cool.
I have a
That
bit
is
of a
nice,
hot
man.
take, but let me finish this before you boot me. Let me finish my whole thought before you boot
No,
me.
I'm not booting you. I'm not booting you at all, Bat Dan, because you're gonna co-host with me on the Patty Jenkins podcast. We're gonna do that. So I won't boot you. You can say whatever you want. Go ahead.
Okay,
Oh, but you boo me? How's that fair?
Yeah, I'm gonna boot you, man. Go ahead, Bat Dan.
I think Tom Holland, actor-wise, I like better than Tobey Maguire, but I think he's the worst written Spider-Man.
Okay, I'll give
Wait,
you
who's
that.
the worst written?
But the other thing, even for that,
But he's the only guy who looks like he's in high school playing a high schooler. I am so tired of seeing 30-year-olds playing high school.
Oh, okay. Can I stop you right there?
Spider-Man's
Spider-Man's not
Can I
supposed to be a
can I
high
rebut
schooler,
that?
though. He
Can I
actually
rebut
grows
that?
up and he becomes Spider-Man. He's not always. That's the thing that I don't
Am
get
I allowed
about
to
these
make a
movies
rebuttal?
is they always go back to having Spider-Man be this little kid, which he
Thank
hasn't
I'm
you.
been.
old. I'm
Thank
used
you.
to him being married with Mary Jane and expecting their kid.
Yes.
Friends
In
with
fact, can I
Daredevil.
make a rebuttal on this? If you
But
don't
I'm
mind.
old.
Okay. By all means, Andrew, make your
Okay.
rebuttal. And it better
They
be
are
good or you're
actually-
getting booted, man. Go ahead.
There are actually incarnations of the character where he is not in high school.
I don't care because in the
Let
movie
me finish.
he's
Let me
in high
finish.
school.
Let me finish. Let me finish. In the early 616 comics, he was only in high school for about a couple of issues. Then they had him go to college where he met Harry and MJ. In the 90s cartoon, he was already at Empire State University. In the PS4 video game, he was already 8 years into his career.
I don't care. I'm talking about the movies where he is written in high school in the movies. In those movies, the way he is written in Spider-Man 1,
As
he starts
Spider-Man
off in
Jr..
high school. In Amazing Spider-Man movies, both movies, he is written in high school. Though it doesn't matter what the other lore is. What matters is what we see in those movies. And
That's
in
true.
those
None of those
movies-
guys were in high school. They're like Power Rangers.
All
They
right,
were
let
like in
me
the
give you
30s.
one
They're like
second.
freshman
Hey, you
year.
think Tobey Maguire didn't look like a high school student?
Okay, hold on a second. Let me end you with
I
this
know
one thing. There are 4 versions of the character that really stick true to the source material and what I feel like brings the heart of the character. And that's the 90s animated series, the Spectacular Spider-Man cartoon, the Raimi trilogy, and the PS4 video game.
The
Only
90s
those
show was garbage.
That is random as hell for picks there, buddy. But keep
Well,
going.
those 4 really, those versions capture the heart of what I love about the character and what makes Peter Parker Spider-Man.
Yep, sorry, I didn't like the 90s cartoon though. The 90s it had a
You
good
shut your
moment.
mouth. You shut your mouth. Yes.
I like the
Yes.
90s one. That's where we first saw Blade on the big screen.
All right.
That was my first
All
introduction to character.
right. The
Disrespect
Spider-Man talk. I've had enough of it. I'm
Yeah.
sick of it.
Hey,
Stop.
who started it?
All
Who
right,
started it?
Igor says the Howard the Duck theme was by Thomas Tolby. She blinded me with science and George Clinton, Parliament Funkadelic. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, I gotta love Howard the Duck. If we could talk about Howard the Duck as much as Andrew Casale likes to talk about Spider-Man, this would be a better show. Lord Koj, wow, didn't know that. And Vince says Leah Thompson did the singing in Howard the Duck. Yeah, she actually did, and it was dope.
Can I say something to this guy here? He says most moviegoers don't really care what comic book. Well, those moviegoers are actual fans of the character.
Some people just be movie fans. Why do people don't always have to read the comics to be fans?
That's why people
If you go by critic ratings, this answers it really eloquently here. If you go by critic ratings for movies, you won't watch most movies. That's very true.
Unless it's Marvel. If it's Marvel, then you'll watch them all.
Well, screw the critics. Who cares what they think?
What did I miss? Well, Igor, you didn't miss nothing. You just missed Andrew droning on about Spider-Man.
Hey, I get a little teed off when people disrespect it.
Respect.
Integrity 101, Batman Forever fans downloading Batman Forever virtual work print vintage fan edit online. It inserts the deleted scenes and restores the scenes to the proper order. If you like Batman Forever, it's a must watch. Integrity 101, I agree with you. It's even better than the Red Book edition, which is another fan edit that tries to put the scenes back and make it more true to the vision of what Schumacher first wanted to do. But hopefully, at Integrity 101, I'm sure you agree with me, hopefully at some point we're going to get the Schumacher cut and we're going to finally get to see that version of the movie. I mean, does everybody here want to see Schumacher's original vision for Batman Forever?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. I like to see it.
First,
I mean, all original visions, man. This should be at the forefront from the
I
beginning.
agree with you
here's the thing.
1,000%.
Ever.
At first, I wasn't interested, but then when I found out that his original take was more.
Meanwhile, on the Andrew Casale show.
Man, that's cool.
You guys know that Joel Schumacher wrote the script for Car Wash? That's a weird ass piece of trivia that I found out the hard way. It's pretty funny though.
It's okay, well, but we need to hear Andrew's take right now. Go ahead,
Okay.
Andrew.
I forget. You guys already.
Nah,
messed
they
with
just-
me.
No,
That
Andrew.
Oh,
Andrew,
God,
what
thank
you
you.
say is
All right.
important on this show. Say what you need to say.
Oh yeah, tell that to yeeting me for disagreeing with my opinion.
I yeeted you
does that-
because you disagreed with me, and you don't
That's my
disagree with me on
opinion.
that
You not
show.
handle criticism.
Not from you. Now, Igor says
You
that
just
the
joshing.
Igor says the theatrical cut is better than the director's cut. Which
Which
version
one?
are you? Because I'm probably inclined to
right.
agree with you because you're a straight up dude too. So whatever, man, I agree with you totally. I mean, especially if we're still talking about Legend. I mean, my God, I don't know.
I think
and
we're talking about Legend, yeah.
I keep trying to figure out what Ridley Scott was smoking when his director's cut came out because I'm like, dude, the
was
tone
a-
is completely different. It's like no joke this time. It's almost like the Snyder cut in this case. Like
You bring up that name a lot.
his director's cut is so different from the version with the Tangerine Dream score. It's like they're two different movies. It's like Justice League and the Snyder cut. Only in that case, the theatrical cut is actually better. I mean, I don't know what.
No, it's just the soundtrack. I think his director's cut is way deeper. The story is, it's nice. It's a richer, bigger world, and they expand on it. I like the director's cut.
I don't know.
I just like the music in the theatrical one better, but
So if he would have made his director's cut using the Tangerine Dream soundtrack, you think
just gotta mix it in, yeah.
Movie. Yeah, but you can't because the
Kojey Zod cut.
the director's cut of Legend is so much longer than the theatrical version.
Yeah, that's why you got to remix the tracks and loop it a little bit.
Yeah, probably.
It'll work.
Are you doing that? Is that going to be a fan made project?
It's one of my projects, man.
All right, man. I'm telling you,
turntables.
if you do it, I'll put it on my Plex account for everybody to watch.
Just steal tracks from the score of Mandy, and you won't tell that they're not actual Tangerine Dream songs.
Oh my God! Yes, you're right. You could actually
mix in some Babylon 5, maybe.
Mix in some Christopher Frank. Yes.
Christopher Frank has some good.
What's weird is the '80s soundtrack. What's weird is the '80s soundtrack in Lady Hawk.
I like it.
I think that was great. I think that's like the first time we hear like modern music because Knight's Tale with freaking
Heath Ledger.
I'm really, what?
300.
I'm really stoked to hear Andrew's take on this. Andrew, what do you think about the director's cut of Legend versus the theatrical cut?
What's Legends?
Oh, okay. Never mind. Integrity 101, Superman 4 had the heart but no budget. It's a blessing in disguise, though, because special effects that cost millions in the 80s can be retroactively upgraded for pennies on the dollar. Release the Fury cut. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Integrity. I agree. Integrity. Because the director's cut for the Superman 4 could be just as good as the Snyder cut. Marcus Cruz.
That's the best one yet, dude. Superman fucking 4.
Oh my God, I'm just having so much fun tonight. This is, I think, like the best show we've ever done. Marcus Cruz, how would they introduce the X-Men in the MCU? How about I don't care? How about I don't care how they introduce the X-Men in the MCU? Who cares about the MCU? My God,
ZodWriter hates Marvel.
I think that they should get the actor Walton Goggins from Justified to play Wolverine, introduce him in one of the Marvel films.
No one can replace Hugh Jackman.
Well,
they'll have to because he's done with the role. And
Hugh Jackman's getting kind of old. Andrew, how old? Andrew, how old do you want? How much you want him to be grandpa and be playing Logan in a wheelchair?
No, what are you that? Please don't annoy me today.
I know who can play Wolverine. Henry Cavill.
You know what? I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry that I've annoyed you. That I'm annoying you, Andrew, on the ZodWriter show. But like I said, we can change the name of this show to the Andrew Casale Show, and then this way, You can
I
just,
didn't- I'm
you
not
know,
trying to take you.
I'm
take
just
over your
gonna,
goddamn
I'm just
show,
gonna,
dude.
I'm just gonna.
Wait, we're just joshing here. We're just joshing.
I was serious.
Where'd it go?
Did he boot himself?
Well, it's your
Oh.
show now, Andrew. So what are we doing here?
I didn't
Oh,
want to
Arjun,
take
you're
over. I
on.
wasn't
I
that
was going to
serious.
check on you, man. Good. I didn't know. I was happy you're still around, man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm in
I
here.
wasn't that
just,
serious. I didn't mean I was going to take
Zod
over.
is hilarious today.
Yeah.
Hey,
I didn't mean I was
Andrew,
going to take over, Zod. Come back.
how do you feel about Tobey Maguire's cameo in
Enough of it right now. Zod, come back. I didn't mean I was going to take over.
No,
Fear
no,
and Loathing, though,
you
man.
have
He
to
never
Might
rode in
as
a
well make the
convertible.
most of it right now. We're just
Yeah,
having fun. It's all joshing.
He never
Yeah.
rode in a convertible
No.
before.
I'm being serious right now. Zod, come back. I didn't mean I was going to take over your show.
No, he's cool. He's just joking, man. What do you think? What the Spider-Man question?
No,
Oh.
not that right now. He needs to come back. I wasn't going to take over his show.
But
No,
what-
Bat. We're giving it to Bat Dan anyways, because like he's got the right hairdo to replace ZodWriter. So yeah.
Oh, right.
I do too, by the way. I am bald as well.
Oh, I love it, dude.
Well, what I think will happen is that I think Tobey Maguire will appear and Tom Holland will kick his ass.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Hey, Andrew, I have a question. If Tobey Maguire dies in No Way Home, what's your reaction going to be?
Probably you're all gonna laugh in my face.
No, I don't laugh at people for that.
I don't
Why
laugh
do
at you.
think
I'm
he
just
would
wondering
die?
how you
I
feel
Why would he
about that.
die?
I know this guy would.
Oh, if Tobey Maguire died,
Yeah, you probably laugh in my face.
Well, not in your face, but after you walked away, maybe.
Yeah, because you all hate me.
No hate here, bro. It's all good.
No.
I'm
It's
just
obvious.
genuinely wondering, not like a joking
it's
question.
obvious.
I was actually.
You all annoy me to death, and you all trash on something I like. It's because you all hate me.
What? I don't even know you, dog. I mean, we just met. I don't.
All right,
just
gentlemen,
laughed
we're
about
Nobody
just
here hates you,
relaxing
Andrew. Nobody
a
here
little
hates you. We're all just,
Yeah,
we're
right.
each other all the time.
No, for real. It's all good.
Yeah, we're
I've been
playing
doing this
emotional.
shit already before. We're going on a stream talking about something I want to talk about, and it's me getting picked on.
Man, we're just memeing here, dog. No one's picking on you. We're
Yeah,
learning
but
about
nobody's
Tobey
gonna like
Maguire
you.
and
You
Tom
just gotta
Holland.
leave.
Unless you are Tobey Maguire and Tom Holland, I don't see how we're picking on you. But whatever, dog. Like if that's how you feel, I'm sorry.
Why are you
But,
talking like you're from the? Why are you talking you're from the 80s?
I don't know. Why do you talk like you're mumbling all the time and you don't make too much sense when you're trying to make points? I don't.
Oh wow, now you can't understand me.
Okay, crybaby. Whatever.
Well, now you
I
come to
don't
insulting me.
remember. I don't remember anybody actually inviting you to the show. We said you could call in and have a good time with us, but like, if you're just gonna bring it down because we don't love Spider-Man as much as you do, I think you should find somebody else's stream to ruin, dude. Since I talk like
Ruin?
I'm from the '80s,
I
you
didn't
think
come in here
Batman's
to
gonna
ruin
laugh
it.
at your face? And look, everybody's going. Bye, dog.
All right. So what did you want to talk about, Andrew?
Well, I made everyone leave now because they thought I was a crybaby.
Oh, well, that's a shame. That's a shame. Igor says Zach could pull off Akira. I think he could. Zach made the unfilmable Watchmen. He could definitely do Akira. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Let's see what else here. Yeah. Everybody left. Andrew, I don't know. I don't think people like talking about MCU Spider-Man too much, man.
I think they left because of me.
No, they didn't leave because of you. They left because they had other things to do.
That one
Man.
guy called me a crybaby.
Are you a crybaby?
So,
Yeah, he's a fucking crybaby. Who else would be
whoa,
like,
buddy.
you're picking on me? Oh, I
Whoa, buddy. You gotta come in here and insult me?
I'm the co-host of this show, so yeah. Like after ZodWriter, I have a floor here. Whereas you are a person that's lucky enough to get called in. All right, so just.
Jeez, do you always come at people like this?
When you come at me like this first with your bullshit, yeah, dog. We were having a good stream. We were all laughing, having a good time. Oh, were you? Were you really? Motherfucker.
How did you just call me? Go ahead. Say, what'd you just call me?
I didn't stutter, dude. And I'm not saying it again.
Oh, this is all right. All right. Fine. You know what?
Mm-hmm. What?
Well, so I mean, whatever. It's whatever, right? And Igor says, "Put the pipe down, Zod. Everybody's throwing shade tonight." Wow, everybody's throwing shade tonight. Marcus Cruz says, "Zod, Zack Snyder should do Attack on Titan live action, not Andy Muschietti." I don't know. Is Andy Muschietti doing Attack on Titan?
Yes, they announced it a little bit ago. He actually is directing a live action movie. I think it's going to be after The Flash. So.
Oh wow, that's his.
And
that's
it's for Warner Brothers and Legendary, I believe. So.
Cool. Do they got any casting on that yet?
No, not yet. All they have is a director and a scriptwriter, I think.
Oh yeah, there was an interview with him talking about it 2019.
Okay. Yeah, I actually didn't know that. I didn't know about Attack on Titan. That's cool.
Me neither.
I binge watched the whole season.
Did you really?
Yeah.
What did you think of it? Did you like it?
Yeah, it's awesome.
What about the Japanese live action? Do any of you like the Japanese live action stuff?
I watched it. I was not a fan of it, to be honest with you.
I never watched it.
I only watch Japanese stuff because of Ultraman.
It sounds like it sounds like it was garbage, so I kind of stayed away from it. Igor says Chris Evans was best in Not Another Teen Movie.
I saw
Okay. That's cool. And that dude Vince says, I love Tom Holland as Spider-Man.
Cool.
All right, well, I mean, everybody has their vices, right? Most moviegoers don't really care about the comic lore. Yeah, that's true. That's actually true. I mean, honestly, if you're oh yeah, what did you comment on it? What was your point on that, Andrew?
I don't want to be a jerk again.
Well, who said you're a jerk? Are you a jerk?
No.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. Cisco, what's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you. Shout out to Lord Koj. He sent me a text, said he had to bounce. Lord Koj says, I'm actually looking forward to the new Highlander film with Cavill and directed by one of the John Wick directors. Highlander franchise has needed a refresh, badass material and content. Johnny Alpha, what do you think of that one?
Oh, hell yeah. And, I was been thinking, and you know who I think would be great as the new Ramirez? Think of this, man.
Andrew Casale.
Mel Gibson, man. Wouldn't he be awesome as Ramirez?
Oh, yeah. That'd be great.
He'd be cool.
That'd be awesome. Igor, I got a hot take for you. I think that Scott Eastwood would play a great Wolverine. I was one of the people. I'd gone to a Marvel convention, a long time ago, and I seen Stan Lee at the convention, and Stan Lee was doing a Q&A, and I stood up and asked a question. And this was back when they first started making Marvel movies. And I asked Stan Lee, don't you think that Clint Eastwood would play a great old Wolverine? And Stan Lee was like, I don't know what Stan Lee was smoking. I don't know what Stan Lee's issue was, but Stan Lee looked at me right in the face and said, retirement? I don't want to retire. I'm just getting started. I got that. I'm like, I never asked you if you were retiring. I asked you if you thought Clint Eastwood would make a good old Wolverine. Like if they made Days of Future Past and he played like an old man Logan.
Man Logan storyline.
I couldn't believe it. Stan Lee just like blew off my question and that was before he got old and sick. So I don't know what he was thinking back then.
Maybe he was smoking something that day.
Scott Eastwood, I think he would actually be a good Cyclops, to tell you the truth.
Oh,
I don't think he's hairy enough to play Wolverine.
He's not hairy enough. That's funny.
Wolverine's supposed to be a little hairy dude, man. They gotta, at least Hugh Jackman was hairy, you know what I mean, for a tall guy.
Yeah, I mean, what you said about
Integrity 101 says ZodWriter 10 minutes from now. The director's cut of Halle Berry's Catwoman's better than the Snyder cut.
It's the truth. That butt, them leather pants, yeah, dude. You're gonna come in the Snyder cut.
Actually, I was gonna say. So I was thinking about this. I think a great Ramirez in that Highlander reboot would actually be Antonio Banderas. I think he could be a great Ramirez.
Nice, dude. I didn't even think of him, but that would be hilarious. He would be so cool. I love Antonio. So, yeah, I'm with you, RJ. That would be good, too.
And what you said about the Cyclops thing, I could see that. It'd be better than how they treated James Marsden's Cyclops.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty decent character. You just got to get past the teacher's pet part of him, which is all they focused in those Singer movies. Whereas,
he should be the leader of the X-Men.
Yeah, instead of just having him be like the little weasel that sucks up the most. So I think if Scott Eastwood, they get somebody badass like him to play him, and they'd actually do it proper. I think that he could be a pretty good Cyclops.
The Cyclops in the prequels were okay.
Yeah, he was just a kid, but yeah, he did the part really good, and he looked just like the character. So I thought that was pretty good casting. He's the Ready Player One kid, right? The same actor.
Yeah, that's him.
And Lord Koj says, my apologies, gentlemen. I must call it a night. Work early. All good and all love. Thank you, Koj, for being here. Appreciated you having you on the panel tonight, man. You're always welcome. And we got Igor. He says, this escalated quickly. He says, I'm out. Work in the AM too. Thank you, Igor, man. You contributed a great deal to tonight's show, man. It was great.
You were all over the place.
I mean, he's awesome, man.
Yeah. He reminded me of all kinds of my favorite movies from childhood, too, man. He was popping up with all the classics, man.
Yeah, I always love to look at old films. Nostalgia.
And Integrity 101 says, MCU Spider-Man cries too much. Enough already. yeah, he does. And Batdan said, great show. My computer is on low battery. Batdan, awesome. Yeah. Batdan's the only person to leave a stream early on and come back midstream and then have to leave again because of his computer battery. That's a milestone.
Well, we got a 5-hour going, man. Like, I don't know if he doesn't keep his computer plugged in, I can see how it happens. You know,
he might. I don't know. He might pop back up. I wouldn't mind if he did. Integrity 101. I like Tom Holland, and I don't mind an emotional scene, but I don't watch Spider-Man films to watch him cry like a baby. Or is Spider-Man gonna hide in his safe space for Far From Home cringeworthy? RJ, can you answer that question?
Integrity, you the man. You rock.
To be honest, like I'm looking back at those movies, I don't really think he cries that much. I mean, the only real big crying scene I remember, at least, was his emotional scene in the first movie where it's like he's lifting the rock, like it was like the homage to one of the classic Spider-Man comics that Stan Lee did, and the other one was the Tony Stark, this whole thing in the plane. I don't think it really cries that much. I mean, I get the good place with the Iron Man stuff, but I don't know. The crying thing is new to me. It's a new complaint I haven't heard before.
Well, I mean, I remember in the early Spider-Man movies, they used to call Tobey McCryer.
Yeah. All three live-action Spider-Man all cry a lot. I love Andrew Garfield, but even he was crying through half of his movies. So it's just kind of a Spider-Man thing.
But look at Andrew Casale. He worships to the altar of Spider-Man. Look at that. Look at all the Spider-Men all over the walls. You're definitely a Spider-Man fan, dude. You're not. That's no joke.
I'm not even listening.
You got a big Spider-Man on your wall. You know what? If you're gonna put your fingers in your ears, you're out of here, dude. We're trying to talk to you, and you're not listening. Do you want to get booted again?
Talk to me.
I don't think I won't do it.
Calvin's not bad for Wolverine. He's definitely hairy enough, but he's huge. He's like, why do you guys keep casting these giants? Wolverine's supposed to be like a 5'3" little midget Canadian. You guys keep getting these 7 foot like Amazon men to try to play him. Like it's way too tall.
It's the Hugh Jackman effect. Everyone wants him to be like the next actor to be Hugh Jackman, like instead of like doing something else.
Well, Henry Cavill makes Hugh Jackman look like a midget. Henry Cavill's ginormous,
Superman.
Yeah, big old buff, man.
Okay,
Henry Cavill's ginormous.
He should play Superman or Spider-Man. He should play Superman. Like, fuck, I'm out of it.
Henry Cavill should play Spider-Man. That's
yeah,
a hot take.
good.
I don't see it.
He doesn't cry enough, though. I think.
Cool.
I don't know. I think I'd like to see Andrew Casale as Spider-Man. To be honest,
got the look, dude. To tell you the truth, he does kind of got that.
He's got the look of like the classic comic book Peter Parker. Yeah,
exactly.
I do not look like the 616 version.
He needs like a sweater vest. You know what I mean? And he'd totally be
sweater vest.
I work. Don't you ever see like old school Spider-Man? He used to rock the sweater vests, man, and he'd be like, "I work for the Daily Bugle." Shit, he'd be good at it. Keanu Reeves as Wolverine, that would be dope. I don't know. He's pretty old, though. They might as well just make Logan Part 2.
I would much rather see Keanu play either Ghost Rider or the Silver Surfer, to be honest with you.
You talking about like this dude?
Huh?
I just found an image. I'm wondering just what he was talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, see, he got the sweater vest on.
He kind of looks just like you there, Andrew. You really do look like Peter Parker. My God, that would be brilliant casting. look at that. Seriously, somebody like pay attention to Andrew. Check him out, man. Look at this right here.
I don't have my acting degree yet.
You don't need an acting degree.
Yeah, no,
dude.
just stand next to like a fake dying Robert Downey Jr. and just go, "Oh sir, oh sir, oh sir, oh sir."
Oh, I'm not gonna be like that version.
Okay, well that's good then.
Well, if you're more,
might be hope for you yet.
Yeah, you might be the more comic book accurate Spider-Man because.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
You know, because you really do look like those pictures. You actually look like him. You really do. That's not even a joke. I mean, when you look at those pictures, it's like, yeah, I could totally see it. I could see Andrew in a lab,
like much larger than mine.
I don't know. People on the panel, what do you think? What do you think, Ryan? Andrew Casale for Spider-Man? Think it's a good idea?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. What about you, RJ? Andrew Casale for Spider-Man?
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, especially if they wanted to do like a period piece Spider-Man and do it like the 1960s version. I mean, yeah.
Aren't they planning on doing a live action Spider-Verse? I mean, like they could pull out like a comic book accurate one and just have him pop out in the sweater vest, be all like.
I know you're all gonna disagree, but when I was looking at those comic book covers, I saw this guy.
Okay, well. You like the movie Pleasantville? That's actually like my favorite film of his.
I've actually seen that film.
Amazing in that movie.
Here's the thing: I've actually seen that film. It's actually not bad.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's my favorite movie of his. I think he acted his ass off in that. Cried a lot, but he was really good in it.
I think that movie inspired Sam Raimi to choose him for Peter Parker.
Oscar Isaacs is like probably one of the shorter guys that's going to be in the MCU, though. Like,
he's playing Moon Knight.
And Mark Spector is supposed to be a big old Marine guy. So yeah, I guess Oscar Isaac's slightly smaller, but it's different than having Henry Cavill playing a guy that's supposed to be like a 5'3" midget Canadian. Like
that's right. I agree with this entirely.
And in Integrity 101 says, who misses solo superhero films? I'm kind of sick of every film being a team up film. You can dig in deep.
I agree with
it's just one hero. Yeah.
Me and Zod were actually talking about this after last week's show, and probably the last solo Marvel film both of us liked was Iron Man 3, because it was actually a movie that was just about Iron Man dealing with Iron Man shit, and not some big Marvel event. And yeah, I completely agree with you, dude, that was something that they might have been missing.
Well, I feel like the days before Iron Man 1 were all just about solo superhero films.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say that they around when Winter Soldier came out, like everything started teaming up. Like you had to at least have two heroes in every movie for the Marvel
Yeah, you got a
crap.
point there.
Yeah, we went there. We go there on this show, Andrew. We go there. And Marcus Cruz says Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness will explore the Earth 616 universe.
Ooh, that'd be pretty cool. I'd be down to see that.
I'm so pretty excited for that movie, period, just to see what Raimi's going to do with it. I really hope they let him perform because they say he's going to do some of his horror stuff in it. And I'm hoping that's true because I loved Sam Raimi really when he was a horror director.
Yeah, I mean, with Evil Dead and all that stuff, and Darkman.
Well, here's the funny thing. So they got Sam Raimi in. And Michael Waldron, who was writing the script, said when Sam Raimi came on, we basically retooled the entire script to Sam's liking. He brought on Bill Pope as the cinematographer who did the Spider-Man movies that he worked on. They got the director of photography. They got like a lot of the same crew from past Sam Raimi movies, and like the Evil Dead stuff and the Spider-Man stuff. So that's really, really, really interesting to me. They got those same people to come in for this one.
Yeah, and also since this film's about the multiverse, this movie can show that any of the Marvel films before the MCU can be canon in the multiverse. And heck, Sam even have a cameo from his Spider-Man.
Bring back Ben Affleck Daredevil.
Yeah, bring back Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider.
Why would that ever go away to begin with? They haven't cast anybody else yet, and who else would ever need to play the Ghost Rider besides Nicolas Cage? I mean,
bring back the Eric Bana Hulk.
I don't know about that, but
I'm sure most people would like the Norton one better, but I don't know.
I'm one of those people, but the 2003 Hulk wasn't too bad.
Yeah,
and that's a good pick, Andrew, because the chances of us getting Edward Norton back are so slim to nil that you'd almost have to. Edward Norton, I think Edward Norton and Disney are not on good terms. Edward Norton was pretty mad when he left. So
well, here's the thing: like Norton and Ruffalo are the same Hulk.
Yeah. All right, RJ, thank you so much for being here, man. I just got your just saw your DM.
Yeah, I gotta run.
It was a pleasure having you here, man. You are welcome at any time. Thank you for coming, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I always enjoy being here. I had a great discussion with some manga and stuff, some classic movies. I think Enosh was thinking about doing a watch party of the Corbin Fantastic Four movie, and I'm like so eager to watch it because I've never seen it before. Never seen the Corbin Fantastic Four.
We're gonna do it first, and you're more than welcome to come because I definitely want to beat Enosh to the punch on that.
Absolutely.
Speaking of that Fantastic Four movie, when you compare that movie to the other two versions, the '94 Corbin movie is the one that's actually more accurate to the comics.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's the one that they've made so far too. I mean, in my opinion,
and also what you said about the Affleck Daredevil. Why not try like one of the previous Punishers, like Thomas Jane?
I mean, they might as well bring back Dolph Lundgren at that point too, because
too old.
I like the Ray Stevenson one best, but that's because he was more like the Max Punisher, which was my favorite run. But yeah, I don't know. I like John Bernthal's Punisher. I wish that they would do more with him before they try to bring. I love Thomas Jane. He's a great actor. I just don't think he was good as Frank Castle. He was too one-liney, too 90s action film to be like a proper Punisher for me personally. So I don't really have an affinity for that movie. Plus, I hated the bad guy in it. I thought. I usually like Travolta, but he was awful in that movie, in my opinion.
And wasn't he playing Jigsaw?
No, he wasn't Jigsaw. He was some Howard somebody. He was running cocaine in Florida. No, they didn't do Jigsaw until the Warzone movie. They had Dominic West with the big teeth playing Jigsaw. He was good, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, and what you said about the Affleck Daredevil, that's funny because since the Netflix version exists, it would be funny if the Netflix Daredevil Charlie Cox met the Affleck version.
I think they both did such a good job. I think they both did a great job of playing the Matt Murdock character especially well too. So it would be cool to see them run into each other. And since they're going to be doing multiverse stuff, I don't see why not. And Ben Affleck loves Daredevil. It was the comic book he grew up on.
And I also heard there's a rumor that the Netflix Daredevil, Charlie Cox, might be Tom Holland Peter's lawyer in No Way Home.
I heard that was pretty much a done deal, that he's going to be showing up in that, which I'm really happy that he's going to be back as Daredevil. I just wish that he wasn't in that garbage. I wish he had his own show again, because his Daredevil show is probably the best thing to come out of the MCU, in my opinion. I
agree with that. I mean, having the Netflix Daredevil in that film is just the tip of the iceberg, because that movie's going full-blown multiverse and bringing back the Sinister Six, which is going to be villains from the previous Spidey franchises.
Oh, really? Which Goblin are they going to have back?
Yeah, that's one of them, with Electro. And they said the main villain is going to be Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin.
No shit. That would be good, because as long as they give him a better costume. I didn't like his costume.
Hey, I thought that costume was pretty cool.
He looked like a Power Ranger.
Yeah, he looked like a
Ranger.
And look at your picture.
It's morphin' time.
If his mouth moved, it would have been a better costume, but it was all right for the time, but it could have been a lot cooler.
Yeah, so I heard that the Sinister Six is going to be the Willem Dafoe Green Goblin, Alfred Molina's Doc Ock, the Lizard from the first Amazing Spider-Man, Electro, Jamie Foxx, I think the Rhino, and also the Sandman from the Spider-Man 3.
Wow.
Yeah, those are what I've heard so far.
They're really going there. Wow.
I mean, I even heard just recently that I think the Morbius movie is confirmed to be taking place in the MCU.
Is the Rhino going to be Paul Giamatti again? Is it going to be like the Rhino from Amazing Spider-Man 2?
He's returning. Well, there's no word if he's returning, but we know they said that the Lizard from the first Amazing Spider-Man and the Rhino will be part of the Sinister Six.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, I guess that's got you excited, being the uber Spider-Man fan that you are. Are you hyped up?
What makes you say that?
Well, I mean, all your I mean, you even look like Peter Parker, for Christ's sake.
Oh my God, this again. I do not.
Integrity 101 says, are BVS and Zack Snyder's Justice League the two greatest superhero team-up films? I say yes, easily. It's not even close. But I'm a Bat and Soups guy, so I guess I'm biased. I had nothing wrong with that, man. I think those are great movies.
Yeah, they're right there next to the Incredible Hulk and Daredevil, and the Incredible Hulk and Thor made for TV movies when I was a kid. Those are.
I saw that movie.
Great.
Thor looks like a Viking.
Yeah, Thor looks like Thor.
Thor a Viking?
Well, it's supposed to be one.
Well, here's the thing: the Thor I always pictured is the one with that winged helmet, the red cape, and Mjolnir.
Oh yeah, like the little girl in Adventures in Babysitting. Marcus Cruz says Joseph Campbell.
From the mighty Thor comic book.
Doctor Strange. Joseph Campbell will be in Doctor Strange too.
Can I say something right? I don't know what the hell you just said, but I'm talking about the Thor from the Jack Kirby run.
There was a movie from the 80s called Adventures in Babysitting, where there's this little girl who's obsessed with Thor, and she wears the helmet and has the hammer through the whole thing. Zod was just joking about that.
Yeah. I mean, you should definitely watch the movie.
Yeah, it's a great film. It's it's a classic.
On the list, but still, that's not the version I was talking about. I was talking about the Jack Kirby Thor.
Hi, Prakash. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hot Take Tuesday says, hey, guys. And how are they going to explain villains being alive after their deaths? They don't care about the villains being alive. It's a multiverse. Hold on, multiverse.
I actually read somewhere that they're going to say that the villains are going to be pulled just right before or after they get killed. And apparently, all those villains I told you about are all going to be in a prison made by Doctor Strange after the multiverse is collapsing. And Willem Dafoe's Norman Osborn convinces Tom Holland to let them out because they said that their world Spider-Mans turned on them and murdered them.
Oh, so it's going to be like a BVS kind of a thing.
Well, I heard that the final battle is going to take place on the Statue of Liberty, holding a Captain America shield.
Okay. Prakash says probably some dumb time travel theory. Hot Take Tuesdays. Integrity 101. Zack Snyder's Justice League. Watchmen, X-Men First Class. Kick-Ass. Avengers 1 Infinity War. I think all of those are the best superhero team-ups. BVS. No. Okay. Well, most of us here are pro BVS and Zack Snyder's
his name
Justice
is
League,
Hot
so.
Takes.
Hot
and
Takes Tuesdays, so, you know.
Was this the Thor thing you were telling me about?
Oh yeah, that's the Thor from Adventures in Babysitting.
Yeah, that's
D'Onofrio.
at the end, he's the guy that runs the place that fixes their car at the end. But yeah, the little girl, like she comes up to him and says that she thinks he's Thor when he's kind of an asshole. It's a great movie, man. Check it out. It's you like 80s nostalgia stuff.
You'll enjoy it,
It came
Andrew.
out in 87.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy the movie. It's definitely good.
On the list.
Integrity 101 says there was a release a little while back that was completely ignored by the Snyder community, and it's Death in the Family Blu-ray. Has anyone watched?
Oh, wait a minute.
They set
I think
up
I've heard
like
of
5 potential spin-off films.
I think I might have heard that.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
it was like a choose your own adventure, but the only way to be able to get all the alternate choose your own adventures was if you had the Blu-ray. If you have the digital version,
Red Hood animated film.
Yeah, it kind of takes some stuff from there, but it's its own thing, and you kind of gotta, in order to see all the various paths, you gotta have a remote control and a Blu-ray.
It's pretty cool. There's one where Batman saves Jason but dies in the process, and Talia resurrects him, and Batman wears the outfit of the Batman Zor-and-R comics.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Hot Takes Tuesday says Adventures in Babysitting is lit. It definitely is. Hot Takes Tuesdays, I like BVS, just has a lot of flaws. Okay, Hot Takes.
That's fine.
Prakash says my favorite MCU movie is Winter Soldier, followed by The Incredible Hulk. The Hulk one is incredibly underrated. Yeah, I agree. I think Edward Norton as the Hulk, just for Edward Norton being the Hulk in that movie alone, it's worth the price of admission.
Yeah, I feel like that Hulk movie is more closer to the Hulk of the comics than what we have now.
Thor's new look in Love and Thunder is amazing. Look it up.
I saw that photo. The dude is jacked as hell.
Oh yeah. And then have you guys seen 3 O'Clock High, 80s teen? 3 O'Clock High is one of the best movies ever made. Period.
Yeah, one of the best high school fight movies ever, man. Just such a hilarious.
It's just one of the best movies ever made. Period. I mean, that movie, and we were speaking earlier about Tangerine Dream. Tangerine Dream also did the music for 3 O'Clock High.
Cool.
It's a fantastic film. That kid who was the lead in 3 O'Clock High could have easily played Spider-Man.
I like the raunchy poem to the teacher. That was probably my favorite part, man. The movie's hilarious.
Oh, that movie is great. I'd love see now. That's a movie I'd like to have a Blu-ray steelbook for. 3 O'Clock High. That's a great film. I love it. Buddy Revell.
You love a lot, man.
I mean, come on. Oh, I absolutely do. That's why you see. That's the thing. We don't just talk about superhero films on this channel. We talk about a lot of stuff. And that's why, there's a lot of movies out there, Andrew. If you open up your mind to some of these movies, I think you'll be blown away.
Here's the thing. I've seen more than just superhero films.
What's your favorite non-superhero movie?
I do love Back to the Future and Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Okay. Yeah, well, Back to the Future. I mean, yeah.
Like I said, I see more than just superhero.
It's a classic. Thor's look in Ragnarok was good too, but the characterization was comedic. That worked in Thor 1 as a spoil it Thor, but in Ragnarok it was cringe. Yeah, I didn't like Ragnarok at all.
Here's the thing. I feel like Thor his look wise and character wise from his first film up to like Avengers 2 was more like Thor from the comics.
Hot Takes Tuesday says, "Yo, that kid from 3 O'Clock High as Spider-Man. Wow, never thought of it. But perfect casting. Buddy Revell, forgot about him. Forgot about him. Yeah, Buddy Revell was awesome. You know who Buddy Revell reminded me of? The guy. He reminded me of the wrestler Raven. Remember Raven?
Yeah, nobody cares about me. Nobody cares about
What about me? What about Raven?
Raven.
Yeah, see? That's who he reminded me of. He
The actor's name is Richard Tyson.
The actor who played the kid in 3 O'Clock High, or the actor who played Buddy Revell?
Buddy Revell, his name is Richard Tyson. Oh, apparently there's no photo of him.
No, you just gotta watch. You just gotta watch 3 O'Clock High, and you'll see the lead actor who's the kid that gets getting picked on. That'll be the one that you'll see who we were talking about as Spider-Man. Yeah,
I looked up him on Wikipedia, and then I saw his filmography, but there was no picture of him.
I'm pretty sure the guy that played Buddy Revell, I don't think he's been in very many movies.
Well, let me see if I can. Let's see, Richard Tyson. Oh, here's some photos of him. Wow, apparently the dude has been to jail. Here's some photos I found of him. Once I typed in Richard Tyson.
Yeah, that's the guy that he was the villain in 3 O'Clock High. He kind of looks like Brad Pitt in the face.
Well, apparently, look at this. The dude's been to jail.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
It's not surprising that the guy was a douchebag in real life.
Huh. You say whatever happened to him.
Kind of looks like the guy from In Excess. The lead singer, the guy that
in this
Michael
picture right
Hutchins.
here, he looks like he could totally play Sabretooth in an X-Men movie. He looks.
I'm surprised Hot Takes here thinks this guy can play Spider-Man.
No, we're not talking about this guy. The guy for Spider-Man is the guy that played the kid that got bullied by this guy.
Yeah, this guy's the bad guy in the movie.
Buddy Revell.
This is the guy who played him?
This is the guy that played the villain, not the kid that looks like Spider-Man. 3 o'clock. You got to look at the movie 3 O'Clock High. Okay,
here's right here. Buddy Revell, Richard Tyson.
You got to look at the guy who played Jerry Mitchell. That Casey.
Oh, this guy.
That guy, Casey Siemaszko.
Hold on, let me.
He could have played Spider-Man.
This guy.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, he could have played Spider-Man back then if they made a Spider-Man movie.
I mean, I remember James Cameron once tried to do a film, and it was going to have, I think, Leonardo DiCaprio and Arnold Schwarzenegger as Doc Ock.
Do you guys think shows like The Boys and Invincible are changing the way people view superhero flicks? They're both R-rated and are popular too.
Well, people have always really liked deconstructions, and it's kind of neat that we're finally getting them in live action, but I don't think it's ever going to take the bluster away from traditional cape stories. I think people will always like, the Superman and Spider-Man movies.
Yeah, I watched the final scene where like J.K. Simmons' character, Honeyman, is beating the crap out of his son. It's so intense. Why'd you close up on me? Hello?
Okay. So Ragnarok was terrible. That is a modern Batman and Robin 1997 if I ever saw one. I couldn't believe that was beloved. Yeah, I can't believe it either. I don't know what people are smoking
Yeah,
it comes to
I don't know why.
Yeah, what are people smoking if they don't like
Why are people
Batman and
going-
Robin?
Great.
I mean, that movie's great. I mean,
Yeah, that movie was
I
lit
breathe,
for real.
I'm Batman. It's the car, man.
Get to the
car,
chopper.
dude. Yeah,
Wait.
dude.
Wait,
What
wait,
killed
time
the
out.
dinosaurs?
Wait,
The
time out.
ice
Are you saying
age.
Batman and Robin is it great?
No, it's
Yeah,
not
Batman and
great.
Robin is Batman and Robin is
It's not great.
Batman and
but it's
Robin is almost as good as the Snyder cut.
Oh, there you go. You did
All right. What do we got here? We got Hot Take Tuesdays. Favorite non-superhero movie. I like some of those old black and whites, 12 Angry Men, but more modern, all 70s Woody Allen movies are pretty high on up there. Zodiac, The Prestige, American Psycho. Okay, cool.
Yeah, American Psycho's great.
Oh, and the Teen Wolf or
Teen Wolf,
Michael J. Fox
so good.
80s movies. Cool. Yeah, I love Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
And I mean, general audiences are accepting rated R superhero flicks, which most
Deadpool.
didn't, and want them to be fun and colorful. Yeah, I don't know, but I think that
Yeah, that in fact, that last sentence there is what people wanted of Snyder's DC films.
Well, I
Why do you
think,
keep coming up to me?
because your opinion is important. So
I just
Make
said
your-
that those
make
that
your
last
point.
comment with the fun and colorful is what people wanted of Snyder's films, DC films.
I think rated R movies, they'll have their place, and they're definitely heroes that fit it. I think that
Yeah, like
Deadpool is going to be
Blade.
one that they need to keep doing. Yeah, Blade's another good one. I think X-Men should be treated a little more adult than, say, the typical Marvel fare, but I don't know if it should be full R. But I don't think that it'll ever be the standard or the norm, because they're going to want kids to go see these things, especially stuff like Spider-Man and Batman and Superman. And it's neat to have experiments into the darker side of things, like what Snyder did and stuff. But it's going to be the exception, never the rule. I mean, honestly, I'm sorry, guys. That's just the truth.
Also, the movie Dead.
the director's cut. What do you think? What do you think, guys? The director's cut.
Almost as good as the Snyder cut. Definitely better than
he
Justice
did again.
League.
He did
I'll give it
again.
that.
Yeah,
Definitely
definitely better than Justice League. Yes.
I'll give it that. Yeah, I don't
Okay,
think anybody
go
can
on.
argue with that.
Anything's better than Justice
Nope.
League.
I mean, she even looked good in the Supergirl suit. I think she was a way better Supergirl than the one on the TV show.
Helen Slater was
You're
a lovely
kidding.
young
Oh,
lady,
you
man.
serious?
Oh, dude. Oh,
yeah.
dude. Are you kidding?
Bro,
Yeah,
you've
dude,
never
she was-
seen it? Wow.
No, I haven't seen Supergirl.
Well, what's wrong with Helen Slater, man? She was.
No, nothing.
Very-
Nothing. It's fine. Nothing.
Fucking sucks. I'd take Batman. Yeah, Batman Forever, because Batman Forever's got that ripping soundtrack, man. It's got the Offspring on it. It's got Method Man on it.
It's no Danny Elfman Batman theme.
They still had the Danny Elfman theme going, though. They had the.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It was a different theme.
Did it?
No, it was a different theme. I remember.
I'll take your word for it, man. I don't think I've seen that movie since like 1994.
Here's
so.
the thing: the Batman Forever theme. It wouldn't sound like this. Do 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 do. It was something like that.
Man, you did that too good. We're gonna get copyright strict, ZodWriter.
Oh come
Yeah,
on!
I know. I better take him off the. I know. I better take him
He's
off the
singing.
full screen. I mean, my God, it's like I'm rubbing it in Warner Brothers' face. Ragnarok freaking sucks. I'd take Batman Forever over it all day, but Batman and Robin, you're taking it a little too far. I don't know. I think that Ragnarok can be reasonably compared to Batman and Robin. I think that that's what we're trying to say. You could basically say, at least in my opinion, you could say that Thor Ragnarok is Marvel's Batman and Robin.
Where do we put movies like Steel starring Shaq? Like what? Where does that fall
got
into
it.
the diagram?
It's better than Thor Ragnarok. I'll tell you that.
Can I say something about Batman Forever? I think the only good things that come out of Batman Forever is Val Kilmer and Jim Carrey's performance.
Oh, dude, Val Kilmer was a great Bruce Wayne. He should have been in a better film all day long.
I think Kilmer and Jim Carrey's performances were the only good things from that film.
I think Tommy Lee Jones was good too. They just gave him crap makeup.
That wants to play, he'll play.
Well, they gave him a bunch of cocaine and told him to be over the top. Like,
here's the thing: if you know the comics, Two-Face is all about heads or tails, Batman.
Depends on
That's what
which
the
one
Dark
you're
Knight
reading,
Two-Face was
though.
like. That's what the Dark
Yeah.
Knight Two-Face was.
But that wasn't based off any comics really either. I mean, that was
Oh, the Dark
somewhat
Knight
based off of
Two-Face?
somewhat based off of the Long Halloween. But yeah, dude, like what the Two-Face that we got to see for like 3 minutes, and then they murdered him because he was
Hey,
actually an interesting character.
At least that 2 minutes was better than anything we got before.
I suppose. I don't know. I thought Tommy Lee Jones was fun for the movie. I mean, the movie was so over the top and crap anyways. I don't see how we could pick on him for being the worst part of it, you know, like at the end of the day.
The Prestige, Seven, and Interstellar are some of my favorite movies too. Also, you're what they used to call back in the olden days. They used to call
Nolanite.
a Nolanite. Yeah,
but Nolanite.
One of those types.
Here's the thing, ZodWriter. I remember that word you just said, Nolanite. I remember a certain YouTuber insulting people with that name.
Movie World? Are you actually that old to know Movie World? Are you kidding me?
I've seen some of his videos, and that dude is freaking me out.
Oh, we used to fight him. Like, that's literally how me and ZodWriter met. We fought in the Holy Nolan Wars against that guy. So, yeah.
In fact, I saw his I saw him pop up in the chat of a YouTuber I was on a few days ago. His name's Sil.
Wow, they still let him on YouTube? I figured he'd got banned years ago. Jesus, they'll let anybody stay on this place.
Yeah, the dude goes after anyone who likes the Nolan Batman films.
Oh, he ain't changed. Man, Jesus, man. Like, they've had like 3 different Batman since then, and he's still on that kick.
And here's the thing. He loves Affleck, but here's the thing. He loves Batman and Robin, and even likes Justice League. He has a poster of Justice League.
Well, he also thought that Thanos was Darkseid at the end of the Avengers movie. Like, I remember when he did his review of Avengers 1, and he was all like, what's up?
He also hates the MCU.
Oh, yeah. He hates anything doesn't have Robin in it, basically, dude. He loves Robin.
Don't remind me with that.
Wobbin with the W.
That's right. It's always wobbin. And Hot Takes Tuesday says here, I honestly think Amazing Spider-Man 1 is better than all the MCU movies.
Can I say something?
I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Oh, you want to say something? Go ahead, Andrew.
Well, I would change that movie and replace it with Spider-Man 2, 2004.
I don't know. I like the Amazing Spider-Man Part 1. I think it was a decent film. I think it could have been written a little better.
My poster back there, I think Spider-Man 2 is far superior.
Everybody thinks that, though, man. I mean, that's not particularly a novel. Everybody loves Spider-Man 2. It's considered a classic for a reason. So
yeah, that's why I chose that movie over what Hot Take said.
Okay.
Okay. Are you done, Andrew?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
You don't have to come up with my face.
Prakash says, I say Doctor Strange should deep dive into the more horror side of his future movies. Yeah, I agree with that too. I think that's good. Hot Takes Tuesday said, I argued with Ashley and Paul that Jurassic Park and Independence Day is better than every MCU movie. Do you agree?
I like Jurassic
Park.
Oh,
yes. Yes, I agree 1,000%. Better than every MCU movie. If we can have that debate, Hot Takes Tuesday, I'll be on your team against Ashley and Paul, because I agree with you there. That is 100%. This is the comment. This is the comment of the show. So what we're gonna do, this is a new thing I'm doing here. This is the comment of the show. So what we're gonna do is where is it here? Hot Takes Tuesday. Where are you at, man?
I love it.
I gotta find it on here, because you're exactly right, bro.
As long as we're just talking about the first Jurassic Park, though. I mean, the franchise goes down the toilet after the first one. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Jurassic Park, I read that the new movie coming soon, Dominion, will have the whole original cast: Sam Neill, Laura Dern, and Jeff Goldblum.
All right. Well, that's what we'll do. We definitely pin that comment, because that comment is important. So yeah, send the message to Ashley and Paul that anytime they want to debate, it'll be 2 versus 2.
I think that 3 versus 2. Because
I'm in on that.
I like this comment too.
I'm all in on that. I would still want to see the Schumacher edit of Batman Forever. Yes, I agree. Schumacher edit is going to be awesome. The Schumacher cut. Integrity 101, favorite non-superhero film. Mine's probably The Departed, Psycho, Drive, Goodfellas, Heat. If I'm not watching an action superhero film, I'm watching a mob film or bank heist.
Here's the thing. I've actually watched Psycho a few months ago.
Hold on. Wait a minute, Andrew. Wait a second. Okay, go ahead.
Dude, come on. Not every time I talk. Just let me talk when I'm not on the front, okay?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I've actually seen Psycho, the original film. It's really good. It's actually really good.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Next time I talk, don't put my face on the front, okay?
All righty. And let's see what else we got here. Hot Takes Tuesday continues for saying you can reasonably compare on the rag. No Batman, no Batman and Robin. I've subbed. Hot Takes Tuesdays. You are awesome. Thank you so much for coming here tonight. This is fantastic, man. It's a fun.
Yeah,
this is a
why
fun
don't you
show.
hop on, man?
Hot Takes. Why don't you? Yeah, I was just gonna say. See, this is why Johnny. This is why Johnny is the co-host of this show, because him and I kind of think along the same lines, and like a lot of times, Johnny will say exactly what I'm thinking before I even realize it. So it's like we're like conjoined or something. But yes, Hot Takes Tuesday. The link is in the description. If you would like to jump on the stream, you are more than welcome to do so. When I have open panels like this, I always allow people to jump on. Hold on, Andrew. Hold on.
Here's the thing. If he did come on, me and him would be in a long debate, since I said replace the film he said of Amazing Spider-Man with Spider-Man 2. We'd be in a long debate about that.
Well, you know what? I'm more than happy to facilitate that, Andrew, because I've got nothing better to do and I can't sleep right now. So I'm very happy for us to have that debate. That would be wonderful. I'd actually like Ashley to come on too if she can, because I was supposed to be on something with her earlier today, but I didn't know where to go and I didn't have a link, so I couldn't jump on.
Remember the news about the Craig? Stop that! You remember the news about them casting Kraven the Hunter?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm now hearing today that the villain of the film might be another familiar Spider-Man villain, the Chameleon.
Okay.
The Chameleon is like he can shapeshift into different people. All right, that's it.
Okay.
And
Integrity 101 is telling everyone to download the Batman Forever virtual work print. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
I saw a deleted scene in Batman Forever. Stop that! A deleted scene where Batman, I think, is tracking Two-Face, and he ends up in like a barber shop, and everyone's like laughing at him. Yeah, it was weird. Okay, can you stop doing that every time I talk?
I just want to make sure that you're seen and heard, because what you're saying is very crucial to the show.
I am not that crucial. What am I?
You are, man. You're the guest for tonight, bro. We got Hot Takes Tuesday. Prestige to me is Nolan's greatest movie easily. Okay. And Hot Take Tuesday, 100% agree. Interstellar and Inception are close second and third. All right. And Integrity 101 says Amazing Spider-Man was cool.
Well,
that's back when every superhero film.
I have a Tuesday hot take of my own, and I'm going to go with Memento is Nolan's best. Memento.
Actually, I have a hot take too.
I agree. Memento.
I have a hot take too. I think Batman Begins is Nolan's great movie.
Hey, nice one. That's definitely his best Batman, in my opinion. Like, it had the best villain. Like, Scarecrow was so good. Cillian Murphy fucking rocked.
Yeah, I feel like with Batman Begins, it actually had Christian Bale be more comic Batman than the two sequels.
Yeah,
And,
the two
I'm
sequels,
gonna
all they
head out.
wanted to do was like quit. I'm like, I hate when they do that with
Good night.
superheroes.
Yeah, in fact, in Batman Begins, he actually wanted to protect the city as the Dark Knight.
Yo, Ryan, you were trying to talk?
yeah, we gotta
I'm
give.
gonna head out.
Oh, well, thank you for being here, Ryan. Thank you for your contribution tonight. I appreciate it, man. Have a good night.
All right, and Hot Tech said he'll be here in a few minutes.
Okay, well, that's great. That's great. We got nothing but time here on the ZodWriter Show.
Yeah, I think
So,
that's why he got first
yes.
credit. I think that's why it's called Batman versus Superman instead of the other way around, because it literally was like a Batman movie, in my opinion. And it wasn't even really much about him being Batman. It was more about him weightlifting and shit. Like,
Yeah, and hey guys,
that movie
in the
severely
chat-
had pacing problems. So.
are you gonna tell us you have to leave, Andrew? Because if you leave, if you leave, I'm gonna cry.
I'm not gonna leave.
So
You're
if you
gonna cry
want to
like
see
Tobey
me,
Maguire.
I'm gonna cry like Toby McFryer. Okay, don't leave.
it.
Don't leave me, Andrew. Don't leave me.
Okay, I was gonna say in the chat, Ray says one thing I'll give Nolan is that Begins at least tried to capture the comic essence of Batman.
You're entirely too far ahead of me, man. I haven't gotten down that far yet. So please wait until I get to that comment and then comment on it, okay? Because I want to give everybody their just due because people are I'm just saying I want to read all the comments. I'm not trying to cut you off. He says here he framed Superman during Batman's vulnerability and even had a failsafe in Doomsday ready to tackle if Batman came into his senses. Okay, from India. Haha, give me a few minutes. Okay, Hot Takes Tuesdays. That's great. I'm looking forward to you joining our stellar panel.
It's gonna be intense.
This is wonderful. I got nothing better to do. I consider today Toby to be a classic Spider-Man from comics and Andrew to be the ultimate Amazing Spider-Man, but the MCU one has me thinking that Spider-Man is not good enough to handle any threat on his own. I agree. That's why he's the Iron Spider or the Night Monkey. He's not Spider-Man.
But this comment I can actually agree with.
Yeah, people need to stop thinking of him as Spider-Man because he's really
Iron Man Jr.
And Ray says, dang, 5 hours. We going deep. Well, I don't know how deep we're going, Ray, but we're not sleeping. We're not sleeping, that's for sure. One thing I'll give Nolan is that Begins at least tried to capture the comic essence of Batman. Okay, now would you like to comment on this, Andrew?
All I did was point it out. I wasn't actually saying anything.
I'll go for it, man, because it really was probably one of the better adapted from comic books version of Batman, because he really went deep into Year One, which is probably one of the best origin stories that's been kind of retconned. It's not the original origin of Batman, but it's kind of what's considered the canon one now. And I think they did a phenomenal job. They brought some of the best scenes from the graphic novel to life in the film, and it's incredible. And yeah, Nolan definitely deserves to be applauded for that film.
Was that the scene where when he's a kid and he's surrounded, where Bruce first finds the cave and he stands up to embrace the bats?
Well, he doesn't float up to the sky like Ben Affleck, but so yeah, that's that one.
Yeah.
Okay, Hot Takes Tuesday. I put the link in the chat. The link is also in the description. So either way, you can click on either one and it should bring you here. Integrity 101. Anyone seen Hitchcock's 1948 film Rope? Rope? Yeah. It's a must watch for film fans. Two guys kill a friend, put him what? Put him
in a chest and throw a party. Yeah, you never seen the movie?
Oh yeah. It's a good movie, man. Yeah, I agree with you. Integrity always has good takes, man. I love that you're here, man. Thank you for being part here. And without further ado, we got Hot Takes Tuesday. What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
Oh, it's so good to see you, man. What's up?
I'm a fan of your channel, dude, man. I've only got onto it recently, but I've been.
I'm a fan of you, man. When you said that you debated, Ashley and Paul, that was it for me. I'm like, this guy is tops, man. Welcome to the ZodWriter show. Glad to have you, bro.
Yeah, man, it's cool. I thought, I didn't know if you'd ever seen any of the debates I've had with them. They've been pretty funny.
My God.
Pretty
I love them.
I would have loved you on my side because I was surrounded by.
We need to have that.
Yeah, I was deep behind enemy lines in that one, in like the MCU nest.
I'm with you, man.
We need to do it. Listen, I was supposed to be on a stream earlier today with Ashley and a couple people. She mentioned somebody named Pickle and somebody else. And
it was with me. It's like it was supposed to be with me actually. Yeah, it was.
Wow! And I couldn't be on because I didn't have a link, and then I had to go out. I had something I had to do, and I wasn't around. But I would have loved to have done it. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. It's all about networking, bro.
Mm-hmm. No, it's okay actually because I've got an echo. Is that me? But it's okay because I think Ashley had some issues anyway. I don't know. It
never happened.
Well. So we're moving it till today. It's basically a thing I call Hot Takes Tuesday.
All right. Well, you know what? Just say. All right. Well, you know what? Hot Takes. Just send me a link and I'll make sure I'm there. I'll be there.
All right. I like Jurassic Park.
Oh, it's great.
Sure, man. Sure, man.
It's great. So what? So I mean, what's your take? Hot takes on all this stuff we've been talking about today.
Oh, I loved your opinions on Batman Begins, especially that Cillian Murphy is the best villain in there. I fucking loved him in Batman Begins. That was like awesome. Like I'd still say The Prestige is Nolan's best movie. I don't know where you're going with what was the first one he did? Memento. It's a good movie.
The Fallen was the first movie he did, but yeah, Memento.
Yeah, The Fallen was a black and white movie. Was a black and white movie that was really, really interesting. If you're a fan of Nolan, you should check it out.
It's pretty good noir. It's a nice little cheap noir film.
Yeah, I should watch that one. I've watched all Nolan movies apart from that one. I don't know why, but I think Memento is good and it's got a great twist. But if you look at the twist in The Prestige, that is like it's got multiple layers to that twist, and it's just. I think that one is almost crystallizing what he started to do in Memento, and even in Batman Begins, he's the twist guy, really. So he always does the great twist. But of all of them, I found like the one in Prestige is amazing.
I feel like you would be the perfect partner on a fight against these MCU people because I'm so tired of the Night Monkey, man. The Night Monkey is just I mean, my God.
Thanks. I just want to say apologies that I said replace your Amazing Spider-Man 1 with Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2. Apologies for that.
I think both of them are better than most. Well, they are better than every movie in the MCU. I do forget about an Iron Man 1 quite often. I would say like they're about maybe on level. I don't know. What do you guys think of Iron Man 1 and Avengers?
Iron Man 1 was okay. Johnny, what do you think of Iron Man 1? I thought it was all right.
I like Iron Man 1. I actually like most of the light microwave popcorn.
Nice.
You're out of here. So I think Iron Man I think Iron Man 1 is
Did you boot him again?
I booted him again, dude. Look.
After I fought with him,
dude got nice, though. Dude got out his Spider-Man DVDs. He's out of here. I'm sick and tired of it. The MCU, to me, it's like when you look at Iron Man 1 is a good movie. I thought it was like a good start to the whole MCU. But then we got Iron Man 2, and I mean that's where it all starts to kind of go downhill for me. Although, ironically, I really did like Iron Man 3. And I know that that's not popular opinion, but Iron Man 3 to me actually felt like a decent movie because, like Johnny pointed out earlier, you actually get to see Iron Man do like an Iron
Story
Man
about
thing.
him. It
Yeah,
doesn't
I
tie
mean,
into
really,
the greater
it didn't tie
MCU.
into all that other MCU crap that comes later on down the line. So I really, so I kind of
I think you're right about that, but it just depends on your tolerance of what happens when they flip the Mandarin to the other guy, where that guy is just an actor. And I'm not just saying about that twist. The actual quality of the movie takes a deep fucking dive. You're right. It was a very, very good, compelling mystery up until that point where he finds the Mandarin. And then it just takes a deep dive down, like into complete nonsense. And it's one of, I don't, we're talking apples and oranges here because I think they're all pretty like average, to be honest. But like that one specifically, I
like to think of them as microwave popcorn movies. You know what I mean? Like they're nice and digestible, and once they're over, they're done. You had a nice little experience with them, and they're done.
See, the thing with Iron Man though, like, is it's hard to not judge Iron Man with what has come after. Because if Iron Man was like a standalone movie where they did that, that's a really good take on Iron Man and his mythology. It's, but then you get movies that are almost exactly the same as Iron Man. It's like they copied the formula of Iron Man again.
Yes.
Well, Ant-Man's
and it hurts that movie retrospectively. When I watch it, I'm just like, okay, Ant-Man's like that. Doctor Strange is exactly like that. All of these movies are like very, very similar in that way. So a lot of the origin movies have like this kind of formulaic quality to them. So
I agree, because films like Doctor Strange and Ant-Man follow that same format. Why'd you do that again?
Are you finished?
Yeah, at least you can stop muting me. So yeah.
Okay. So Ray makes a good comment here. Did you see Film Gop's tweet saying his source says Snyderverse will be restored soon?
Really?
Mikey Sutton, who is the big scooper with Sil Abdul over at Sil Abdul Inc., has said that his sources are telling him that the Snyderverse is going to be restored as well. So we'll see.
One of my buddies, the truth I want, he doesn't believe anything Mikey Sutton.
Okay, so so what do you think about that? How do you feel about like the whole restore the Snyderverse thing?
You asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know.
He knows how I feel about it, dog. So yeah, you got the floor.
So I liked Snyder's Justice League a lot, but I do have a little bit of problems with where he might be taking the universe. That's the only worry. Like that epilogue, I'm kind of concerned about. I think he should build more to that, like have a little, like a kind of cushion space, maybe have one movie just to, in between before you get to that nightmare kind of thing. Like not to say to copy the MCU, but they did take time to build up to, this big thing at the end. It's just, I don't know how you feel. Look, you can tell me about this. How do you feel about doing a Justice League movie where like 3 of the main Justice League are dead?
It's going to be interesting to see if it even happens, because again, the whole idea of rushing these movies is all because of the studio. The studio is not patient. They don't want the slow build up. They want all their, they want all the rewards without putting in the work. I mean, Marvel, we might not really care all that much about the MCU, but ultimately the MCU, like you said, did build up over, a million movies. I mean, DC doesn't have that. So it's kind of like when the studio comes in and says, okay, Zach, we want you to do Man of Steel. And then they say, oh, but in your next film, it's got to be about Batman, and you got to throw the death of Superman in there too. And you got to, that's trying to rush it without giving you the opportunity to slowly build up, like you said, and develop the universe a little bit more. So I kind of feel like if we get a movie that takes place in the nightmare world, it'll probably be a good movie, but it'll also probably be a much cheaper movie than, say, the movie that, the Justice League movie that came out, or like a future Justice League movie that might take place in space on Apocalypse or whatever. So
my thing is that Zack Snyder's got to a point where I think at least this Justice League, for the most part, apart from people who just, you know, like they're devoted haters to Zack Snyder, right? Like there's certain people who just will never see anything he does as good. But the other movies, for whatever you want to say about them, they were a bit divisive. So the BVS, Man of Steel, the Zack Snyder's Justice League, I think it isn't divisive. And I think there's good reason that it isn't divisive, because I think it's building something. I just worry that if he goes into this nightmare universe, I can see the criticisms already. I mean, he's killing off 3 women, like 3 main female characters, you know, so as to do another, you know, Batman versus Superman storyline. He's, you know, you won't get Martian Manhunter, you won't get Green Lantern kind of, you know, fleshed out. So all of those things I worry about. If he can get all of that in there and still do this nightmare thing, I have no problem. Like if Wonder Woman's still a big part of the film, if you know, you can introduce a Green Lantern as well and flesh out what you started with Martian Manhunter, I have no problem with it. My worry is,
I don't know if you know, but Snyder actually did do a scene with Green Lantern to give us a Green Lantern, and apparently it would have been beautiful. He actually released a screenshot of that scene today, and people were going excited about it. So he's got a Green Lantern. He's got a storyline for Green Lantern. The studio just didn't want him to use it. So it will be interesting to see, like you said, moving forward, if that's the direction that they choose to go, and allowing him to tell that story. As far as Wonder Woman goes, I think we might be seeing a different Wonder Woman in the future. Because it looks like she's getting recast big time.
Why?
Well,
political reasons, certain things that could have been worded better in tweets, and just political climate with a territory that the actress is from. It's just a nasty time to be. It just doesn't seem like it's going to keep her role.
Yeah, they're saying that
Warner Brothers
they're saying she's being recast with the Brazilian Wonder Woman that they're going to be using.
That's terrible as an idea.
So I don't know.
Absolutely awful. I mean, I don't know, like, what you guys think about that. You can't take, like, Wonder Woman, the iconic Diana, and then just do a Wonder Girl, you know, spin-off character and think that that's going to take her place. There's a deep mythology to her story. You can't just do that. And also, I don't mind Gal Gadot being recast, but I don't believe that for a second. I like Gal Gadot a lot in the Wonder Woman role, but the more important thing for me is to continue Wonder Woman's story. You know, like that's
well, you know,
we'll
see what happens. I mean, anything is possible, but yeah, because of all those those external factors, it's not looking good for Gal Gadot right now. I don't know, but we'll see.
Wonder Woman 1984 was. Sorry, go on.
Building off what you were saying, though, I do believe that, like, to carry forth with the Snyderverse, and since they're going to be jumping into further Justice League films, if they're going to be going to war against Apocalypse, they're going to need a lot more Justice League characters. They're not going to be able to fight it with just some ground pounders that they have. They're going to need to introduce several Lanterns, not just Hal Jordan. They're going to need lots of really strong characters that they're going to need to start introducing in either new films or like having Zach make like little short films for them. I don't know what they're going to do, but like certain more characters are going to have to be introduced before they go to war with the planet Apocalypse, because that is not a winning battle with just the 5 guys they have.
I don't think that's a 2-movie. Well, it's a 3-movie arc, but like a 2-movie arc from here, right? I don't think you could just do 2 movies and squish all of that into those 2 movies. I think, for instance, I would say, like, for you get Zack Snyder and who's the writer again?
Chris Terrio, right?
Get Zack Snyder, Chris Terrio. Tell them to take away Tower of Babel, right? Take away Tower of Babel, the comic. Come up with something. Adapt that as a middle, movie in between, like these nightmare movies, right? And that way you can kind of introduce Green Lantern, you can introduce like certain other characters, and Zack Snyder has an affinity for Batman, so Batman beating the Justice League will be right down his alley, right? So let's have that. So you can introduce Green Lantern, get Martian Manhunter in, get them doing, fighting like the Legion of Doom or something like that. And then, you can have some individual movies in between of Green Lantern, fix fucking Wonder Woman, because what Patty Jenkins did with Wonder Woman 1984 is just horrific. And, and some of those other characters, Flash, even throw Shazam in there. I love the Shazam movie. So, I think you could get all of that and then build up to a really big story, where
there's a good point here. I don't understand the hate towards Zach. They're fictional characters, and they've had different versions done by various artists. So what's wrong with Zach's realistic take? Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's one thing to have some divisive movies, but the personal hate that the man gets as a director on a regular basis is beyond ridiculous, if you ask me.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, anything where it's personal hate rather than just criticizing a movie, I think is absolutely outrageous.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's almost like it's personal. Like Zack Snyder farted in their dinner. I don't understand. I don't understand the need for that type of anger or hatred towards the man at all. And it just boggles the mind. Integrity 101 says, of course, the Snyderverse is being restored. Zack Snyder's Justice League is making a fortune. BVS 4K is selling like hotcakes. Zack is the hottest director in the world right now, and a shakeup at the most incompetent studio in Hollywood. And that's a great point. Not only is BVS, the Ultimate Edition in America, selling like hotcakes on 4K, but the international UK release of Zack Snyder's Justice League is selling like hotcakes all around the world, including the US, because everybody's importing their copy on Blu-ray, including myself. I imported a copy as well. Did you buy a copy of Zack Snyder's Justice League on Blu-ray?
I haven't yet. I didn't even know it was available yet. So it's available at the moment?
It's available. Apparently it's available everywhere in the world except the United States. They won't release they won't release it in the US because they're using it, I think, as a vehicle to keep people subscribed to HBO Max. So they're not going to release it until they've gotten, because what they're not saying is that it's literally the most watched thing on HBO Max, period. I mean, it's huge.
Is it?
On HBO Max, and they're just not saying it. They're trying to hide it. And the thing is, you can't hide physical numbers. If you go on Blu-ray.com and you look at their worldwide charts, Zack Snyder's Justice League is number 1 or number 2 in every country in the world that the disc is available. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to get into like any kind of like arguments or like really like massive debates, because for the most part, I agree with you. But I do have, when somebody said earlier about the realistic takes of the superheroes that Zack Snyder does, I have some issues with that. But I think in general, right, Warner Brothers has to look at the numbers and has to look at it like a fucking business. Now, I do think that Zack Snyder has some ideas sometimes that need, management, essentially. But I think as a filmmaker, he's an extraordinary talent, and you just don't want to just throw him out there into the wilderness for other companies or other people to make money with. That's my issue with Warner Brothers. Control your fucking... Even Patty Jenkins. Patty Jenkins is a fucking excellent director. But she needs management. Clearly, you saw what happened with Wonder Woman 1984. Just learn to manage and control and have a positive dialogue with your directors, right? Not like you're against them, but you're trying to help them bring out their best, the best of them, the best that they can possibly achieve. You see what I mean? Or am I?
No. I get what you're saying. I mean, and you look at Patty Jenkins. and Patty Jenkins was pretty much left to her own devices with Wonder Woman 84. And you saw the result. I mean, it's like you gotta realize that every single Zack Snyder movie, with the exception of Man of Steel, was meddled with by the studio. Zack has never been allowed to make a movie where he just, particularly with Warner Brothers, where he's able to just do whatever he wants. So in a way, it's like, yeah, they meddled with this one, they meddled with that one, they screwed with this movie, screwed with that movie. I mean, his movie Sucker Punch was an original property that he came out with, and they still meddled with it. To this day, we haven't seen what his original vision for Sucker Punch was supposed to be, because he was never allowed to release his vision for the movie. The version that came out was an edited, watered-down studio release that the studio thought was more appealing to audiences. So I don't know, if it's just a Warner Brothers thing because they're constantly meddling with the filmmakers who work on these movies, or what. Because if you watch, I don't know if you saw Army of the Dead on Netflix. I don't know what you think of Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead, but Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead was a pure, unadulterated Zack Snyder film. There was no studio meddling involved with that. Netflix gave him the money and said, do what you want, make whatever you want. And Zack Snyder made whatever he wanted. So the closest thing I could say to a movie that's pure Zack Snyder, where he's left under his own devices like Patty Jenkins was for Wonder Woman 84, would be Army of the Dead.
What about 300? Wow, he just bounced. Okay.
I guess. I don't know. Maybe
well,
he's in
300 seemed like it was pretty his style. I don't think he got messed with too much with that one. I know that he did come out with a longer cut, but I think that was just because at the time, theaters just pushed 90-minute crap movies. But his director's cut of 300 is actually not that much longer than the original version. I think it's only 7 minutes longer.
I don't know, but 300 was another amazing movie. So I don't.
That proved his.
Sorry, I'm guessing that was me, not you guys.
Yeah, no, we
wouldn't have bounced you.
We wouldn't have bounced you, man. We're on board with what you're saying here.
Oh no! I didn't mean you bounced me. I thought there was an interruption, and I didn't know if it was your internet or it was mine, but it was obviously mine. No, I'm not paranoid like that. Don't worry about things.
Oh, okay. But no, yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't know if you've seen Army of the Dead on Netflix, but that would be Zack Snyder's most, the movie where he did not have any studio meddling involved. He was able to make the movie he wanted. That was pure Zack Snyder.
And he's got a full Snyderverse going over there. That as far as I'm concerned, that is the Snyderverse, and I support it 100%. I can't wait to see that anime and the prequel film.
Yeah, but I don't see. This is the thing. Look, I'm trying to navigate this very carefully because I agree with what you're saying for the most part.
Ain't nobody gonna jump bad on you here, dude. We're just.
Oh no! I know, man. I think that is Zack Snyder unleashed, right? And that's great for a niche audience, Army of the Dead, right? When you're making these kind of smaller films for niche or genre audiences, people into zombie movies, that kind of thing. But when you're making something that's on a much bigger scale, like the Justice League, I don't think you can afford, to allow somebody that much leniency, because I think it's somebody with the track record, should I say, of Zack Snyder, that much leniency. Because I think if you look at Army of the Dead, it has a lot of problems. And it has a lot of the Zack Snyder problems. I think Zack Snyder always has to be coupled up with a great writer to ensure a good roadmap, a strong roadmap, and to just get, for want of a better word, avoid some of his more divisive decisions, right? Because I think there's there's a version, for instance, of Man of Steel. I'm not the biggest fan of Man of Steel. I don't know if you've ever watched my channel, but I love BVS and I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. I love Watchmen. Man of Steel, Superman's my favorite superhero, so I have some problems with the depiction of Superman there. And I get it. I get why people like it. Beautiful music, beautiful visuals, wonderful action, the best Superman action we've seen to date. But there is a version of that movie that is less divisive. There's a version of that movie that I would like. I'll be able to appreciate all the action, all the spectacle, all the music, all the great stuff that's in it. If there were less divisive choices and some tighter writing done on that on the screenplay, right? So that's what I'm saying is like, I don't want Zack Snyder to make his version of a DC Army of the Dead where he's just got free reign. I want him to have a great writer to work with, ensure he has a roadmap, and let the best of what Snyder can do come out, rather than have another movie where we're arguing on the internet for 10 years whether a movie is fucking good or not, you know? That's my only issue. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't I see.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I see where you're coming from. Absolutely. I mean, and that's one of the things. Like I always say about this show. It's all I always say to everybody who comes on the show that it's okay to disagree. Nobody is going to blast you for your opinion or your view on something, because a lot of what you're saying, to me, makes perfect sense. And what you just described is exactly how movies are made most of the time. So it's not, so it's not a situation where Zach doesn't work with other people. There's writers, there's people, involved. It's a process, it's a team building experience. Yeah. So I mean,
I think him and Terrio are great partners.
Yeah,
I really do. But I think almost like Terrio, if I was to say anything, I'd like him to go away and write a first draft and then bring it to Zack Snyder, rather than have Zack Snyder and him collaborate on the first draft. Let him come up with the ideas at first, and then Zack Snyder can collaborate, because he's got that he's got the amazing visual eye to make certain scenes. I mean, look at the Cyborg fucking scene, that origin of Cyborg, right? Like that whole story. It's like a little short film on its own. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, there's a reason why Cyborg is considered the heart of the film. Yes.
Right, exactly. So I'm just saying that he's just, I don't know how to put it. I just worry about him collaborating on the writing stuff. I think he's better at the directing and and bringing the scripts to life, rather than meddling too much in the scripts themselves.
And Integrity 101 says, Hot Takes Tuesday, what's the best Superman film, or what is your favorite Superman film? I guess, yeah.
I'll tell you what, I think the best Superman films, look, I'll put it this way. Superman 2 and 1 are fantastic for me, but they're dated. Right, so they're very dated movies. I can understand why people nowadays don't like them, but I really think they capture the spirit of Superman very, very well. And I think the performance by Chris Reeves is amazing. I even like Superman Returns. I think it's great, but it was Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's great, but it was misguided. To try and go back to the Reeves universe. I think that was a stupid idea, but I don't actually think it's that bad. I think there's some great scenes in it and great moments in it. And again, another great performance. Man of Steel, my problem is with the characterization of Superman, but I think it also has some fantastic, eye candy, and I can see why people like it. So for me, there's not been the perfect Superman movie, and is really kind of my answer.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
If I would say anything, if you could combine some of that, then it would be like my perfect Superman movie. But if I'd say any movie that Superman's been in, that's my favorite. It's Zack Snyder's Justice League. I love him in that movie. I think Zack Snyder got him perfectly right in that movie, like for the first time. I love the scene.
But what that shows you though is that that's what Zach was trying to do all along. He's trying to build from Man of Steel to the Superman that you know and love traditionally. That's what the whole point is. He's going on the journey. Superman starts off, he's not Superman. in Man of Steel, he's only Superman for a day, and he's fighting off, General Zod and Kryptonian, so he's building towards the Superman that we got in Justice League, which is ultimately going to come out as a more traditional Superman. So see, I think a lot of it is like the impatience of the moviegoer not wanting to stick with Zack as he stays the course and builds towards. It's ironic to me because it's almost like, they get a lot of comparisons to the MCU, but Zack was trying to world build. He was trying to bring Superman to that point that you're talking about in Justice League, because you're not the only one. I've talked to a lot of people who absolutely love Justice League and the way that Superman was depicted. People that did not like BVS, people that did not like Man of Steel,
right here.
love Justice League. Why? Because that movie, by allowing Zack to do what he was trying to do from the beginning, you've earned that version of Superman. He's taken Superman on a journey through Man of Steel and BVS and brought him to the point where he is in Justice League. Now you care about him. Now the world cares about him. So now he can be the idealistic Superman that everybody wanted him to be in the first place.
I mean, I think we're speaking in generalities, though. So just to get very specific, what do you mean by the ideal Superman? What's the ideal Superman in your head?
What I mean is Superman.
You made some, by the way.
Superman depicted in a more traditional way. The Superman in Justice League is more, I would say, along the lines of the traditional view of the character than how Superman was in prior films, because he was building up to being that character. In other words, he had an arc. He grew as a character from Man of Steel to Justice League.
So do you agree then that he isn't Superman in Man of Steel or in BVS?
That's what I've been trying to tell people. I'm like, the reason why you don't like the depiction of Superman in those movies is because he hasn't become that.
But let's just be clear on what I'm saying. He's not Superman in either of those movies.
It's kind of like Smallville. It's kind of
I just want to be clear, just so that we're not talking semantics. It's sorry, you were going to say in Smallville. Please continue.
Yeah, no, it's comparable to that. He wasn't quite Superman yet, but he was well on his way. He was heroing a bit and fucking up, and I think that Smallville did it a lot better personally. I personally find that to be my favorite version of Superman so far. But I think Man of Steel was kind of a fun, neat idea take on it. I just think that it could have been paced a little better, and I don't know. I think that was the problem with the first two films. I think they were paced really horribly, in my opinion.
Well, thank you for saying that. I mean, the action got into the action very, very early on, and then it just went full on for about, I don't know, an hour or something, and it's just invincible people punching each other back and forth, and it's I think you're right about the pacing. It could have been paced a little bit more time with the emotional moments, a little bit more time spent with the child clock, for instance. Not just plop him in the class, because it's a great scene when he's in the class and he gets his X-ray vision, but we haven't had anything of the young Clark before then. It would be if Batman Begins, the first thing or the only thing you see of young Bruce is him falling into the well and seeing the bats, and that's it. It would be a great scene, but it's don't we want to see him just playing with his little friend, the Rachel, or the bits in between where he's where he first responds to the death of his parents, and he's in the police station. You want to see all of that around to build up this kind of character, so we know the path, the complete path it took him to get to Superman. Whereas in this Man of Steel, you get straight to him with the X-ray vision, and then you jump into something else.
You also have to look at Man of Steel from a studio perspective too. What's the main thing that people complained about with Superman Returns?
He didn't
What's the
punch
main
enough.
thing?
He didn't punch
Right.
enough things.
There was not enough action in Superman Returns. So what
Yeah.
does the reactionary Warner Brothers studio do? They say action, action, action. They want Superman.
But it was too much.
Right. So that's what you have. That's what you have to deal with when you're in a situation like that. So I kind of like, so on the one hand, I see what you're saying and I see where you're coming from, but on the other hand, you got to look at it from that perspective too. You got to look at it from the movie that we came off of, which ultimately, because again, they're not going to let Zack Snyder take his time like he did with Justice League. There was no way they would have allowed him to release a 4-hour Man of Steel film that would have had all the slow beats and all the development that you're talking about right there.
Yeah, but there was too much action. That's the point.
Well,
too much. You could have taken some of that action out. It was unnecessary.
Yeah, but they weren't gonna,
because they wanted for 10 minutes.
That's what
a tentacle fucking thing. It's just
like, I watched.
You could have used that time to build the story of the kid, not just throw us into those moments, throw us into the death of Park Kent. It's like, dude, like we didn't even see like I don't want to go on a like kind of deconstruction of Man of Steel. I get it. I want to go back to like the thing about the Superman critique, right? Which is that we can all agree that it isn't Superman in that in those first two movies. So when you talk to people who, because I often get like attacked, even though I love BVS, I love Justice League, I love Watchmen, I defend it on my channel, I defend it with Ashley and all of these other guys. And then I get like hit up on Twitter because I say like I do a video about like why I don't like Man of Steel or why I don't think Man of Steel Superman is Superman. But it's like Snyder fans, myself included, I am a Snyder fan, but like other Snyder fans who are a bit more, who like Man of Steel, will be like, oh, attack me for saying it isn't Superman, but then you agree that it isn't Superman in those first two movies. Do you see what I mean? It's kind of like
it isn't. I agree to a point. I agree to a point that it isn't Superman, and that's why I say Superman idealistically, or Superman in the form that we know him traditionally. And that's what I'm saying. He's building up to that. He's going on a journey. What people don't understand is when you're a hero, regardless of what your origin is, you don't start out a hero automatically. You build to that. It happens gradually. You go through an arc and you become the hero. You don't just that's one of the things I absolutely love about Snyder. He doesn't just automatically make Superman the world's greatest, most idealistic, positive hero. He took Superman and put Superman into our crappy world. And then
he made Superman crappy as well. That's the problem. He made Park Kent crappy. He made Superman crappy. Just because you're going to plop somebody into the real world. I mean, when Nolan plopped Batman into the real world, he kept him as Batman. He kept Alfred as Alfred. He kept, Commissioner Gordon as Commissioner Gordon. And that's what was so fun about those movies. Seeing how what we depict in the cartoons and these comic, strips or whatever, which are usually quite childish or play more to a childish audience, to see that, fleshed out psychologically and seeing it operating in the real world was what was so stunning about Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. Whereas I think Man of Steel, there are elements there that are really good ingredients. But it's like it would have been so much better for me if they just let it be a little bit more Superman. A little bit. You can still have those touches of realism, right? Of how somebody would react to having an alien son, but still keep it in line with the morality and things that we know, the nobility that we know Park Kent to have, the nobility that we know Superman to have. And I think it would have been a fantastic movie. That's the only thing I'd change about it. Everything else for me, I think is great.
Okay. I mean, that's fair enough. And Integrity 101 makes the point very eloquently here. He says he's not Superman. He's a Man of Steel. He's an alien. The reason why when you watch Man of Steel, you look at that movie and you say, he's not Superman. He's not Superman. He's Man of Steel. There's a reason the movie is not called Superman. That's what people need to understand. Man of Steel was not called Superman for a reason, because he wasn't Superman yet. And even in the scene where he's flying, they make up the name Superman for him. They call him Superman when he's fighting Zod later on. But ultimately, throughout that movie, it's like you said, he's not Superman. They're building to that. So he's the Man of Steel. And then in BVS, you start to see shades of it more of him being more accepted. You start to see the idea that he's, and then you have the brilliant aspect of Man of Steel, of BVS, where people are xenophobic. You know, that whole scene at the courthouse where they're xenophobic, and you have people who love him, you have people who hate him, you have people who believe, like Batman, that he's there to destroy the world. All of these deep philosophical and sociological issues that are being brought up in BVS, but Man of Steel, like I said, Integrity 101 says it perfect. He's not Superman. He's a Man of Steel. He's an alien.
You see what you said? That's why I like BVS so much, and I don't enjoy Man of Steel as much, because I think the philosophical elements are really done and explored much in a much deeper way in BVS. And I think that's a really fascinating way to take like superhero movies. I love that shit. Man of Steel, out of interest, guys, have you ever read Superman Earth 1?
Yes,
the
I
comic
have.
Superman Earth 1, right? Yeah, because Michael J. Straczynski is the guy who wrote that, right? I don't know to this day why they didn't get him to write or even collaborate with Goya, because the film is clearly based on that, right? Like Superman Earth 1 is basically it's a fact. I mean, even if you get the book, Goya says he read that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. A lot of that was there with what Goyer initially came up with. I would be interested more in that too, because Straczynski has gone on record and he's not really a fan of Man of Steel either. However,
isn't he? I didn't know that. Wow,
and it's fun, and it's funny because again, he wrote Earth 1, and if you read Earth 1, you have a lot of the same ideas that are seen in Man of Steel. That's a great point. Integrity 101 says Snyder took what came previously with Superman and built on it. He set some limitations to Soup's powers to allow for more interesting storytelling.
I don't mind the limitations he set on his powers. I think he should be more limited. I wish the Justice League and him were more balanced. I didn't like him just beating up the Justice League like they were nothing like that. I thought that was a bit too much. I think Wonder Woman and him should have had a bit more of a scuffle. I think Flash should have given him a little bit of trouble. I still think Superman should have won, but I just wish that battle was a little bit bigger. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you guys are big Flash or Wonder Woman or like any of the other characters like fans, but in the comics they usually have much better battles with each other.
Yeah, well, one of the things that kind of made up for it, the Superman fight was still a little messed up, but I like that unlike the Justice League in the actual Snyder Cut version, the Justice League actually get to be involved in the fight with Steppenwolf and they all get their hits in, which didn't happen. It was just Superman shows up and cleans house. They basically, none of the other characters were needed after they brought him back to life. So I kind of like that they fixed that, but that's just the way that like a lot of DC heroes are, though, man. They're just written overpowered because they would come from the golden age, man, and that's how heroes were written back then, and they haven't retconned it away for some reason.
But why would you not, like Wonder Woman, for instance, is supposed to be on like Superman's kind of level. I love what he did in BVS, where she was like fighting Doomsday, like head up.
Oh
like,
yeah, that was
fucking cool.
That was a depiction of Wonder Woman that was amazing. I agree with you, and it was right out of the comic books too. That's how she would be, like a god. She would be going toe to toe with Doomsday on that level, and you know, again, it's like the idea of taking, you want to talk about deconstructing a character, and we can use Wonder Woman as an example. Patty Jenkins deconstructed Wonder Woman for Wonder Woman 84. totally ruined the character.
They took a character that should be able to at least throw down with Superman, like on a physical level. She can fight with him. He has other powers that he could use to topple her. But like if they were just to like throw fists, the two of them should keep up with each other. But
for a bit,
she needs the gold suit to fight Cheetah Woman. Like what? Like really? It was pretty painful to watch. So I hear what Zod's saying with that. At least with BVS and everything, they at least let her throw fists with Doomsday and make her badass in it, you know.
Dude.
And she had some really great scenes in the cut too. I mean,
oh
she
yeah,
was badass in that. Much
yeah,
better
Justice
than in '84.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was much better in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Vast improvement. Look, I mean, there's only two things that I would change about Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it's that Superman fight where I would have liked them to be a little bit more level. I would have liked to see Flash do some stuff. Even Cyborg, who I'm not like, the film made me care about Cyborg, but like going into the film, I wasn't like a huge fan of Cyborg. But even Cyborg could have like controlled some of the army vehicles and had them shot at Superman. It wouldn't have done shit to him, but it would have said like, oh, Cyborg's thinking, they're trying to do some strategy against Superman. And just, I think back, even though, I'm not like the hugest MCU fan, I think back to the Avengers, right? When Iron Man and Thor met and then there was that little bit of a battle between Iron Man, Thor and Captain America, or Thor and the Hulk. I would have liked to see a bit more back and forth like that. That's my only kind of thing with that. But last words on Man of Steel. Like the thing I was saying about Straczynski, I think you know this. He's an Oscar-winning, an Oscar-nominated screenwriter.
Oh,
Did you know that?
Oh yeah, I absolutely love him. I love like
he's the
for
creator
example,
of one of our
Babylon
favorite
5. Yeah. I mean,
he created our favorite sci-fi show. So yeah.
So I'm just shocked. This just goes to show like Warner Brothers management. How did they not get him on that movie? Even if they wanted to work with Goya, like say, Goya, we want him because he's done the Batman movies. Because Goya wasn't responsible for a lot of those Nolan Batman movies, right? Like he did Batman Begins. Oh
yeah, no, it was a collaboration with Christopher Nolan's brother, Jonathan Nolan.
Right, exactly. And so that's what I'm saying. Goya, when you look at his movies individually, like what was it? Blade 2 and 3. I know he did Blade 1, obviously.
He also did Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. with David Hasselhoff. So
yeah, exactly. And then there was the Ghost Rider. This guy, he's not,
he's hit and miss.
He's hit or miss, yeah. But I mean, the thing about scripts is they're not written; they're rewritten, and I think that was a big part of like at least the Nolan Batman films, at least the last two, because I could see the Goyer really hardcore in Begins. The next two films, I can totally see that were written by Chris and Jonathan Nolan more than anybody else.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And even Batman Begins, I see like Nolan kind of touched up. I've read the screenplay for some reason, don't ask me why. But he touched up some of those scenes so that they were better. They were a little bit sharper than what Goya wrote. So, Goya, I get why they wanted him on Man of Steel, but it's like, don't just take somebody who writes Batman and think immediately that they can do Superman by themselves. And when you've got somebody who's basing their film on the comic of a comic writer who's also an Oscar nominated and very, great writer of Babylon 5 and all of those things that you're talking about, why not approach this guy to help with that script? And I think that would have changed a lot, because the things that you're talking about, the things that every Snyder fan and Man of Steel fan tells me about Man of Steel that they like, I also like. The realism, the obviously the action, the score, the music, the fact of Superman having a bit more of a realistic journey, not just being straight away the ideal that we know of, right? Like the ideal, like you don't want him being Chris Reeves in the real world, right? But I think the Earth 1 comics, or the Earth 1 Superman Earth 1, did that very well while still like staying on that line where it was still Superman, like still having the Superman morality, still having Pa Kent treated respectfully, still having, you know, Mark Kent being the good positive role model in his life. I think it did all of that well in a way that it wouldn't have pissed off Superman fans if some of that had have been in the Man of Steel movie as well.
Well, there is an alleged longer cut of Man of Steel out there somewhere, so maybe we'll get to see it someday. I don't know.
What's the manga cut? I don't understand. What's that?
Allegedly there's a longer cut of Man of Steel out there somewhere that maybe we'll get to see someday. Yeah, a longer cut. So
I thought you said manga.
Director's cut. No, not a manga.
It's like, who's that? So what do you guys think of Suicide Squad? I'm curious.
I love it. I mean, it's utter trash, but I absolutely adore the film. I mean, I can't wait to see the Ayer cut, of course. I know it's going to be better, but I think that it just reminds me of, like, you know, if Canon would have made like a nice, good DC film, that's what we would have got. I like some of the characterizations a lot. I think that Rick Flag is a misused opportunity. I think they could have really made him like the Agent Coulson of the DCEU. I think he could have
make Amanda Waller the
I've heard too. Yeah, they run together.
It could have been both of them. You're right. But do you know what I mean? Like, it would be the antithesis of the MCU. Instead of having somebody who's putting the Avengers together, the DC could have had the center of the universe be Amanda Waller, who's like getting all the villains together, like against the Justice League.
Well, and they got such an amazing actress to play her too. It's a damn shame that she's only been in the one film. You know what I mean? So
I'm really afraid they're going to kill her off in this new Suicide Squad movie, and I'm going to walk out because I don't even want James Gunn doing the movie in the first place.
I'm in complete agreement with you. If there's any DC movie right now that I could care less about, it would be this James Gunn Suicide Squad movie in conjunction with the Matt Reeves Batman movie. That sounds like it's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings. So I don't know.
You don't like the idea of the Matt Reeves? Sorry, go on. Just continue what you're saying.
The whole Matt Reeves Batman thing, I think it was green lit at a reactionary time in the studio. I don't think that it's necessarily. I'm actually really bothered by the fact that this movie even exists.
And another time he would be excited for it, but like right now.
But right now, yeah. Oh, right now, coming off of Zack Snyder's Justice League, and with the idea that, you know, Ben Affleck, you know, they might do more with Ben Affleck's Batman. It's a little bit, I think it's a little bit much to make people excited and expect to be happy for another, you know, for a new Batman to take over. I just don't think that it's
interesting.
I'm not excited about it at all.
I think it looks pretty rocky.
I think I will see it, and I think, but what I'm saying is I think it's going to be more of a horror movie type thing, and it's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings who are expecting Robert Pattinson to be a lighter Batman than Ben Affleck, because I think it's going to be dark. I think it's going to be like
they're going to try to go hardcore for it. I mean, didn't anybody watch that trailer and thinks it's going to be a light?
Oh yeah. People watch that trailer while Pattinson literally beat a guy to death in the trailer. They are actually saying, "Oh no, it's going to be the Neil Adams Batman. Batman doesn't kill. Batman." That's what they think that the Pattinson Batman is going to be. And I think what they're doing is they're just, you know, latching on to anything because they don't like Ben Affleck.
Oh, I don't think the Pattinson Batman is going to kill. I really don't.
He beat a guy to death in the trailer. I mean, it's kind of.
He didn't beat him to death. That's conjecture, man. Like, you don't know he beat him to death. I mean, the UFC fighters regularly take a beating like that. They don't necessarily die. I
And
don't know. I
Batman,
mean, you think he? Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. I haven't, seen
no,
it in a
I
while.
see
So.
it the same way as you. Like Batman, he likes to throw a beating. He will break bones. I've seen where he has put the Joker in comas and said that, like, oh, I didn't kill him, and been happy with it at the end of the comic. So I think that we're going to see that kind of Batman, but I don't think that they're going to see him kill, because that was such a big thing that people had against Ben Affleck Batman. When I don't even remember seeing him kill. Like, he did brand people, and he shot him with his little bat tank, but it's based off the Frank Miller, and Frank Miller's Batman, when in his tank, was talking about how he was mowing people down with rubber bullets in Dark Knight Returns. So I figured it was the same way with the Ben Affleck one, but it was a big point of conjecture with a lot of folks, and I don't think he's going to actually kill in this movie, because it's never personally bugged me, but it seems to bug a lot of people that Batman shouldn't kill.
Yeah, it doesn't bug me necessarily. It's just maybe the story of the DC. My questions about Batman killing were more like, why is Joker alive then? Or
why doesn't he kill the people that deserve it?
Yeah, or when you're doing a Flashpoint movie, is Batman going to be even darker than this one who's killing?
That's another question. And that's another movie to me that looks like it's just, I mean, if you've paid attention to the stuff that they're saying about that, it just seems like it's a reactionary mess. It's like something that they're doing that they're not really thinking about. I mean, they've gone through like 4 directors on this thing already, and it's just kind of so I don't know. I'm a little bit, I'm cautiously treading when it comes to DC in the future. I don't really know with these movies what they're trying to do or which audience they're really trying to reach, because I don't really think they have an identity. And after Zack Snyder's Justice League, they really have to rethink what they do, because that movie was beloved even by people who didn't like Snyder's previous films. So it's they're kind of in a weird place right now.
I think the fix it. Sorry, go on, because I don't want to talk over too much. Go on.
Okay. Well, I just was going to say, I think they need a hit, too. I think they really finally need to put that damn Black Adam movie out with The Rock, have that be one of their next big ones, because that thing will actually give them the momentum to do whatever they want, whether it is to bring back the Snyderverse and make The Rock's Black Adam a huge part of that, or just retcon it, because they have to pick one or the other. Otherwise, it's just going to get even more ridiculous if they keep trying to keep the both of them going at once.
What, the both of which going?
The Snyderverse and the Hamada Burgers, or whatever you want to call this.
Hamada Burgers.
That's what they call it here usually, like what DC's been putting out lately.
Look, I mean, I think to me, the answer has always been really, really simple. I think where it was left off at the end of Justice League, if you take away that epilogue scene, right, and save that for something down the road, right, you've got the perfect setup. I liked every single member of the Justice League, every single casting. I wasn't even a big fan of Henry Cavill before Zack Snyder's Justice League. That made me a fan of even him. Not even him. It made me a fan of him, right? So now I want to see a Man of Steel that spins out of that universe. I want to see a Wonder Woman that spins out of that universe. I want to see the Flash, of course, that spins out of that universe. I thought the Flash was amazing in Zack Snyder's Justice League. You have other characters as well, Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, or whatever that you can bring in. So I would just focus on getting some director-driven. Doesn't matter if the tone is light, doesn't matter if it's dark, just make sure the script is tight, it's a really good script, and get them a director, like really good directors, people who are visionaries, like Zack Snyder, like Patty Jenkins, like some of the other directors they've used in the DCEU, and get them to do their spins on those characters, like take it out of that, and then you can build to a next Justice League. Give Snyder some time to come up with a pitch, an idea of how to continue that story after, and that's it. You make everybody happy. I don't see why you have to alienate, the Snyder fans who are fans of the DCEU to go on this wild journey of trying to make the movies lighter or make it more family friendly or fun. So that's
I
why
don't know why Warner
like
Brothers did it either. I mean, like, it's just the weirdest scenario that they created themselves. Because that's what Warner Brothers has done, though. I don't know why, though.
That's why I like Matt Reeves' Batman. I like the idea of the Joker. I like the idea of them continuing Shazam. Those, for me, are DC feeling movies. They're not like trying to copy Marvel. They're not, like I like stuff like the Joker. I wish Todd Phillips can maybe do something with Matt Reeves eventually and like fix it so that we can have that Joker meet the Batman. And I think you could just get some great movies out of that. I don't, and it doesn't matter them being so tightly connected, because the MCU isn't even. There's loads of plot holes and whatever. If you go from movie to movie of how they're connected together, and there's lots of stuff that's inconsistent. So I just forget about trying to make like some consistent thing and let directors do what they do. Get some good ones that fit the characters, fit the tone of the characters, spin that out, and then let Zack Snyder do the Justice League 2 and 3 as well, because it's got a big fan base. Why not just take that money? I don't know, maybe I'm crazy.
I feel you. Another thing that I really worry about is Zack Snyder and the way he'll be treated coming back to Warner Brothers. That's another reason why I'm a little defensive, is because I don't like the way they treated him personally. I think he's an amazing creator that's wasting his time working on films like this. I think that he should be doing art films and crazy stuff, because he has a mind for it and an eye for it, and I think that he should be developing himself as an actual auteur. But whatever, you know what I mean? If he wants to keep playing around with other people's toys, that's fine, and like, he's good at it. I think that he's getting a lot better. I actually really like the Snyder Cut, so I want to see him do more. I just don't want him to go back and work for people that treated him so poorly. You know what I mean? They would have to really kind of offer him a sweet deal for me to want him to go back as a fan of his, to tell you the truth. That's my big problem with him going back to Warner Brothers at this point, for me personally. How do you feel about that? Because like they really did hose him hard pretty much since Man of Steel came out. Like, he has just been wrecked by that studio.
Well, I think they should have been clear on what they wanted, and clear is this the right guy to execute what we want. Like, it's complicated because like there's two sides of it. There's the side of like Warner Brothers and how they treated Zack Snyder, which I think is awful. But there's the other side where I think like there's a fan base that have taken this really, really personal, and they've been hostile towards Warner Brothers in ways that I think it's made Warner Brothers take that out on Zack Snyder. It's complicated, dude. It really is. I mean, I think you're right. Like, it would be nice for Zack Snyder to get away from these movies, but from a selfish point of view, I want him back to do what to do. I don't know. It's hard. I'll have to think about it, man. It's hard for me to say. Like, I think there's things that you're saying that are right. There's things I disagree with, just in the sense of I don't think it's all Warner Brothers' fault. I think certain things about those movies, Man of Steel, even BVS, which I like, made people respond in the way they did.
He's an edgelord, definitely.
Yeah, and therefore, some of the blame has to be taken, especially when people reacted to Man of Steel the way they did. He could have taken lengths to perhaps lighten up Superman a little bit, make him a little bit more cheery in I'm not talking about smiling while saving people. I just mean like having a certain level of optimism, not saying things like, everyone turns bad in this world, Lois, eventually. It's like, just stretch out an olive branch maybe to appease a little bit, because I don't think those things, certain things in BVS were so necessary to the story that it was worth alienating certain people. I don't know. And for those things, I do kind of take some issue with Zack Snyder. That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, the fact that the studio reacted to him in the way they did, I don't entirely blame them. I don't entirely see it as like, oh, there was no reason for them to have this knee-jerk reaction. But I think their knee-jerk reaction, what they did in it, was fucking pathetic and awful.
Just leaving them out to dry like they did, and then just completely destroying his final vision with
using the death of his daughter to basically oust him for, so that they could get their MCU version of Justice League. There's a lot of different ways, like you said, there's a lot of different ways you can look at it. It's a very complicated, it's a very complicated tapestry. There's not just one side to it all, and it is hard to look at it that way. And that's one of the things I love about it, to be able to have, an intelligent discussion about it and try to break it down, at its core as to what it actually is, and what it actually boils down to is we do have a studio that's essentially been called out for their greed and their mismanagement, and at this point it's been highly documented about what's been going on. And ultimately I would say that a lot of the stuff that's happened with the studio is now a situation where, like, the chicken is coming home to roost, because why would they be merging with another company if they were doing things the right way? Right. It's like, you don't do that if the studio is thriving and is doing what they're supposed to be doing and is making all the right creative decisions. So it's there's a lot.
They should have had some more original content when they launched their streamer, man. Like that's what's really bad, and that's why it's going to be good that they're teaming with Discovery, because Discovery can just pump crap out. Like, they got all those street outlaw shows. They got Honey Boo Boo, so like they're going to have lots of like fresh content that's just rolling out. They got Shark Week, all that crap. So it's going to be neat for them, and they're going to have a lot of original content. But another thing is like, Discovery is going to take a lot of that money that's going to be going to the new IPs as well. So I don't know how much is actually going to get given to guys like Zach to finish his dream. And I understand that he's going to have leverage at these talks with the execs, but when he's actually in the studio filming, they're not going to treat him properly the way he needs to be as an artist. They're still going to hold grudges against him, and they're still going to play shitty little games against him while he's trying to make his films, as long as the same management is involved in the studio.
Well, yeah, that's why at this point you're going to get different execs. Usually when you have a merger like this, they come in, they clean house, and they build their own.
Well, I hope so. That's what you guys keep saying. But I mean, if you look at the execs, aside from pissing off the Snyder fans, they've made really good money off of the movies that they've put out this year. In the past couple of years, Warner Brothers is a very profitable film studio with lots of really big budget, performing films, and I don't know how many people are going to get displaced just because the Snyder Cut sold a little better than originally projected. I'm just saying.
I think the only mistakes that like DCU has made so far are Birds of Prey, Wonder Woman 1984, and Justice League. I think every other movie has its fans, and I think they're pretty decent. I like Suicide Squad. I don't care what anyone says. I think the humor is really funny for me. It doesn't have the best story, the most expansive story, but I genuinely like the characters. I love the multiculturalism of the cast as well. I thought there was a darker humor to it than the MCU, so it was giving us a little bit something different. Of course, I'd love to see the Ayer cut. I'd love to see how it was originally meant to be, but the movie as it came out, I don't think was that bad. I'd rather watch it than a lot of MCU movies. Like one
thing I wish is they would. they would make a bit of a longer cut of it, even if it's not the air cut, where they explain the villain a little bit and what their motivations are, because that's the one thing
Have
that
you
still
seen
loses
the
me no matter
longer
how many
cut?
times I
They
try to
did
watch
put
it.
out a longer cut.
I know they put it out. It's like 12 minutes longer. I don't really like it. Makes the first fight they have against the blueberry zombie guys make a lot more sense, but it doesn't actually explain like what Enchantress and her brother were doing, and like they don't even really explain who her brother is and why she like it. They did. They really needed to devote a little bit of a time to the villains in that movie. Is all I'm saying, and it would make me love it even more. But I'm right there with you. It's probably my favorite DCEU movie until the cut came out, aside from Shazam. But I don't count that because Zod doesn't count it. It's not a real Snyder film. So
you don't like Shazam, Zod?
I wasn't a fan of it. I liked the kids. I liked the kid actors in the movie, but I didn't like Zachary Levi. And I felt like the kid was smarter when he wasn't Shazam. I thought when he was Shazam, he hammed it up and acted stupid. And to me, that's not how Shazam is. That's not how the comic book character is. I felt like they really kind of, I don't know. I don't know. I just wasn't really happy with the depiction, but hopefully the sequel will be better. I don't know.
I'm astounded by that. I love it. I embrace that as a DC movie. I think that that's nice. That's what I like about DC. I don't want to go in and have to watch a dark movie every time or a light movie every time. I want to see a director's point of view, something, whatever they do, as long as they put their heart and soul into it and make a great kind of movie, then I'm happy. So it's not like I have to have I love what I get from Zack Snyder, but I want to be able to get something from Patty Jenkins and get something from the other directors. And what you were saying, about the characterization of Shazam, I think it's quite accurate to the modern comics, modern version. He used to be much more of a, goody two-shoes, much more like Superman in a way. Like he always was like the one who would do the right thing. He was pure of heart as a kid. That's why the wizard gives him makes him the champion. But later on, they've especially New 52, obviously, with Jeff Johns. The characterization in that film is pretty spot on to that. So I don't know. A lot of people don't like New 52, so it depends on how you feel about that. But I'm curious, Zod. So how would you rank the DCE movies?
I mean, individually or just
including Joker. Joker's a DC movie for me.
I liked Joker. I thought Joker was a good film. I actually think that if they make more movies like Joker, that would probably be good, but I would want to see them. For example, with Joker, I don't necessarily want to see a sequel to the Todd Phillips film. I feel like that movie said what it needed to say about that character. I would just like to see them to take another character. Like, for example, take Lex Luthor and do a movie about him in that way, where you basically break it down like a character study, and you have that. You see where I'm going with this? There's a lot of DC. There's a lot of DC characters that they could do that with. That they could take their DC Black label and make character-driven character. Yeah, Scarecrow would be another one, and they could call the movie Crane. Yeah, and it could be all about Scarecrow, and you would have all the. I mean, there's so many different things that they could do. So I wouldn't be against Todd Phillips coming back and doing another film. I just don't want him to necessarily make a sequel to the Joker. I think we're at a point where that movie told its own story. I don't really think you need to go any further with it. And if I had to rate it, I'd say that movie was an A. I really enjoyed it. I think it was
an A.
I think it was good.
Okay, cool.
For Birds of Prey, F-. I hated that movie. I hated everything about it. I think it
So you rank it
I hate
from
the fact that
bottom
it exists. I hate the fact that it exists. It's terrible.
So this is the bottom one, yeah? This is your...
I would say that it. Yeah, I would say it's like my bottom one. It's like the worst, but I don't know because even though I can give Birds of Prey an F minus, I also have to give Wonder Woman 84 an F minus. I despise that film. So I would say between Birds of Prey and Wonder Woman 84, Birds of Prey is a little better.
Yeah,
not by much, but it's more entertaining than Wonder Woman 84. I would pick Birds of Prey any day of the week over Wonder Woman 84.
True.
If they put a gun to my head and said, Zod, you have to watch one of these two movies in order to live. You have to sit here and watch this movie all day, 24 hours nonstop. It's going to be Birds of Prey.
Do you know what? I would say I would watch Wonder Woman 1984, but it is a worse movie. And it's only because I like Wonder Woman as a character more than anybody in Birds of Prey. Just in virtue of that alone, I can watch it more times. But absolutely,
I can't. I don't. And the flip side to that for me, the reason why I can't is because I hate what they did to Wonder Woman in that movie. I feel like the characterization for Wonder Woman in that movie is so opposed to what Wonder Woman was, how she was depicted, and even the first Wonder Woman movie.
Right.
I just can't tolerate it. I feel like it's not Wonder Woman. It's a different interpretation of the character, just played by the same actress.
Oh, no, but you know what? I would watch Wonder Woman 1984 for one reason as well. I like that opening sequence more than anything in
Birds of Prey. Yeah, that is a nice opening sequence, but you can watch that opening sequence without having to watch the movie.
No, but you said if I had a gun to my head
but you do remember though when they first released that opening before the movie, and you were able to watch that opening, and everybody watched that opening and thought, "Oh wow, this is going to be good." Like the opening was nice, but as far as it goes, that's where it ends as far as that movie. So yeah, to me those are the two worst. And then we got Shazam, which although I didn't necessarily like it, I wouldn't give it an F. I wouldn't give it an F. I would have to say I think I would give Shazam a C minus.
Are you trying to tell me where would you? So sorry, I want to hear the rest of yours. But so against the MCU origin movies, do you think Shazam is better than most of those?
I don't know because I think I would say it's probably on par.
I'm gonna have to leave the stream
because those are bad too. Now don't get me wrong. But I try to be. I don't really like MCU movies. I like MCU movies in a lot of cases even worse. So yeah.
No, it's okay. Carry on with your list. That just hurt me personally, man.
I don't think I would say that Shazam is as bad as the MCU. That's why I could say I could give Shazam like a solid C.
Okay. All right.
So Shazam gets a solid C. Aquaman I thought was a little better than Shazam because of the visual effects and some of the stuff that they did, but not necessarily in a good way. So like while I gave Shazam a solid C, I'd give Aquaman a C plus.
That's crazy. That's bonkers. Sorry, I'm not I'm probably going to agree with your upper tier ones, but this is bonkers now. You think Aquaman is better than Shazam as a
better than Shazam? Yeah. Oh yeah. James Wan is a much more. I think James Wan. He's a competent filmmaker. I think he was another one that was a victim of studio meddling. We just haven't. Yeah. We just haven't heard about it yet.
He was making a horror Aquaman.
Yeah. So I for what he had to work with, I mean, I think he did a serviceable job. So there was that. Then we have Suicide Squad, which is also I'm excited for the Ayer cut, but I can give Suicide Squad like a B minus. You know, it was interesting, and for a while David Ayer did support it initially, so I can't really hate on it too much. I mean, I think if it's that different from his vision, which apparently it is, because I've read the novelization for Suicide Squad, which is based on which is based on David Ayer's original Ayer cut script.
Yeah.
So so it is like night and day. Like, that movie is going to be way better when that movie comes out. It's going to be way better, and it's going to have ties to Justice League. It's going to be a good movie. I don't know why they didn't release that version, but the version they released was okay. And then I go, Wonder Woman?
Wait, you haven't even said Justice League, so Justice League is pretty high for you then, or are you just not counting?
You mean the Justice League, the one, the 2017? I don't count that at all. That doesn't even get an F. I don't even count it. It's not part of anything.
All right, good. Because
if I had to grade it, it would be an F- as well, because of all the meddling and all the things they did. I can't even count it. It makes me sick just to think about it. So I don't bring it up. Moving forward, I have to give Wonder Woman a solid A. I give BVS a solid A.
Yep.
And I give Zack Snyder's Justice League a solid A, and I give Man of Steel an A+. Man of Steel is my favorite DC movie.
Man of Steel fans, I love the passion though about Man of Steel.
For me, it resonates with me for a lot of reasons, because number one, I'm adopted, so I grew up not knowing, my original parents, where my birthplace, where they came from, and my real, my adoptive parents have treated me like their natural born son my whole life. So I've never, felt like I wasn't loved. I've never felt like, so I grew up, being able to relate. I found Man of Steel to be very realistic and very relatable as far as how Clark was raised, and then, like we talked about before, for me, in Man of Steel, he's not Superman. He's Clark. He's not Superman. He's not Kal-El. He's Clark. He doesn't become. It's a gradual thing. You see him as Clark before anything else. Then you see him as Kal-El, and then you eventually see him become Superman later on down the road. But for me, Man of Steel starts that journey and begins that whole thing for me. So for me, Man of Steel is the top movie, because it started everything. So for me, but again, just under that, I'm with you. Zack Snyder's Justice League is a masterpiece, and all those are. And when you look at those movies, there's a reason why, all this time has passed and we're still talking about those movies.
Well, you don't ever talk about anything else anyways, but yeah, I get what you're trying to say.
Let me see what my ranking. I'm going to go through it quickly. So, I agree with you. Wonder Woman 1984 is probably the worst. I probably think it's worse than Justice League. I'm sorry. It's just a disgrace.
You know what? I can almost agree with you there. That's how bad it is, though. That's how much damage they did to the characterization of Wonder Woman. It's crazy.
It's crazy to me. It hurts me so much. Like the DC Trinity, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman are my favorite superheroes. So for me to say that hurts me to my very core. I would have usually, in past, put Birds of Prey underneath it, but just to be real, honest to myself, I just don't think I can do it. So it's that one is last. Justice League, Birds of Prey. So Birds of Prey gets like a fucking Z. Both of them, they're just terrible movies. Justice League, I don't know, fuck, an F. what's the next one? So I'm trying to think of them. I think the rest of them I appreciate things about them. So I'll give.
Yeah, you
Aquaman
said you really like
Aquaman is-
Suicide Squad. So
Yeah, I'd give Aquaman a C minus, so that would be next. I'd give just because of the visual elements. I think the story and the dialogue was really hard to get through with, and by the end, I had no idea what was going on in that undersea battle. I don't know who was fighting who, why, whatever. So that was why it gets a C minus. But the visuals, amazing, incredible Atlantis that he created. What's next?
Wonder
Then
Woman one.
Then it's Man of Steel, dudes. Man of Steel gets from me a solid C. I think it's a good movie, but I have problems with the depiction of Superman, so that's my own personal issues. Suicide Squad. I like it. I'd give it a B. I'm trying to think of what the rest are. So which ones haven't I done yet? I know Wonder Woman, Shazam, and Zack Snyder's Justice League are my top ones.
Okay.
So
BVS.
BVS is an A minus, just for some of the depictions of Superman and some of the depictions of Batman, but I just love the political, philosophical elements of it. I'm a big fan of the Lex Luthor, the version of Lex Luthor they have in that movie. I know people hate him. I defend him. I've got a whole video defending him against
he's
certain people.
He's right out of Superman Birthright and a couple
Right.
other comic books. I mean, he's
Right.
yeah.
Right. So I defended him. I did a video with Ashley and a couple of other people where it was I was saying that he's a better villain than Loki in Avengers. It's very funny. You should go watch it.
I'll have to check that out. I'll have to check that out.
So that one's right behind, and then the rest of them, I'd give Wonder Woman an A. Zack Snyder's Justice League an A plus. I think it's really fucking good. It has flaws, but I think it's what's good about it way outweighs what's bad. And then what was the other one? So
Joker.
Oh, Joker, A plus, fantastic movie. So yeah, Joker, Wonder Woman, Shazam, I think is an A. It's got some flaws, the flaws that you talked about, but I just enjoyed the characters, enjoyed the children, everything like that. So Joker, Wonder Woman, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Shazam. That's why I say I don't see this big gulf between the MCU and DC at all. I think they've done some really good, a nice collection of movies. Even if the management of Warner Brothers has been terrible, I think they've stumbled onto some good movies, and I like the fact that they're different. I like the fact when I'm in a certain mood, I can watch, Suicide Squad, or like Man of Steel or BVS. They just have these different flavors to them. Don't know what to expect. Again, I know it's not Warner Brothers are doing that on purpose, but for some reason, it's turned out like that, and I've really enjoyed a lot of their stuff. I think keep it up.
Well, I got to say, I've really enjoyed having you on here tonight, man. You've made this last bit of this stream really fun and entertaining, and a lot of thoughts that we've had tonight. So Hot Takes Tuesday, aka the Nerd Man, you are welcome back anytime, my friend. I appreciate it. I thank you very much for jumping on. This has been an incredible stream, and I can say without a shadow of a doubt that this is the longest live stream that I have ever done in my life. This is
almost 7 hours.
We are at almost 7 hours. We could have that beats out Zack Snyder's Justice League. We could have watched what? We could have watched Zack Snyder's Justice League. We could have probably watched BVS. You think we could have watched BVS
as well
in this time frame? So I'm excited, and you're gonna have a stream. That stream with Ashley is later today.
I'm hoping. I need to find out what's happening with Ashley, but definitely we co-host the show with Phil Pickle. So
Okay, yeah.
I will definitely send you
let me know. Yeah.
And
I don't know if
sorry,
you're following me on Twitter or not. I'm as ZodWriter. You can just find me at
I
ZodWriter.
followed you. You didn't follow me back, but anyway.
Oh, really? I'll have to look because I thought I followed you, but I'll add you. I'm going to add you.
Back.
I'm going to add you back right now because I want to make sure that we stay in communication because you are awesome. This has been a lot of fun.
You too, man.
I really appreciate
Dirk
this.
as well? Can I follow you on Twitter or something?
Yeah.
I'd love to have you on as well, man.
I just like to make up fake names. I'm actually Johnny Alpha. You can follow me on Twitter at JohnnyAlpha81. I mostly talk indie comics, but yeah, I'm down for whatever. I like films a lot, but
cool, man.
Zod has me on, and we play the Snyder game. It's fun. I enjoy it.
You have your own channel?
Yeah, graphic.
Oh yeah, you said. Okay, I'm gonna follow you. Is it 81? Did you say?
Yeah, Johnny Alpha 81. Named myself after the 2000 AD character. I don't know if you read from Britain itself, the beautiful 2000 AD comic. Johnny Alpha is a character that appears next to Judge Dredd in said beautiful magazine. He is a character from a comic called Strontium Dog. It's really awesome if you ever want to check that out.
Wow. Okay. I definitely will. I'm curious. Just before we go, did you have your ranking for the DC?
Oh, yeah, and I'll go really fast.
Joker.
Yeah, I'll do them in order of release. Okay, Man of Steel, C. BVS, D. Suicide Squad it should be a D, but it did some extra credit and won the teacher's heart over, so it's getting a B. Let's see what goes next. Wonder Woman is a B. I would have rated it higher if it had a better ending. Aquaman is a C. Okay, Shazam's after that, right? Shazam is an A.
Wow. Okay, we're on the same kind of gradation of thought here. Go on, continue.
And then what comes after Shazam? Joker, right? Joker is a B. I wish it went as dark as it wanted to, man. I think that they played a little safe in parts, and I think it could have been a little bleaker, personally. Right. But I think it was wonderful, and I loved what he tried to do with it. Next up is what? Birds of Prey, right? Oh no, I've skipped Suicide Squad. Oh no, I did Suicide Squad. It's really late.
Yeah, B for Suicide.
So next up is Birds of Prey, right? This is where I lose you guys because it totally gets a B from me. I enjoy it. It's just trash, but I love watching pretty girls just beat the shit out of people. It's the same reason why I like Underworld and I like the Resident Evil movies. So sue me. Let's see. After that, we have the Snyder Cut, right?
No, it's Wonder Woman 84, then Snyder Cut.
Oh, Wonder Woman 84, of course, is a F, D, whatever low score you can give it. And then the Snyder Cut, is a wonderful A. I did not expect I expected to like it because I like a lot of his work and I knew he was going to try to redeem himself. But oh my God, I didn't know he was going to go for the gold. And damn, did he pull out probably the best team-up superhero films made yet. So
at least one of the best. I'd put Watchmen and X-Men First Class, but it's got to be, and it's just fucking great. It's one of the best comic book movies of all time. One of the best since The Dark Knight.
Oh, and I think I missed Shazam, and I give Shazam an A too. I really just enjoyed it. I thought it was just a really cute, really fun movie. It's definitely not one that I'm going to be like, oh, it's amazing, but I enjoyed it. I've seen it 3 times, and each time's been fun. So
yeah.
What is your name on Twitter?
Me. Oh right, that's probably why you didn't know it was me. So it's with enough prep time after Batman. I'm gonna type it for you. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
In a second. I'll put a private chat.
Oh, okay, good.
Or I can put it in the. Oh, right. Yeah, I can't.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as I can get it, so I can add you.
I gotta say, man, we always got some rad people in the chat, dude. I really appreciate everybody tonight. All the cool stuff that people said and everything. Like, usually we have some pretty cool people, but tonight it's been pretty epic with Igor and Truth and Integrity. Like, and then before you joined the stream, hot takes. That's really good chat interaction tonight. So I just want to thank everybody in the chat too for tonight.
Yeah, it's been absolutely wonderful. It's been absolutely wonderful. And you know, like I said, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to this show later. I hope it happens, man. That'll be fun. Yeah. And can you tell everybody, you know, basically tell everybody where they can find you, man?
Well, I do. My channel is Hot Takes Tuesdays. It's like my handle. So yeah, definitely. If you want to subscribe, it's the show that I do most often is we do debate shows, but the one that I do most often, it seems like I seem to have the hottest takes on pop culture. No one ever agrees with me on my hot takes, such as Lex Luthor is a better villain than Loki. Right? So usually every Tuesday or sometime during the week, I get a panel together and I do one of my unpopular opinions and debate it with them. And it's usually lots of fun.
Just to be sure, it's your last show was our comic book movie fans settling for mediocrity. Was that the last one you did?
No, that wasn't the Hot Takes Tuesday. That was just a discussion debate kind of.
No, but I'm just making sure that that's your channel.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, because I want to subscribe, and I'm going to put that in here so that everyone will subscribe to you here, because that's important.
Yeah, get you up to that 300, man. You're close. So yeah, see if we can push you over.
Nice.
Yeah, this is good. This is good, man. So let's make sure. Let me just click on this here to get your link here.
Is there any Star Wars fans in the here or in the chat?
I like The Mandalorian and Dr. Aphra. I like certain Star Wars things. I don't like other certain ones, but yeah, for the most part, I guess you could say I'm one.
Okay. Zod, you a Star Wars guy?
Oh yeah, I like Star Wars a lot. Yeah, so we can definitely talk about that in the future. We can discuss Star Wars and stuff. Yeah. I'm definitely down though to be with you on that debate, man, against Ashley and them about going up against FCU, because that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, those are always fun. No, the reason I was asking about that is not I want to continue on a conversation about it. It's the hottest take I've ever done. Apparently, I didn't know it was that hot. Was that Anakin from the Phantom Menace was a better hero than Luke Skywalker in A New Hope.
Oh wow, that is a hot take.
Yeah,
that's pretty hot. But
that's a head scratcher, but I wouldn't really call it a hot take. I mean, I don't know. I that would be one I'd go ahead and let you have if that was actually your opinion. Like, if you believe that, I mean.
Yeah, well,
Luke was pretty useless in A New Hope, so I mean, you're not too off base there. You know what I mean? He really did know his ear hole from an asshole. You know what I mean? He really didn't. So.
Thank you. I don't know why it got everyone so riled up, but yeah.
I guess because of the yippee thing, people hated that Anakin Skywalker from Phantom Menace because he said yippee, and like I don't understand that, but whatever. That's how you hate characters nowadays, depending on their verbiage.
Yeah, that's how you do it. I mean, I guess Andrew Casali was going to try and join us again for the tail end of the show. For what, I don't know, Andrew, but thanks for coming on tonight. It was really nice.
I'm sorry for calling you a motherfucker. All right, I took it too far with that one.
It was nice seeing you and Johnny butt heads for a little while. Always entertaining. And we're going to be back next week with another show. I don't know if it'll be an open panel or if we have a guest. But again, Hot Takes Tuesday, you're always welcome to come back, man. Anytime. Appreciate it. And we're gonna go ahead and end this show. We're clocking in. Yeah, what does that say? 6 hours and
Just
almost
under 7 hours.
just under
man.
7 hours. So that's a new record for this show. I wonder what the longest what the record for the longest YouTube live stream is.
I think because some people do 24-hour ones like Mr. Beast and stuff. So yeah, I think you got to go a couple days.
Couple
but-
days, maybe.
Paul's beat you, dude. Paul's beat you already. I was on a stream. I wasn't on the whole thing, but I was on the tail end of a stream of his that was like 8 hours. Man, you've got to. You got a little bit more.
We'll start earlier next week, Zon.
Next time.
We'll start at 6 and like just
go. we can go even
6
longer.
6. Yeah, we'll go 12 hours, man.
We're almost at because we're almost at 7 hours now. So that's cool. But that's long for us because the longest we usually go is just usually a little over 3.
We went almost 5 hours before the big Zack Snyder conversation started, so that's an amazing record.
That's an amazing feat. Yeah, we were just talking about
anime and
comics and manga. Yeah, so.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that's what you were talking about before I came on, or
before
I started watching.
Long before you came.
Yeah, you came on. We were already pretty deep into the typical conversation of the place, but yeah, if you would have joined us at about like 3 to 4 hours, then yeah, we would have been weaving out, man, talking about Urban Vision and old school Genocyber and Demon City Shinjuku, all the classics and stuff. We were having a good time with that shit.
Did you ever watch Cyber City Oedo?
Oh yeah, we talked about that one tonight too. Yeah, with one of the glorious dirty audio tracks ever, man, with some of those really vulgar cutlows that the characters use. Yeah, we were talking about that.
Who was your favorite character in that?
I'd say I probably liked Sengoku best, but Gogol had the best short in my opinion. I like Gogol's episode the best, where he fought the robot. I thought that was dope.
So Gogol was the computer hacker, right? With the eye thing.
Yeah, the eye thing and the mohawk. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. He was cool. I like the fucking ninja vampire dude.
Yes.
He fought a vampire. Yeah, that was.
Oh yes.
He was awesome with the long line thing. Fucking awesome.
Yeah.
That was Suicide Squad done well. You know what I mean? Like they did Suicide Squad well.
That was back before that. Yeah, I mean that's what a lot of people don't realize. A lot of these anime films have broke ground for a lot of these superhero movies we're getting nowadays.
Dude, I would love a live action of that, man.
Oh,
I can't think who you would cast though. Like they were all cool. All 3 of them were fucking awesome. But Sengoku was the main one, right? The foul-mouthed one.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah, the one that all the chicks liked. Yeah, that.
He was the dude, bro.
The pool table. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Get Zack Snyder to direct that shit, man. That would be fucking good.
Yeah, to see, as some kind of like an anime, like a straight adaptation with some good anime. I don't know. I mean, in live action. I mean, has there ever been, in either one of you guys' opinion, has there ever been a live action movie that does the anime justice? In either one of your opinion?
Oh man, yeah, and it's actually a movie anime that I didn't really care very much for, and it actually did the manga more justice than the anime did, and that's the Tokyo Ghoul movie. Like they nailed it, dude. It was so good. It did the first 2 books perfectly. The characterizations, the powers, the bad guys, everything was nailed. And I was just like, why couldn't you do this for an anime that I care more about? Like, as much as I love like the Fist of the North Star and like the Terror for Mars movies, like they did not touch as good as the Tokyo Ghoul was as an adaptation.
Oh shit, man. I need to watch that. That's a live action one.
Yeah, live. Yeah.
Wow, okay. I was gonna say, in terms of, go on, man. I didn't know. I thought you'd finished.
No, I just was gonna say it's really solid. That's all I was gonna.
Oh, all right. Yeah. No, I was gonna say, like, in terms of live action, because I don't know if you mean on the scale, right? But in terms of live action that I've seen, I'd say Old Boy, the Korean South Korean movie. It was pretty fucking spot on, and I think that was actually an anime, not an anime, but it was a manga book.
It was a manga, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty. But it's not. I think you're talking about the big scale, like Fist of the North Star kind of, or what's it called? The one. What's the one called? The most famous manga ever with the motorbike.
Oh, Akira. Yeah,
Akira.
they haven't done a live action for that yet. They're smart. They haven't done it yet. I mean, if they do that, they're gonna whoever does it. I said this earlier today. Whoever does an Akira live action movie is going to is really rolling the dice with their career, because if the movie's not great,
yeah, they're fucked. Did you guys see Ghost in the Shell then? The live action Ghost in the Shell?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
It wasn't as terrible as I thought it was going to be. I really wish that they didn't mess with the character of the Major as bad as they did. But what really pissed me off is what they did to what's his name? The guy with the robot eyes that hangs out with her, Bato. I hated how they changed him in the film. But all in all, it's all right. It's on par with like a Marvel film, I'd say, but it should have been a lot better being Ghost in the Shell.
I love that's our standard for like perfectly okay or just mediocre. Basically, it's on it's on an MCU movie. You know?
It's microwave popcorn film. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what the MCU is. It's microwave popcorn. There you go. I don't know. I kind of like, I love, how Scorsese framed it when he said Marvel movies are like theme park rides. It's like, I thought that was so perfect. Like, you get a nice experience when you go to the movies and you see it, and then after that you forget about it. You just move on with your life. It's just kind of like,
yeah, I don't see why people got so mad about it. I mean, it's not like he said anything crude or disrespectful about it. I mean, he did give it a compliment by saying it was a spectacle. But that's all it is, and you need to accept that because it's the truth about those films. As much as I may like some of them, they are just a flash in the pan that's supposed to excite you for a minute.
And he wasn't talking about DC movies. I don't care. I don't think he's watched the DC movies. I think he probably thought, like, because of the Marvel movies, they're like that. I'm sure he's probably seen The Dark Knight, and he doesn't think of it on that same kind of level. I think he's thinking specifically of what the MCU has done because of its popularity.
Oh yeah, well, right? Remember, I don't know if you knew this, but he was initially involved with
the
Joker. Joker was originally going to be his project. And he had to leave Joker because of scheduling conflicts, but he was tied in.
Didn't he still produce it in some aspect? I think
no. It's one of his partners produced it.
Oh, okay,
not him himself.
Yeah, he was supposed to be involved, but it was scheduling conflicts and things that kept him out of it. But I don't know. I agree with you. I don't think he wasn't talking about DC at all. He was talking about the MCU specifically and their theme park ways. They're not cinema in the way that you think of cinema traditionally. Like when you say Superman's not Superman in Man of Steel, you're exactly right. The MCU is not cinema in the traditional sense that you see cinema.
But even Man of Steel is a movie. It's a cinematic movie.
Right.
To me. And like Wonder Woman. It's
a cinematic movie, whereas the MCU is a theme park ride.
Right. But here's the thing about it. I don't mind theme park rides, and I don't want to get too down on the MCU because I think they've done an incredible achievement in this long form kind. I'd say it's more like a TV show, to be honest. Like it's like when you think about it,
like long form TV. Because if you take, especially with the way a lot of TV shows are produced today, you could say that. You could actually say that about MCU movies because it's all essentially serialized at this point. So
yeah, but I think you hit the nail on the head, which is what I always try and explain to these guys, but it's hard to kind of argue with people who watch these movies 70 times for some reason. I have no idea why. Right? I'm baffled as to why.
I'm hard pressed to find an MCU movie that I've seen more than twice, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and it's fine. I do enjoy them when I see them, but then for some unfathomable reason, I feel like I've got everything out of it the first time I see it. There's
Your
no
sentiments
more
are
depth.
mine exactly. Nothing else. It's like when you get fast food and you eat it, and it was great at the time you were eating it, but then you don't give it another thought after that. You've consumed it. You're good. You're good. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't, and films like that have their value. There's nothing against them, but it's just like, please, don't try and make these out as if they're the greatest comic book movies of all time. They're not the worst. I'll give them that much. They are definitely not the worst. But like anyone that is
and they get so angry about it, man. They get so angry when you bring that up. When you say that, their faces get all contorted, and it just becomes a real personal thing. And I know because we had Ashley on this show last week, and we were kind of debating the MCU a little bit, and that
got scary. Like,
that wasn't her fault, though. To be fair,
no, there was a lot of agitation coming her way, and I think that she felt cornered. She really seemed like she felt cornered, and I felt bad for her when I rewatched the stream. I really did. I wish I could have helped alleviate her fear. I thought that we were just memeing and having a good time, but I can see how she thought she was being
like she thought she was being ganged up on. I mean, it was really
one guy.
And I mean,
one guy.
Right. Her confrontation was with that one guy, but like ultimately, I think it's like you said, when you got somebody that has seen these MCU movies 70 times, and you're trying to explain the fast food or theme park aspect, they're not having it because they've got an emotional investment that we don't have. You have an emotional investment that most people don't see. Like you're gonna compare. You can't compare Ant-Man to Shazam and say, oh, Ant-Man is a superior movie. I may have my problems with Shazam, but I'm not going to sit there and say that Ant-Man is a better movie than Shazam. I can't do that because it's not true.
Because Shazam's a film. That's the thing. Because Shazam has a theme. It has there's basic cinematic elements to Shazam, right?
Right.
That don't exist like that. Anyway, again, It's kind of a head scratcher. I just want to say this. I debate a lot of the time with MCU fans, and like I've been welcomed and embraced by them. So nothing against them. Love them to bits. So that's not what I'm getting at here. But it's just again that to me, I'm just like, why would you watch that movie again? Why would you watch Thor again? The only reason I've watched Thor again, I've had to put myself through watching Thor again, was only because I was debating it. And they kept trying to finesse me on certain parts.
So you were watching it just to brush up. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just like, this is... All right, there's one film that I think is that is an actual good action movie. It still falls into that theme park kind of ride kind of thing. But I do genuinely think that Winter Soldier is good.
Exactly.
I you know what? Snyder fan, what? That's the best Marvel film they'll like, and it's always Winter Soldier.
That's the best note to end the show on right there. What you just said, Winter Soldier. Best MCU because it actually feels like a movie. It has stakes. It feels legit. You don't get that feeling from any other MCU movies. So for that reason alone, yeah. I mean, it just best spot in the world to end it. So thank you very much, Nerdman, for that.
Yes,
at this moment, we are going to go ahead and end the show because we have now officially crossed the 7-hour mark.
Yeah,
so thank you, Nerdman, for letting us pass that milestone. That was fun. That was great. And we will
it was really fun.
See you next week on the ZodWriter Show. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody who joined yesterday. And have a great day.
Peace, guys. Thanks so much. Really enjoyed it.